Hello, folks, one and all, and welcome back to week 3 of Circuito Desafiante, Tier 2 Brazil League of Legends, and it's getting spicy. Week 3, but technically this is day 6 because of the way the schedule works out. They kind of do like 2 days some weeks, 3 days other weeks. So we went 2 days, 3 days, and this week will be 3 days again. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Because it's day 6, it means 5 of the matches have been played as well. We are just past the halfway mark of the first round robin. Tier 2 is not doing... I mean, it's best of 3, sorry. So, is it first round robin or just general round robin? Actually, it's a single round robin. So, we are just... Oh, wait, never mind. I take everything I just said back. I forgot, it's best of 3s now. So, actually, we end the third round of the round robins. Pardon me. There we go. That makes more sense. And we'll be going to the 4th one by the end of the week. So teams have kind of played about 2 other teams in general by this point. I think 2 teams have played 3 teams now, and that was Rise Corinthians. Yeah, Rise Corinthians played 3 games. I think everybody else is at 2 games right now. So it's kind of interesting because coming to the split, we weren't really sure what to expect necessarily from these rosters. There's a lot of mix and matching. We had some surprises in the first 2 weeks, I think, that definitely caught some of us off guard. But yeah, by now it's starting to settle down a little bit. And today's games especially are interesting to me because we are opening with Red versus Dopamina. And Red is one of the Academy rosters. They hardly made any changes. They had Greftar in. I'm actually super curious if they start Aegis today, because LTA South starts this weekend, and we still don't know if it's Doom or Aegis starting for the main roster. So the Academy roster is, yeah, I don't know if they allow you to switch back and forth anymore with the Academy, because technically CD and LTA South, Tier 1 and Tier 2 have been completely decoupled. But yeah, Dopamina is a team that is scrappy. They have a win, but it's against Rise Gaming. So I do feel like they are one of the weaker teams. Red, I thought, would be a better team, but they don't have a win yet. And their first 2 games were against VKS Academy and Stella, which I think are both kind of middle of the pack teams. Maybe, I think Stella is slightly above average. And for VKS Academy, I think they're very inconsistent, but should also be above average. So this is a should-win game for Red Academy. If they don't win this, they've got problems. They've got big problems. And then Stella versus Los is another interesting one. Los has somewhat disappointed me with the roster that they have. Again, this is a full, basically Tier 1 roster. And despite that, they are 1-1. Their loss to Flamengo looked... Oh, it was Corinthians. Looked very, very messy. Kind of really bad. And I think Stella is really good, but I don't know if I think they're a top team. So yeah, a lot of the standings will become clearer after today. That's for sure. So very, very interesting matchups. We'll start talking about Red versus Dopamina, because I did talk a little bit about how I think both these teams are struggling a little bit where in terms of where in the standings they are. I think Dopamina is showing a lot of pluck, but they are just mechanically being outhands, and the macro is just not there for this team right now. And the macro is understandable. This was sort of a pickup team that came together. So they do need a bit more time to kind of get used to that. Red, on the other hand, disappoints me a little bit because they are an Academy roster with hardly any changes. And because of that, they really should be doing better macro than they are right now. And there's a lot of eyes on Doom specifically, because Doom is, after all, potentially going to get called up to Tier 1. He had a really good time scrimming with the main Academy, main Red roster, pardon me, to the point where they're thinking of changing out their franchise player Aegis, which is absolutely nutty to me. Mechanically, though, this team has never particularly impressed me. And it's been kind of the Greftar show for mechanics, but the problem with this split is it's not mechanical. Zinz and Doom, and Usant to a large extent, have been making rather questionable decisions. Doom especially has been very hit or miss. Wait, we're starting with Stella today? Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, they flipped the schedule. Interesting, interesting. This is what happens when a gringo like me is trying to watch the games and I don't understand Portuguese. Sadly, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure they just explained there's a swap and I just did not understand that. Okay. Let's talk Stella and Los then, instead. Since that's the opening game. I wonder if it's connection issues. Because last week... Oh man, last week was brutal. The amount of pauses we were having was ridiculous. And they were such long, painful pauses too, so... Yeah. I really don't want to see those. I just hope it's smoother. Yeah, this is a Lowe's roster again. Every single player here is pretty much tier 1. MG is not necessarily tier 1, but he is a Korean import, which is pretty rare in the tier 2 scene. We've only been seeing that really start happening in recent years. And I personally like it. I think it shows a commitment for the Brazilian team to really develop players. And I've never been a big fan of just picking up tier 2 like Korean players and just plugging them into tier 1 in your region. Like mechanically, sure, they're good, but they have to integrate first. And I love that the LTA in general, the Americas in general, have started putting them in tier 2 first to integrate first, and then promoting them, you know, either the split after or the year after. Yeah. But everybody else was in tier 1, and not only are they in tier 1 or were in tier 1, but they also had like big hopes on them, right? The fact that super clever, like literally 1v5 in the past, Natuno was always so hyped and never quite delivered. Oh, they did it again, guys. I hate this. So they drafted off screen again. You'd think by now, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what's happening with the production this split for CD, but do you think by now they'd have sorted that timing out? Because drafting on screen actually really helps the casters out and gives us more time to, like, it's more interesting in terms of being able to talk about like what's happening. Okay, well, it is what it is. Okay, let's take a look. I love that we're starting to see Rumble bans. I'm not liking that Stell was the one doing it on blue side. Like I said, I don't think there's a top lane match to Rumble right now. So if you first pick Rumble, there's no trade happening. Varus and Jace. Rakan, wow. That's odd to me that we are banning Rakan instead of Rel. And I don't even think you should be banning Rel right away. Like, there are trades that you can come through with. Weird. Maybe something happened in scrims. We're seeing the Gwen bans again, too. Nefiri ban. Okay. Bell is definitely practicing it. Sedge first pick, we answer Skarner. You see, that's what I mean. Like, there are counters. Like, there are trades here willing to do in every other role except for top right now. Sejuani, Maokai, Skarner, Ivern. Like, there's so many in the jungle right now. So I like that they didn't ban out the jungle and they just went for the trade. Well, Corki, not Ezreal answer. Interesting. We went for the Kaisa answer instead. Okay, I actually really like this already. The first two picks coming through for them. Kaisa, all three are good at diving. Kaisa wants a dive buddy. You see the Corki there, you're looking for it. Just have to be careful with the Skarner to come through. Let me just ban. Oh wait, I read the bans wrong. It was Nefiri, Kalista, Gwen bans first, and then Poppy Rakan later. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. We're going Maokai support. That's an interesting... I don't think Maokai support's really good, and I don't think it's a good diving support either. Like, Leona got banned, sure, you still got Nautilus and Rel. I think Rel is much better. The fact that we're picking Nautilus here, I think is twofold. One, it's objective control. He's just generally strong. And two, it's to remove Maokai off the board. So now in the jungle, we've got the big three out. Skarner, Maokai, Sejuani all are out. We're kind of looking at maybe Ivern and Wukong. I think Ivern is still S tier. But then, yeah, I mean, some teams might not agree. It depends on the jungler as well. I feel like Mukyo is not really an Ivern player. Wukong is probably more his speed, who's probably A tier right now. So there are still jungle options. But we're taking out like sort of the other S tier options. And this one's debatable whether it's like S or... I'll call it S minus, because I know people don't necessarily agree. Okay. And best of blind, we go for an Ethan answer. Okay. I don't really like the Los Grandes comp. It does give them a lot of agency. Like, there's a lot of individual things you can do. You don't need the jungle pressure. Aurora and Renekton can both do things on their own. I kind of don't like the Aurora into the Yone, though. We see this matchup a lot, and I much more favor the Yone side of it. Aurora gets to bully out Yone, but about 15-20 minutes into the game, once first item completes, Aurora just gets dumpstered at that point. I really don't like this. If you're this comp, you're picking it for agency and individual power, but then you're also putting a timer on it. Renekton doesn't skill as well as the Ambessa. Aurora falls off. Yeah, I'm not liking this composition. In isolation, I'd give this a, like, you're picking meta power picks, I guess. You've got a good front to back. I'd give it a 3 in isolation out of 5. But against this composition, this is not a good comp. This is really going to struggle. And your rid side, you had counter on R3 and R5. It's just not not good. This is a much more cohesive composition. In isolation, it'd already be a really good composition. The only weakness I'd argue is you're lacking a bit of magic damage. You get a little bit from Kaisa, you get a little bit from Maokai, but that's support. It's not great. For that reason, I'd probably give this like a 4 normally, but against this comp, I'm going to give it a 4.5. It might struggle a little bit into Skarner, but Skarner can't impale the entire team, or shouldn't be able to impale the entire team. Later on, your Kaisa is going to answer Corki, it's going to be able to answer Aurora, your Ambessa is going to be able to answer Renekton. Yeah, and you're a great team fighting composition, right? Everybody has AoE except for, well, even Ambessa has some AoE, but yeah, everybody's just great at team fighting on this composition. Kaisa and Ambessa are the least useful for that, and even then they're still good. You've got great pick potential, you're winning side lanes. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like Stella, the only way Stella probably loses game is either like they throw the game with really, really bad decisions, which, hey, can happen, or Lowe's just massively outhands Stella, which is going to be interesting. And that's why this matchup, I think, was one that's going to tell a lot. I'm personally very high on Stella. I think they've been showing a lot of good stuff. Zekus has leveled up so much in the last year. Last year already, when he came back, he already started looking really good. But he's just been getting better and better. I'm actually quite hopeful for Zekus that he might hit tier 1 level soon enough. And again, Super Clever will be a really good test as well, because Super Clever is tier 1 level. We know that for sure. In fact, we were a little bit surprised. Over in the LTA South, we were a little bit surprised that Super Clever kind of got dropped to tier 2. But it's hard to argue when you got like Gigo, Robo, Wiser, F&B. Yeah, not a lot of places for him, unfortunately, because we lost teams from Brazil as well. I mean, I could almost... Personally, I'd take Super Clever over some of the LA top laners. I wasn't... Oh, I guess Birdo kind of proved himself in teamfights later on, but his laning was weaker than these guys. Yeah, so I think I'm favoring Stella right now in terms of draft. It's just... Execution tends to be more important here in tier 2. And Low certainly advanced. I guess I should say Steiner technically isn't tier 1. He had some time, and I think he did well in CBLOL last year when he got his shot up there. So in my head, I still think of him as tier 1. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I think Los, as an organization, need to prove themselves a lot. When we think about what happened to them last year on that roster with BRTT, and they just completely fell apart anyways. Like, that's not really acceptable for the names that they have, for the Cowboy players they have. And so far, this split too, it's been kind of a mixed reception for me watching Los. What did they play exactly? Because, yeah, losing to Flamengo is fine. I think Flamengo is really good right now. Because Flamengo's loss was to the Corinthians, who is probably #1 team by a long shot. Yeah, so Los should be good. I don't think this 1-1 really reflects where they are. I kind of expect Los and Flamengo to be up there as well, like top 4 teams. But after watching the way they play, they've certainly not lived up to expectations. Stella is looking like the one who will take Los' spot, and I'm expecting top to be Corinthians, and then right below them would be like Kaboom, Flamengo, and either Stella or Los Grandes. K-Stars Academy is the other one that's kind of disappointed me with the quality of play I've seen from them. Because they're good. They should be better. And it's early in the split. Could just be settling issues. But we're in week 3. Standard start. No invades, interestingly enough. I say that. Ashtiner's getting kind of aggressive. I like this call from Los Grandes. We talked about how Renekton is strong early. The Aurora has range advantage over Yone. Yone is really weak early as well. So if they invade with the top 3, Stella can't really fight the invade. They can make it hard. Like, I don't expect Steiner to actually try and steal away a blue buff from them. Because that'd be a 3v4 situation. The big camps hit really hard in the beginning. Yeah, I think Steiner needs to kind of play for his top side of the map first. The bot side is going to struggle a little bit. Yeah. Trying to gank into the Maokai for the Skarner is not the easiest. And the same can be said from Yuka as well. Trying to gank that bot lane in general is going to be a bit tough for both sides.
Eu meio que consigo até entender esse eletrocutar, além de ser buffado, mais ambiência, tipo, entra,
Hey, Lunar.
e sai, enquanto o Renekton já ia ganhar nessa guerra de sustento de qualquer jeito.
How was life, Lunar? How was your weekend? LT is starting up next week.
Mais ou menos.
Oh no! I blame you, Lunar! We gotta pause again, this sucks.
Mais do que 900, 907 dashes, então...
Man.
Eu acho que eu vou ficar com esse 907 aí mesmo, porque senão eu vou ter que somar, e aí...
I don't know, Lunar, that was pretty sus timing. You show up and the pause instantly hits.
Quando a gente não sabe, né, coisa, a gente aceita o que a outra pessoa diz e tá tudo bem. Desde o
Você falar com
Ah.
segurança, você vai cravar
Okay.
907, é isso.
Você crava?
Eu cravo 907, já contei.
Well, at least the production seems to have sorted out what they're gonna do in situations like this now. We've had pause.
Nunca vi essa.
Jamais, né? Não, novidade.
I mean, you aren't wrong.
Pause agora nesse começo de partida,
You aren't wrong, Lunar.
Algumas lanes ali prometem bastante combate, como Colossus.
But by extension,
São duas composições que querem
I don't know if we can.
pra
Yeah,
cima.
he hasn't been here at all, so.
Algumas interações importantes aqui, como
Ah.
o Maokai é um campeão que tem muita dominância de terreno, então
Okay,
se
we
a equipe da
balloons.
Lourdes quer fazer essa, se aproximar, né, principalmente com a Aurora, com esses flancos, o Maokai pode iniciar mais rápido, e aí é só...
Yeah, this is now what I'm gonna do every time we hit a pause. Just play some stupid game on the side. Whether it be... I was thinking about playing Tetris actually, but I realized I can't play Tetris and actually focus on chat at the same time. So instead of doing that, I'll just do this.
Campeões de flanco, tanto a Aurora quanto o Renekton
Balloons, because I don't need to focus on balloons.
E eu
Yeah.
acho que mais do que poder,
Man.
eu leio uma necessidade de
I actually wasn't sure. Oh, there we
esse
go.
Maokai
We're back in. Let's
não
go.
seja tão efetivo, para que esse Maokai não seja tão decisivo.
Okay, interestingly enough, Sheener's actually invading on the blue.
Lá pro meio do jogo.
E falando de meio, a gente
That's
tá
kind of
falando que a
interesting.
rota central MG pressionando
It's a
demais,
delayed
né,
invade. I like the call.
aproveitando realmente que
And we're going for the
o
vertical
Lourdes
split as
vai dar
well,
um
which is
pra
good.
jogar, pra
Because I already
conseguir
said Los Grandes want to play
mais
for the top
de
side anyways,
antecedência.
so
Aqui na Serra, o Melchior garantindo
that's
seu
the much
domínio
strongest half the
dele,
map for them.
enquanto o Steiner está
And it's not like
passando a
Mukyo can
mão no
easily
botão
gank bot
azul dele,
lane.
inclusive
Corki and
não
Alistair are
tem
pretty tough to gank.
grid. A Loz então parte pra essa
Like decision making.
agressividade além das linhas adversárias. E a gente tem daqui a pouco, ali em 2 minutinhos, o nascer do primeiro dragão, o primeiro objetivo, esse dragão das montanhas.
Exato, eu ia comentar justamente isso. A posição agressiva.
It looks bad for the Yone, but that's technically the right call. It's just he's level 3, man. It's hard for him to do anything. With him chugging pots like no tomorrow. Okay. This is actually really bad for Mukyo. Mukyo didn't realize, so he lost pretty much everything. So yeah, now he can't even counter invade and actually vertical split. He might just get 3 buffed.
Temos então
Yeah.
essa possibilidade da paralisação rápida que o Melchior pode oferecer pra cima do Steiner, mas ele
Yeah,
sabe
Mukyo
que
just gets 3 buffed. This is so good for Los.
Ele tinha que sair.
This is a
porque
fantastic
o
start for them.
Alice já tinha tomado a
But this game was never, for Stella, it's never been about the early game. It's about surviving late. So the big question now is how can Los transition or parlay this 3 buff to an actual early lead? Aethusa and Zek is already playing passive, so the only lane you can really look to gank is bot lane.
só ajudar, né?
Exatamente, para ajudar que
Oh, wow. Steiner wants to even take away Scuttle. He's late on it, though.
Tá falando bastante, tem na parte superior, tem na parte do meio também. O MG que ainda vai continuando por aqui mesmo com a mana baixa, porque ele
See, by doing this, unfortunately,
então para ele estar
it's actually kind of bad for Steiner. And that's why I said, like, the big question is what Steiner does with this, right? Normally, when you get a 3 buff start like that, you want to just full clear and 3 buff as fast as you can, and then you kind of revisit the same quadrant you stole from to try and take that on spawn. Because you're just trying to deny and set the enemy jungler behind. But because Steiner waffled, and he cleared this way, and then from here down this way, and then from here back up this way, because he did that and didn't actually clear this quadrant, he's actually not ahead of Mukyo now. He's about the same. The camps have started respawning as well, so... And it's not as linear in terms of what Mukyo wants to do. You don't know which lane Mukyo's going to show up on now.
Sim, é começo de jogo que eu realmente esperava que a equipe da
The lane's getting their reset as well, at least for mid lane, means that mid lane's potentially gankable. When Aethusa hits 6, he doesn't have that much kill threat on his own, but with Mukyo, there's kill threat onto MG. So, a huge... And I guess, like, this is my problem with Los Grandes, is that a great idea to invade, I feel like that's a great individual call, but then after that, things kind of went a bit screwy for them. And then they're not actually able to leverage that, the early 3 buff into anything significant. Yeah, you can see the gold's like 5 gold difference between the junglers. That's nothing.
É, tá olhando pras
The biggest advantage is just from laning, which we already knew was going to happen from these matchups. And it's not significant either.
vai escalar loucamente,
The
assim,
levels are
vai
still,
ser
the
uma
experience is
coisa
still the same, which is the more important thing right now for
controlada
these players.
no late game, mas ao mesmo tempo eu acho que é uma ligeira vantagem para Estelar aí, né? Por causa da caixa em cima do Cork.
Sim.
Mas é muito pouquinha
É,
mesmo.
porque eu acho que aí
Oh,
vai também da
okay.
questão do resto da composição, porque o
Aham.
Cork,
Yeah,
se ele
and
ficar
once again, it's Stella kind of taking the lead. We're seeing the lane swaps come through from them first.
até o Renekton, se você
Zekis has shown down bot, so it's interesting to me that Netuno is still sitting in the bot lane. We're probably just going to see objective trade. Yuki has already started up Herald. Steiner should just be looking at Dragon. If he looks at Herald, that's kind of risky. Or Grub's running, not Herald.
Estamos já com a primeira leva de
Like, you can
batalhas
probably
cercadas
stop
por
all 3 being
personagens
taken. You can maybe try and smite one away. But if you bug fight, it gets really iffy. I threw the 6 as well.
Celo e Cavalo vieram pra rota superior, o Zekas foi lá pra baixo e a equipe da Los chega num bom tempo de contest, levaram só
Yeah.
uma linha, sobrou a
Okay,
linha.
so they get one. It's a split right now.
Não vai
Do they
ser
want to
um
fight?
stack completo de objetivos
This is such a rough situation for both these teams. Whoever stays in the pit loses. Yeah, I think is going to threaten.
Boa, Ituza tá chegando, tá fechando pela
Yep,
lateral.
forcing the flash right away.
Vem com o destino selado, vai se colocando um pouco mais à frente e o contato agora é total.
Oh,
Uma
I think he's gonna
passagem
die.
entre mundos, MG com um ótimo controle de terreno, vai pra cima da Ituza e garante o flash.
Okay,
nas mãos
okay.
da Los.
É, aí se
Not how I
colocou
expected it to go,
deitado,
but well
aí
played from Los
Ituza
Grandes.
tentou a sorte pra pescar o Steiner
Mid pressure diff.
e no final das contas,
It's funny because
ele
Aituza shouldn't have actually had mid pressure on that move. MG moved too early. And Stella played it slow. Stella knew that they weren't going for all 3. They just wanted to get 2 and get out. But you can see like the sort of split decision on the call for the last grub. Because here all Aituza needed to do was just slowly pressure. He didn't actually need to engage. In fact, using the ult was what shafted him. Because the moment the ult went down, Los Grandes know they can turn. And Aituza didn't catch anybody. The call here from Mukio and from Cavallo was to do just grab, and go. Yeah, and then because he committed, he dies. That's his problem. Little bit rough though for Aituza, but at least it's only his lane that gets affected. The kill goes over to MG, so.
Ele se jogou com R. A gente vê alguns Iones utilizando primeiro desatar da alma, né? Ele se separa do seu corpo físico com o seu E, então ele consegue utilizar o ultimate. Se der alguma coisa ruim, você volta no seu E, mas aqui não foi.
Yeah, Lost Chapter picked up by MG already.
Passou a vida, primeiro abate
That makes the
do
lane
MG aqui.
kind of more
Ele volta
annoying.
na rota, agora um pouco mais com essa
And again, recurve ball. We keep seeing this recurve ball early pick for Yone. They just picked that for kill threat. I was looking into it. Apparently it's just for kill threat and better wave clear. Ooh, Super Glimmer didn't stop the backs. Okay. Junglers are 6 now. They weren't at the last fight. This does make Dragon fight kind of more interesting as well.
Na parte de baixo, eu até achei que eles estavam com. Na real, eles estão com prioridade, o Netuno e o Sangueon, só que eles estão fazendo reset. Então eles ainda assim vão.
Okay, Zekas got set, I think, further behind actually by the lane swap. Interesting call.
Quem domina o beat vai ser Stellar.
E até mais uma questão de ponto de
Okay,
jogo também,
yeah.
do pico de poder. Acho que,
For a second, I was looking at them start that up without wards, and it's like, oh, that's risky. Even with the Maokai saplings. Nice play from Gabby. Oh, hello. That's a 1-for-1 already.
Suporte por suporte no final das contas, e era exatamente por isso que
Okay,
aconteceu.
the kill went to Mukio and to MG. So Lo's actually a hit again on that trade.
Ele tava cozinhando aquela de Minas, calma aí, Celo, vai sobrar.
Oh.
Sendo completamente
Okay.
refocado, mas ele vai se movimentar com um pouco
Yeah, that was a really odd, risky situation from Stella. They didn't set up vision sufficiently. And that was a great Hex Flash over the wall from Gabby to find the kill. Still melts though. Yeah, they needed to drop the warp before they start up Dragon, not like after. I think a lot of miss ults early. I was actually surprised they managed to turn and just burst down Gabby like that. But well played from them. Or Sanghyun. I should get used to calling him Sanghyun instead of Gabby, I guess. He's already changed his name.
Eles não foram pra rota direto, tava uma onda de minions ali realmente próxima a essa torre, eles perderam um pouquinho dessa experiência, desse ouro, mas eles estavam no melhor posicionamento pra contestar, porque
Yeah, those are actually inching out a pretty significant advantage just off the lanes. That's good to see. And first drag. Ooh, and Cavallo is low-key inting. Like, what? Why did we need to fight here? From Cavallo, I don't understand. Was he just caught warding? Okay, so he drops the sapling here. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Cavallo, this is wholly unnecessary from Cavallo. Like, you have no backup, you have nothing, and then you're just trying to force it. Kind of weird. Okay, Stella, very uncharacteristic of them. The first two matches we saw of Stella, they looked pretty good. Like, they were making right decisions, they were playing good macro. Solid macro. I would say it's amazing. They did things by the book, which is all you need to do. They're making their own life really, really hard this game. They will still outscale, it's just... yeah, it feels like they surrendered a lot of the initiative this game. Those are actually showing enough to brute force objectives now. Yeah, good steal away by Mukio for the one grub. Because you see Sanghyun and Natuno here, you know that your AD carry just backed. You're solo, 1v2. Even without Steiner getting there, I think Cavallo dies anyways. Like, literally, that was just a choice. Decisions were made. Weird.
Interessante pontuar que essa postura mais agressiva com o suporte que o Sangyeon tá oferecendo desde a semana passada. Ele trouxe o Rel, trouxe Leona e tava insuportável.
Grub's got this at 3-3. Well played from Stella. To not give over more, considering how much he already gave over. But Los still have a significant goal lead, and I think Herald's the big thing in 2 minutes. Los want to take turrets as fast as they can. But their comp is going to struggle to take turrets a little bit. Their range is pretty short. Stella don't have the best wave clear to deal with it, so... it's doable, but the lack of range means that you're constantly turret diving if you don't have something like a Herald to try and help you crack a turret.
Mas nesse ritmo aqui não chega em 25 minutos pra estelar e brigar, não.
Esse é o ponto, né? Os monstros ali da equipe da Loz, os carries, já estão bem fortes, né? A gente vê no rota-rota, essa é a maior diferença, né? O que configura a diferença de ouro ali. 600 de ouro a favor do Super Clever,
Drag coming up before Herald.
Que marca bastante desses 2.000 de ouro que quase a gente tem.
Oh, I forgot they extended Herald timers already. It's not 2 minutes, 4 minutes, yeah. Bond's at 16 now, huh? I keep forgetting they changed Herald and Baron timers. Baron's what, 26 minutes now? 24, 26? I forget. Yeah, so they're actually going to set our own dragon first, because that one comes up first, I guess. I don't really think this second drag is that important. It's a single chem tech. I think if you're Stella, you just surrender this one. And ideally, I'd like to see them make a cross-map play instead. Go try and take out Super Clever. If you can take him out at the right timing, like while they're doing Dragon, you can potentially set up for Herald better. And for Stella, Herald's kind of important to deny it away from Los Grandes. More of a denial tactic than an actual, like, oh, we want to use this to push sort of deal. Yeah, top side's completely darked out. There's no vision. There's no red vision up here. Ooh, no! Zekis whiffed! Woo! Yikes! Yeah, that was actually kind of bad. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Stella today. They are. Ooh, boy. That was rough from Zekis. Okay, now all of a sudden, Stella loses all control. They can't go for drag in 30 seconds. They're behind. Top laner TP. Super Clevers comes up first, I guess. So yeah, Los just need to stall a little bit if they don't feel confident, but I think they're confident enough that they can just brute force this 4v4 and win. Okay. That's low-key kind of messed up to me that Stella's losing with the comp they have, but here we are. If Mukio gets the hero steal, pardon me, oh my goodness, that'd be insane. Okay. Nice flank from Methuselah. This is perfect. Picture perfect. If he can get the out off. He can't get it! Ah, he couldn't get it off. That's kind of rough. Man. Okay. I saw the angle for Stella. They're struggling with mechanics right now, which is kind of weird when you watch how they play last 2 weeks or last 2 games. Okay. I respect the attempt though, considering that I think they got such a good flank angle. That's crazy. Kind of rough though. They end up losing 0 for 2 and Dragon gone. So Los continue accelerating the game. Yeah, that was a high risk, high reward play from Stella. I almost think they have been better off just going for the Dragon steal instead of looking for the fight there.
Inclusive esse arauto que se for garantido pelo time da Los já é mais espaço das proezas que faltavam para eles terem as botinhas.
Yeah, I don't know why it took so long for Arthur to actually get the ult off. Like right here, I thought you just ult across, no? Did he get CC'd? He comes in here. Hit. Yeah, he didn't get CC'd. He just didn't ult. I don't know why. Like, you'd think that he wants to scoop them up into the team right there. But then because he waited so long, he didn't have the right angle anymore. They saw him coming. And they actually had full vision of him because he was outside of push at that point. They actually turned on the fight. Yeah, I don't know what on earth Stella's doing. Stella doing their best Fnatic impression. I guess. Oh, I didn't watch LEC this weekend, so. But, yeah. So I'm assuming that Fnatic did some really dumb stuff, but didn't do anything. Yeah, this is just brutal right now. I don't know. Stella needs to wake up. And to me, the biggest waste is they got so many strong power picks. They just lost to SK? What? Okay, I don't think any of us had that on the cards. SK with all the role swapping and the new jungler they have and everything. Yikes. Okay, I know it. Yes, Yikes is on. Was it G2, not Fnatic? Rogue. Okay. Okay, we are dumping everything on Super Clubber there. That honestly is a desperation play from Stella at that point. They're committing so many resources to do that. They already lost top. They're gonna lose mid. Like Lows are more than happy with that trade. That's Stella just trying to like do a mental reset on that gank. I hope it does mental reset them. Yeah. Okay, maps opened up though, so theoretically this is better for Stella, because the lanes are much longer. He just need to play safe. Yikes! I think he's done a vault, so he has no kill threat. Okay. This is really painful to watch. I mean, at least that trade is kind of like, if you think of it as a kill for turret trade, it's worth it. The problem is Stella invested so much to make that happen. I think they probably should have just based right after he took the turret. He just overstayed. Yeah. But losing Sejuani, Mbessa, Yone, and Maokai on the same draft and losing a game with all these picks, man, that sucks. You're playing earless. That's a huge problem. 3,500 gold up for Los Grandes with Herald in pocket too. By the way, they haven't even used it yet. That's basically another guaranteed turret at this point because they're so far ahead. Should I jinx it, guys? Should I jinx it? Should I curse it? Surely Los can't lose a game from this position. I mean, we've seen them do worse in CBLOL, but surely in CD they can't. Yeah, comp doesn't even require anything fancy. Literally just keep pressuring. And just go for objectives. Stella's not out of it yet. I think they hit the 2-item power spike. They can actually still look for fights. It just relies on Itucha just has to play properly on the Yone. Even if they are 4k behind, yeah. The Yone ult's just that strong. And they have enough CC to like lock them down for what? 5, 6, 7 seconds? That did nothing to Steiner. Yeah. Are they actually looking to contest a Drake? Zekas has TP, but he needs to be TPing now. There's a good ward from here.
A gente acompanha aqui
Yeah,
agora o
no, they're not
Circuito,
contesting this.
terceiro dragão, tá?
They're not contesting this? The pings went down to Zekas. They want to go. What?
A equipe da Stellai, mas sem o
What are they
Zekas,
doing?
Estão esperando esse momento, mas esse momento não chega. É ponto de alta do oceano para a equipe da Luz.
Tava muito difícil deles fazerem essa iniciação, não tinha ninguém.
I am so confused by this call from Stella.
A equipe da Luz está se dando a melhor.
What are we looking for here in this situation? They're doing Dragon. You have no vision on it. So going for the steal is the wrong call. I agree with that. But you should have just been pushing up mid and trying to control. Like, you didn't need everybody sitting in that bush. You just needed a ward or like 2 people. And then you need to push up to get your wave in and try and get some chip damage to that mid turret. And Zek is just leaving topside to, what, Fog? Like, he's got TP. I guess the threat of a TP is there. But again, you're better off just trying to push and actually do damage to the turret and maybe take the turret. That's gold. Standing gold. I'm so confused right now.
Mas com a alma do oceano, o comando vai ser completo.
Falando de comando, já passam o
Okay, and now we're in the enemy jungle for absolute zero.
Mas a vantagem numérica não vai ser o suficiente para a equipe da Stellai.
They don't have a ward this time. Oh, and now they're getting flanked.
Passa também agora essa
Yeah,
movimentação
okay.
do teammate. Super Clever chegou com o teleporte, tá com o Dominus ligado. Arthur
I-
já foi completamente deletado. Cavalo aqui
I
pra
just-
baixo buscando escape qualquer. Apagam o Celo.
Okay.
Não vai apagar o Melchior, que é obrigado a flechar pelo espaço do Covil. Muitos recursos.
I don't know anything anymore in CD. Like, the better comp loses
difícil.
literally half the time right now. It's a better comp from Stella, but the way they're executing is horrific. And Los are just like, okay, you're serving this on a silver platter, we'll take it. This is insane. E- Even that, like, why are we in there? What are we looking for that is worth... Like, they're looking for El Dorado, I guess, in the enemy jungle. Just, I don't know, man. GG go next angle, GG go next angle. There's not much left to see on this one.
Então foi fácil pro Super Kleber chegar e fácil para ele definir também essa luta que já estava bem controlada, mas a chegada dele fez ainda uma maior diferença. A gente vai ver agora que primeiro que iniciar.
Yeah, it's just that simple. Stella can't teamfight. And the TP from... Look at where Zekas ends up, too. Zekas TP's onto a wave back here when the fight's over here. Like, brother has to travel a ridiculously long time to get there. At that point, just no point calling for the TP. Just keep pushing. Team troll. We go next. We just play for ourselves. And the more we see, the more games we see, the more answers we get, the more questions I have.
Tá descendo ali lá na bot lane, lá de trás. E aí, a Luz vai levar a parte do meio, vai levar a parte de baixo. De novo, uma troca extremamente favorável da equipe da Luz. Vai levar até 3, tá? Vai levar até 3.
Pelo visto vai rolar
Oh, wow.
esse double
So again, we do this weird trade where we get one outer turret because we sent multiple people up here, and then we lose multiple turrets in the bot side instead. Somebody write that herald.
É metade da vida da T3 que já era só com cheiro.
Cowards. MG and Super Clever, they have GA, they should have just taken it.
Viram agora o rebocamento, Melchior entregue no meio da selva. Falta nada de
Okay. This is like the best fight that Stella could probably hope for, and they still can't convert it. They still can't get any kills at all. They don't even pop the GAs. So all the GAs are still up and available for this push.
E é exatamente por isso, por causa do atacante, que eu tô falando que eles vão levar a T3 nesse push. Tá lá, o cerco tá armado e a torre tá no chão. Seguiu!
Wow, Enthusiast used the ult to get out. He indeed sealed his team's fate. Like, oh, they're so lucky, Cello. If Cello died there, that might actually have been game. I think they actually just push in the end at that point. They don't fear Aithusa. Aithusa's not doing enough damage. He just burnt his ult as well. Zekis is really weak, sitting on only an Eclipse, like 1 and components. When we're looking at like 3 items on the 80 carries. Yeah. How did we get here? Just bad decision after bad decision from Stella. On the bright side, that means that Stella could just pop back for game 2. Like, it doesn't mean... This game 1 means nothing, basically.
Cada vez mais macia essa base da Stellai para ser destruída.
E aí, olha o problemaço que a Stellai tem pela frente. Barão disponível na parte de cima, 30 segundos pro dragão na parte de baixo. Quem que você acha que vai mandar?
I can't even say, like, Los is doing incredibly well, or, like, this tells us that Los is a good team. I think Los knows how to take advantage of mistakes, and they certainly punish Stella for it.
do Entre Mundos utilizado, o Celo teve que já meter o pé o mais rápido possível. Ele é só uma caixa com 2 itens fechados e que não tá nem
Okay, we're
tão
paying for Baron
perto
from
do
Stella.
pico de poder que ele precisa estar.
This would be a stalling Baron if they can get it. I don't think Los even
Só pra você
cares.
ter uma noção, ó, se eu quiser, aqui, se eu
I think the
quiser,
Dragon's so much better for Los Grandes.
Nem tô
Todos
querendo,
esperam.
mas imagina se eu quisesse.
Imagina, a equipe
Yeah.
da Celai agora tentando fazer essa defesa do Barão, eles começaram.
Like, I wouldn't hate it if Super Clever actually just went for Dragon. Oh, they're sending the Tuno for Dragon? That's terrible.
Já vem então agora a passagem das garras.
Okay, chance for Stella?
Belíssima entrada aí, Tusa, vai buscando paralisação, mas a gente tem Super Clever, Dominus ativo.
Because of really weird lane. Oh, not like this.
A equipe da Los tá com baixa vida, mas mesmo assim eles estão com alto ímpeto. Cielo garante neutralização.
Not like this. Oh my goodness.
Porque aqui o Netuno
It's a slaughter.
muito danificado, mas ainda segue se
These people have families.
Aqui é chase pra fazer um ace.
Damn, Gabby.
Agora do MG sobra somente o Cell.
Cavi has no mercy.
Simplesmente um desastre total pra Stellai.
A equipe da Stellai só podia brigar.
Okay.
O jogo deles vem azedando.
And that was Los Grandes giving them the best opportunity ever.
Começo da
Both
partida,
MG and Netuno were not there at the start of the fight. Both their main carries were kind of dicking around between Dragon and mid lane trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Man. Hey, Dark Knight. Hey, you're early today.
garantir a alma,
Good to see you, buddy.
e aí vai
How's
vir
life?
o Barão na parte de cima com tranquilidade pra brigar com alma, pra fazer cerco com o Barão e aí fechar o jogo.
Yeah, okay. Los, just please put them out their misery and get us the game too, man. Like, ain't nobody want to see this. Hey, it's your day off. Nice. I hope you're having a good day. The sun's out that you're enjoying. Because all we're watching right here is pain, and not even good pain gaming. This is just really bad plays.
Antecipa com essa visão que o Shidor oferece, mas é muito dano por segundo.
Holy crap. Lows are actually hard hitting.
Rei não segura a garra em Caturin Steiner. Não existe segredinho, Stellai.
And they're still gonna win this 4v5. Because it does not matter.
Passou agora com a entrada
They are too far ahead to lose now.
tá lá atrás do
They're too big to fail.
É double kill nas mãos do Netuno, vão pra cima dos Zekas.
Cello is once again the lone survivor watching his team int around him.
Uma vez.
E olha a base, você falou da
Holy
base,
crap.
né, Zita, de
Okay,
vez
please,
em
Los, just end and go next. End and go
quando
next. I don't want to even
Nossa,
look at this anymore. This is so
já
disgusting.
invadindo com muitos minions na sequência. É o jogo pra equipe da Los. Foi
No,
o
Dark Knight, not even.
primeiro da Stellai. E esse
I can't even say Los is actually good because it was just Stella being very, very bad.
A equipe da Los vem pra derrubar a
And I am shocked.
integridade da Stellai. Nesse ponto, o Nexus completamente desprotegido.
Like, Stella threw the early game. They fed over a whole bunch of kills. They just made some really bad decisions. And then the game snowballed. And then Los was like, hold my beverage of choice. Because they started throwing towards the end. But they were so far ahead that even when they throw, they still win. Because, yeah, they're far ahead. But, like, literally, the draft. I don't understand how we get this draft into this and lose. How did we do that? Like, generally, just what? We get like a Thanos AoE composition, which completely outskills the opposition. And it's not like Los had great ways to accelerate the early game either. But Stella just opted to... Like, and even when they got a 3-buff... So, Los Grandes actually 3-buffed Mukio. Technically, Steiner 3-buffed Mukio. Except that Steiner never picked up the 3rd buff till like significantly later in the game. So the early game should have been 3-buff, ended up not being a big lead. It's just... Man, what a game.
A top lane também o
Ah.
dominou o embate. Na parte de baixo, pois
The Stella team is a name change. I think they were...
absolutamente nada
Yeah, they are Ryzen.
com esse Maokai.
Oh, okay. I guess they technically acquired. They bought the spot. Never mind. Yeah. It's the former Troop Horizon.
Fazia sentido.
Exato, mas como não teve vantagem,
And honestly, I was really impressed with them after watching the first 2 weeks. But then this game just made me... very confused about the whole thing. Like, what are we doing? Again, the good news is that when a team plays badly like that, just because of bad decision making, they can bounce back really fast, right? It's not like fundamental issues. It's just, yeah, maybe they weren't awake. Maybe there was just like bad calls kept, like they snowballed out of control, bad calls. They just need a mental reset and go to game 2. They can bounce back. Los had a really good early game though. Like you could see they had good ideas and good plans of what they want to do, but it feels like they're not consistent. So they'll make like a good play and then they'll make a bad play.
A Los, você tinha falado.
Their hands are still there though for Los, which is, I mean, what we said of them multiple times now. They have hands, but
É muito
Yeah.
Principalmente quando
They
a gente olhava
kinda
pra
almost
nós,
threw a
os
couple of times
600
towards the end,
lado,
but
lembra? 700 na
yeah.
parte superior do mapa. Aí já mostrava que era uma vantagem mais direcionada,
Not today.
mas que
Not today.
individualmente, a Luz
MVP
estava
after that
muito
game would be a
exatamente
hard
nível
one,
ali.
man. I
Em
don't even
questão de
know who I'd
algumas
give that
grandes
to.
tretas que aconteciam diante de objetivos, como o MG crescia, como dava espaço
Yeah, so like that
pro
fight, this fight was already so bad. All the replays will probably show the bad decision making. Like there was no need for Aithusa to go in there. He just chose to randomly engage during a few times. Yeah. I was just joking about that actually, about how like if this was CV LOL, I'd 100% say Los could lose it. This one, Cavallo gets caught out when his AD carry backed. Like Cello just backed. There's no reason for you to play aggressively. You even without the jungler there, you still die 1v2 anyway. So why were we there? Oh, this one actually looks kind of good. But then Aithusa instead of, oh, by the way, this is bugged. There's a, yeah. But yeah, they instead of going in immediately, he like waited to get to a weird angle and then could make it happen. I thought there were bushes. That was my bad, actually. Yeah, I forgot that the dragon. It takes a while to spawn if the dragon went down. They had full vision of Yone, but yeah, this was where Los Grandes almost threw because Baron was up, and the call from Stella was to go for Baron, and I'm okay with Los Grandes trading Baron for Ocean Soul here, but instead they like, did some weird thing where both MG and Natuno. Hold on. Let me catch the beginning of that replay. And you can look at the minimap, and both MG and Natuno were in like a really weird spot. Like MG's like walking away from the fight. It looks like he kind of wants to go down. Natuno's at the dragon, and I don't know why we've got the AD carry doing this instead of, you know, somebody with the TP who can actually rejoin the fight. So the fight starts without like MG really wanting to get in there, and without Natuno. And even then, Los couldn't lose the fight because Stella is too far behind at this point. But yeah, a lot of weird questionable stuff. What was Aithusa doing? He just needed to out. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying with Aithusa's Yone. It just was not it. And such a strong champion, he had a perfect comp for it, just could not execute. Really painful to watch. Spoods. LEC rating LTA Espanol was a very interesting experience to come back to today. LTA Espanol? Wait, is LTA is not playing today, is it? Didn't it start this weekend? Oh, I guess LTA Espanol is covering LR and LRS, I guess. Are they? I guess? I don't know. How are you doing, Spoods? We were chilling today until this happened. this game's got me all sorts of fueling all sorts of ways, man. I just don't understand how this comp can lose. Like this is beyond caster curse at this point. That's just cursed. Period. I should have rated. That'd be funny if they rated me. I don't even know how to respond to that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. How did this lose? I don't know either. Like I genuinely don't. I looked at this drop and I was like, okay, Los made some choices. They just went for like individual power picks and I was like, that's fine, I guess. But the only way this comp loses is if Stella makes some really bad decision and throws the game, or like Los Grandes just outhands monstrously, and both happen this game. And I'm looking at this going like, what on earth? How did we end up here? That's the problem. Skarner wasn't even like the big part. I mean, Steiner was okay. Like okay, no, that's not fair. Steiner did well. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm kind of trivializing what he managed to do, but that's why I'm having problems. Like I was thinking about, okay, who do you MVP on this from Los Grandes this game? Like nobody to me was insanely cracked. I'm tempted to give it to Sanghyun or Kabi. Sanghyun, I need to get used to calling him Sanghyun. That's his name now, not Kabi. I would probably give it to Sanghyun because I think his Alistar had really good engage angles and did the most disruption. But when Stella is just like force feeding themselves to you, it's hard to pick an MVP, you know? Yeah. Oh, you mean like Skarner is one thing that can mess up the engage. Yeah. Stardust MVP? I don't know. I mean, Stardust wasn't on the Rift unless he like somehow mind controlled all of Stella, which is not out of the realm of possibility. Stardust just somehow mind controlled them. I don't know. Okay, Stella's got what 5? I think they get like 10 minutes to teams in between matches to kind of re-strategize. Political and Reverse need to pull out the whip. They need to take the belt off and start, whipping that team into shape because their mental that game just looked boomed. Drafted the winning comp MVP. But this isn't even the winning comp. Like this comp should not be able to win. That's the shocking part. The only part of this composition that does really well into this was Skarner. Like Spoot said. Everything else is like kind of sus. Like sure, Renekton beats Ambessa early, but that's about it. And then like Aurora beats Yone early, but that's about it. Late game they both lose. It's only early. Late goes the other way. Lunar, we need a 6-game day. You know what? I will take a 6-game day if there are no pauses. No! See, that's the problem, Lunar, is the pauses. Okay, the pause, at least in this game, was pretty short. I can live with like 30-second pauses. I didn't even get my Bloons game started, so... Yeah. But jeez. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in game 2. If I'm Stella, I'd still take blue side. I think there are enough OPs open that you still want blue side. Yeah. I think Rumble is something that we can go for in the Fury Gwen our options as well. I was watching the Nefiri game in NACL and I was not terribly impressed, I gotta admit. So yeah, I want to see a good Nefiri. I don't understand why she's considered busted. Or I haven't really gotten to see a good reason why. I've seen her win games, just I don't know if I think like she's the big reason why they won. So yeah. But yeah, Foods, how are you doing? I feel like I would lose. What do you mean I would lose a pro drafts? Not sure what you mean by that, Linner. Like that I would draft poorly? Some metas, well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that necessarily. I think some metas I understand a lot more than others. And I will also say that there's a reason why I've never really wanted to be a coach is because I'm not the best at seeing the next big thing, right? So I get better the more data I have, the more games I get to watch, the more I understand meta. So sure, right? Like I'll agree with that. I do think, yeah, the 2-item power spike is huge, which is why we're not seeing as much like Jinx and stuff who needs like 3 items to really come online. But when I look at the compositions, the problem is this comp spikes better at 2 items. Do they? I feel like this comp has better 1-item spike. Like at 2 items, I think Yone beats Aurora. And at 2 items, I think Ambessa starts to match Renekton. At 2 items... Okay, 2 items... Kaisa can do what she wants to do to Corki at that point. Aurora is strongest. Okay, so yes, Aurora's 2-item power spike is big, but Yone's 2-item power spike is bigger. At 2 items, Yone starts to win the 1v1 matchup. And in terms of teamfight as well, Yone just has more impact. Even at 1 item, his Blade of the Ruined King allows him to start beating Aurora already. But at 2 items, his teamfight starts to beat Aurora's as well. That's why I think Yone is completely busted right now. Like, for me, I think that the number one... I'm surprised we don't see more Yone. I feel like Yone is a bigger pick to me than Rumble. The only reason why I think I would drop Rumble first is because Rumble has no like in-lane trade answer necessarily. But even then, like if you gave Rumble to pick Yone, I would be okay with that. Personally. Never thought of being an analyst. I have thought of being an analyst before and doing some analytical work, but there's not a lot of demand for analysts at tier 2 or below, unfortunately. There's this guy, Quanta, who used to be an analyst for North American like tier 3, tier 2 stuff, and that guy was absolutely brilliant. And even he couldn't get like a full-time job being an analyst. So yeah, and I do much more prefer casting. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, here's a draft, and they dropped it off screen again. Great. Usually they only do that for game 1, and then game 2 we usually get in after the first
Cadê? Não tô achando.
big ban phase. But
Ah, tá na minha cabeça.
okay.
Tudo bem, pode ser.
There's no full-time analyst job outside of Korea. I mean, in tier 1 there are full-time analyst jobs. I think every team used to have a full-time analyst, but yeah, in tier 2 I don't know of any full-time analysts in tier 2. I don't even know in Korea, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Korea had full-time analysts. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. We get seen Fury in CD for the first time. That's gonna be very, very interesting. I am. Okay, they do. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. I'm not familiar with LCKCL, but yeah, it makes sense that they do. And now we have confirmation from Lunar. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Rumble gets banned by red side. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. That's why I was a bit surprised when Stella banned it blue side, but then they're in red now. So they wanted counter pick. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Ballista, Azir. Banning Azir against Aithuza. Okay. We're banning Rise. I don't know how I feel about these Rise. Some of these bans are a bit weird to me. I don't know how I feel about the Rise ban. Excuse me. Okay, so they first pick Nefiri. Go Xinjiao. Okay, actually, I kind of see Xinjiao as a Nefiri counter, like on paper. I can kind of see it. Whether or not it works out in reality, we'll see. But I kind of don't like that we went the Varus here and the Ezreal here and gave over Varus, because now those gets 2 power picks. That's kind of why I expected Stella to just stay on blue side too, because I think there's enough OPs that blue side's still stronger. And then we pick Varus Talia, and we pick Wei as the answer to Talia. So we're picking Hui into... Okay, so you see Talia, you see Nefiri. Are you Yeah, so you're expecting jungle Nefiri, so you want something to match into Talia. Okay. Then we ban the ports, we ban Karma. Okay, because Ezreal, sure. And Leo, we ban. And then we pick Rel, who's strongest right now. And Alistar's already gone, I like that. And then we counter. Okay. Wait. Okay. Interesting. The Hui. So Lunar, you say you hate the Hui here. I'm curious why. I don't hate it. I don't know if it had been my preferred pick necessarily. Because I feel like these two, it's kind of weird with these two and everything else. Like, you've got a really tanky front line. I would have liked something that can just pump out damage in a team fight fairly safely. But Azir did get banned, and that would have been my go-to, I guess. Victor is a bit short range, so it's a little bit risky to play, but I would actually still be fine with the Victor. I would have preferred a Victor, I think. But then Victor does very poorly into Talia, so trade-offs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious why you hate the way. Yeah, this Stella has a very straightforward thing. The only question you have is Nefiri. Nefiri is supposed to be really strong after the patches, the patch that buffed her a little bit and changed her Hound's uptime. So the uptime is lower, but the spikes are clearer, and apparently the spikes are pretty strong. So, Silas here. Ooh. Ooh, actually. I mean, Silas into Talia matchup, we've seen that a lot. I've never been a fan of the Silas into Talia necessarily, but it's been done enough that I can see it outscaling. My problem with Silas is I don't see how he plays into Nefiri, Varus, and Talia all at the same time. Like, I feel like there's enough. He just gets burst out, no? For Stella? Okay, Stella's comp, I'm going to give a 3. Just a 3. It's fine. It's okay. Like, you've got a nice big front line. You've got a lot of disengage. You can create a lot of space for Ezreal Hui. It's solid. I don't feel like it's very cohesive, but I can kind of see how it goes. My concern is it might lack damage to actually be able to cut through the Cassante later on. And Rakan will also get tanky if it goes super late, so I'm not super sold that we don't have a consistent damage source for teamfights. This feels a bit like a poke comp without enough poke. I do like the Gnar though into the Cassante. That will be nice. They also kind of lack a little bit of engage. Yeah, I like Los's comp a lot better. They got a lot of power picks.
retomar
And then
então
going to Talia
o
here when you
desempenho
see
tá já
this is it's pretty solid.
dentro do nosso circuito desafiante.
They get engaged with Rakan. It's a very nice, solid composition. I'm gonna give it a 4.
Eu gosto mais da
It
composição
might
da Lost, tá?
be a 4.5 comp, depending on how Nefiri functions. Again, I'm not super knowledgeable about Nefiri yet, so
A cara da composição
she seems like a
do
burst
jogo
champion,
tá
like almost an
mais
assassin style
aparente, tá
champion
mais
to
nos
me.
piques que a gente tá vendo
At least so far from what I've
nesse
seen in pro play.
momento.
I don't really know enough about Nefiri to really want to comment to feel comfortable commenting.
Não sei
Right.
se me convence tanto não.
Vamos ver se esse Rui vai pintar o set dentro de Summoner's Rift. Então, tô mais animada pra ver realmente essa
Silas.
Nafiri do
So I'm still
time.
thinking about your comments about
Esse
Silas,
pode ser
Lunar.
nossa lobona. Mas a grande
being
questão
your
é, setup,
pick of
que as
preference
lanes
here.
vão poder oferecer vai ser ali a cerejinha do bolo pra cada
Like,
dos
why
quatro
Silas into this
jogadores
comp?
pra
Is there any
poder
particular
jogar.
ultimate that's like,
O Celo com esse seu Ezreal precisa
or
de tempo
particular
pra
matchup? I
conquistar
mean,
essa
it's
gota, com
later
certeza
on, it's good
essa força da
into
Trindade pra poder bater de frente
Talia, but
contra o Varus
I-
do Netuno.
Tem mais uma parada que eu
I'm
falei.
just thinking too, like, I like Silas if it wasn't Cassante in the top.
Netuno aqui,
Ooh, Netuno getting
tentando
chunked.
desviar daquela
But
driblada
against Cassante, I feel like
conseguiu colocar
Silas can't even
vários
split push
místicos
effectively into the
em relação
Cassante
a
later
ele.
on.
E o cavalo tá doidinho pra daivar esse nível 1, ai
É só
papai.
cancelar o recall. É só pra cancelar o recall, só pra apurrinhar ainda mais. Se o Cero
Now, I'm just thinking, okay,
ele vai ter que tomar tiro da torre.
E
let me actually
foi
think
isso
about what
que
mid
aconteceu.
laners I
Mas
might
são dois
prefer
excelentes
here.
impedidos que
We
o
at,
Netuno vai ter ali nesse breve
you don't want him
vai
to
ter
split? You want him to
tempo de
teamfight?
retorno pra sua lane, vai
Será
ter
que
que
vai dar um
ficar.
terceiro?
But if he teamfights, he has to play into
Ele é maluco.
Nefiri, Varus,
É,
and Talia.
agora já não dava mais. Também
to die.
ficou bastante
Can he
mais,
get
né?
past though?
Pra
With
mim,
Chains of
ele
Corruption
vai
and with
tinha
Seismic
que
Shove?
ter turno da recall aqui, porque o Celo perdeu muita vida. Aí todo o
Okay.
trabalho
Ficou ela
de
por-
poke
elas por
ficou
elas,
elas
né?
por elas, pô.
Concordo. Os dois
Well, a pity that we don't get to see it. I don't know. It wasn't the first thought that came to mind, and I have my reservations and concerns about that. But I won't knock it.
Legal.
I mean, I could see a possibility of it. I just feel like it's kind of hard tough to execute. But if they focus him, now gets free ults.
Eu tinha falado. Eu
Yeah.
acabei de meio que taxar o Rui, mas ao mesmo tempo eu olhei.
Yeah, I just
questão
okay. So my big concern with the Gnar here too is, to a large extent, it feels like a lot needs to go right for Stella if they wanted to have some sort of engage or diver in the mid lane. Because Gnar for me is a very conditional top laner. I don't like his engage situation. I mean, we've seen some wonderful flanks. It's possible. It just feels like the burden of execution is really, really high. And in general, I prefer lower burden of execution compositions. I don't trust the players to be able to find the perfect angles. But okay, yeah, like I said, okay. I don't hate the idea of it.
Que tem muita mobilidade, que tem agora o seu habilidade de ficar invulnerável, inclusive por um tempo não com uma habilidade básica, então se melhora muito, opções até mesmo dela fugir de algumas situações, mas que é um assassino e morre rapidamente. Então, se for travada ali, se sofrer bastante,
Trying to think I go
essa
way have been
sequência
better
de
here.
sabe que essa lá pode oferecer,
Or
não
if-
vai ser fácil pro Chile.
Or even the Galio, actually, I wouldn't hate. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't. A Fury would just rip the Galio to shreds. Same with. Yeah, I can't think of what mid laner. Ari, yeah, Ari's fine. Yeah, I think I prefer Ari. She's mobile enough to actually threaten and dive the backline. Yeah, if you want to dive her, I'd take Ari. Yeah.
Então, pra mim, eu olho muito vivo em como que o MG vai conseguir botar pressão no mid, enquanto que o Steiner
Or
vai
Tristana.
pegar ele aqui na
Oh no,
parte
but then
central.
you're all
Porque
physical damage.
Se sair do controle da Thalia, se sair do controle
Man.
essa Nafiri,
Yeah, this is a tough one actually. I don't even know what you put in the mid lane. That's meta. I mean, you could go like off meta champions, like ASOL or something. Like unironically, actually, ASOL would not be terrible. It wouldn't be the greatest either though, because Talia does kind of wreck you. But similar to Silas, but dies. And I mean, Silas only has the one dash in, right? Ari can at least reposition. That's why I prefer Ari to Silas here. Yeah, Akali would be a similar situation with the Ari. Yeah.
que de novo a equipe da Los vai trabalhando
Yeah,
no
it's
jogo
just kinda
de visão.
tough.
O Steiner entrou na selva inimiga, já tinha sido posto.
I'm trying to think, maybe Syndra even? Like Syndra can do some interesting things to Nefiri, so.
O Steiner foi botar uma sentinela avançada. A mesma coisa pode ser dita do Melchior, vamos ser justos, porque o Melchior também invadiu, só que ele foi quem pôs as duas sentinelas, né? Tanto nos Krugs quanto nas Aquâminas, o Melchior acabou de fazer.
E olha como limpa rápido.
Well,
né,
we'll see how
essa
Stella
Nafiri,
goes.
ela já tá
Yeah, I don't hate the Hui. I think the Hui is fine.
nascer novamente. Os cachorros
It's a bit tough on Diathusa, and it's gonna be kind of weird because the team fight's gonna be a bit off, but you can still kind of poke, and you can technically play from a safe enough range with the Hui. It just comes down to positioning,
Ainda mais fácil. Ele tava ali, ele teve que esperar o campo nascer.
which has not been going great for Diathusa. Getting flicked like that in lane is with boots, by the way. Akthusa has tier 2 boots. He already rushed the Ionian and he still got flicked. Syndra does not equal Windra. Sure, yeah. I think Syndra is a very similar position to me as Hui in terms of what she's able to do and her relative immobility. She should be the same position as Hui. We're getting heavy roams out into the mid lane. I don't know if I think there's too much skill threat there. Ooh, I do like this from Stella though. I really like this goal. Going for the early dragon with the pressure they got on the bot lane. I'm actually kind of surprised that Celo and Cavallo got that much pressure in the bot lane against the Varus. That's shocking to me. Also, one thing I didn't comment on. Netuno is running Comet, so it's probably going to lethality Varus, poke Varus. I actually really like that. You've got Neferi as well, and they don't really have true tanks. Even Xin Zhao tends not to be a true tank. He relies a lot on his ultimate. So, yeah, if you can, the poke should actually hurt them quite a bit. Like that. And then we're just seeing the trade back. Sheener's able to take that. The grubs. If I recall correctly, Neferi needs some items. I don't know when her item spike is. I'm going to assume probably 2 items. Like I said, I've not seen a lot of Neferi, and the few I have seen have not been very good, so I don't know much about her. Why are you ragging on Silas, Lunar, when you suggested it? I guess you're just an equal opportunity mocker. Hui's expected to win out early, Nara's expected to win out early in laning, just because they outrange. I feel like when it comes to laning nowadays, range is just king. And Netuno's actually able to shove in now, which is what I kind of expected with the Varus. Like, Ezreal should not be winning that matchup early. Celo with the early cold tier. Yeah, that lane. Celo is completely sacking his lane with those items, which is fine. He just wants to scale. It's okay. If anything, the one I kind of feel bad for, since both Aithusa and Celo need a skill, is actually Mukyo. You pick the Xin Zhao and you're not going to get anything early. Like, this is a Xin Zhao to bridge into late game. Yep, CBLCK. Yeah. Because for Lowe's too, Steiner wants to farm too. I mean, 6 now. Big farm. Lowe's aren't afraid of scaling though. So if Stella just sit back and scale, it might not actually work to their favor. They just need to know when to play. What was that flash from Super Clever? Oh, they get the kill anyways. But seriously, what was that? What was that flash from Super Clever? It was such a weird angle.
Podendo oferecer aquele dano verdadeiro que assusta e muito Mininar.
Puxaram um gatilho muito rápido, uma grande tomada de decisão super clever que gastou flash para empurrar os Ekkas por ali e aí deixar esse alvo um pouco mais fácil.
Okay, Lowe's have the better hands. I think if Stella just play like even and they don't play macro clean, that means I'm looking at Mukyo, like they're probably not going to be able to win. I don't know, we'll see though. I still have faith that Stella's game 1 was just aberration, it's not the normal. Mukyo's red buff took that. Yikes. Brother was playing with fire, literally. I mean, Sanghyun could have taken it if he just waited 1 more second. The intimidation tactic work. I feel intimidated watching that happen. Oh, forgot to change the thing again. We're in game 2, not game 1.
E de fato a equipe da
There we go.
Stellai tá controlando mais esse começo de jogo.
Actually, I'll change to Los versus
Mas
Stella instead of
o
Stella
Varus
versus
do
Los since they swap
retorno
side.
já tá botando 10
There
minions
we go.
na frente do Celo. Lá no
There we go.
top, não, o Super Clever tá com 4. É aquela mesma onda de minions que a gente tinha falado anteriormente, mas tem uma assist na conta. No mid aí sim. No mid tá
I actually
legal.
don't know where I expect Mewtwo to go ganking right
Apesar
now.
do abate, né, do MG, a gente vê que tem um pouquinho mais
Maybe
de
mid on Natuno.
ouro pra
We're
essa
seeing
partida.
Sanghyun roam out a lot right now.
Farm, o Aituza
Oh,
tá um pouquinho à frente,
Aituza.
e também foi um momento que essa Aituza, que
Well, I think he's got vision. He should
magia
know.
se movimentou pelo mapa,
Yeah.
né? Então ela ficou um pouco mais
Like, I'd have liked to see, because they actually had vision of Sanghyun and Steiner looking for the bot lane dive. I'd love to see Mewtwo actually look for the mid lane dive. Natuno was on his own and he's not, well, Cleanse wouldn't save him anyways, but yeah, he was out on his own. It's punishable. League of Legends needs a battle. We do have a battle royale on Nexus Blitz.
Eu vou te dizer que eu vejo a Luz
Actually,
de novo
it's not really battle royale though, is it? It's not everybody against everybody. I'll be down. It sounds actually kind of fun.
Não tá acontecendo jogada nenhuma.
Or we need a mode where there is no friendly fire. Or friendly fire is enabled, so like you can actually hit your own teammates. That'd be hilarious.
Mas quem tá dominando é a Luz aí, ó. O cavalo tá tentando pisar no rio e não consegue. O tempo
Oh,
inteiro ele
wow,
atravessa.
okay.
Agora sim a Stellai vai usar
They did this game one too. I don't like that Stella keeps trying to brute force these things.
Não necessariamente é da Stellai aqui não.
Like Cello is weak right now.
Aituza pra se juntar com seus aliados, a trocação
Why are we
do
brute
vai
forcing?
ser um pouco, e TP agora também do Super Kleber pra ficar um 4x4
Yeah.
0. Metade da vida do dragão.
I mean, we burn a TP, I guess, but
O Steiner é quem reassume. O Zé
Okay.
não pode fazer o mesmo, ele realmente não tem teleporte.
MG's gonna TP top to just cover this.
Dominar o dragão é
And then Stella gets one plate and that's it.
teleporte. E o MG, se quiser, usa o teleporte no top e coleta toda essa onda de minions sem deixar o
Okay, maybe 2 plates.
pegar nada
That back
dessa
is
hora
taking
de trabalho.
forever.
Não
I think
é o
MG
que
actually
ele
canceled his
tá na
back.
base
That felt like really long.
antes de se posicionar na parte de cima do mapa.
Ele vai a pé, não vai gastar o teleporte, mas ele vai pro topo.
É, nem o ultimate vai gastar.
Yeah, okay.
Boa, a
Zekas
torre-
gets 2
enquanto essa
plates.
torre fosse
That's
cair
really nice for him.
E eles têm uma pressão gigante aqui no bot, então pra Los, controlado, tá legal.
But it comes at the cost of second drag, which, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It was a choice.
Foi uma boa decisão realmente ele ir a pé. A Aituza não acertou sua ultimate. Também era uma condição, acredito, também para dar um pouquinho mais de tirar o Super Kleber dessa luta, tirar ele dessa rota. Tava com vida baixa, então poderia ser abatido. A Aituza também não tinha muita mana, mas de qualquer maneira não conseguiu matar o desespero vertiginoso. É isso mesmo, Ana? Você que sabe, né?
Tá certo, é desespero vertiginoso.
Aí,
Dá
ó,
um
consegui
trava-língua, né?
gravar.
Dá um-
Ainda mais eu.
This game was not what I was hoping for. My expectations this entire split have been constantly
São muitas pra gravar, né?
been betrayed, been upset, I guess. I don't know. Like last week I thought it'd be kind of boring games and last week was a banger. This one I was hoping for a little bit more between Stella and Los, but Stella is not showing up today. This is not the usual standard. They were better than this the last 2 weeks.
A primeira das 3 já garantida pela equipe da Los. Super Kleber tem que tomar cuidado.
Like Los is happy to just sit back a little bit. They're skilling.
Não sei se eles têm o
A lot of their champions are happy to skill. So
Ah, eles começam já a colocar alguns
yeah, this is my issue with the. This is my big issue with the Hui pick,
Se sente ameaçado nesse ponto, tá?
and to a lesser extent the Ezreal. Neither of you are tank busters. Who's killing Cassante? Like, Aituza burnt his entire mana bar and then kills Super Clever. Go for team kills goes to the lowest total gold
Maiores danos, mas de novo, tem todo esse
on the
boost,
enemy
tem
team.
essa facilitação pra levar essas barricadas restantes que dá
Can you
aquela
imagine that? We wouldn't see like supports anymore. We'd see like
Eu ia falar isso, Zé.
actual champions at skill with gold.
Mega, porque ele ganha
Don't farm and then just get
mas ele
kill
voltou
gold
a
instead.
dominar, ele vira um alvo de novo. Mas vai ser só mais uma barricada pro MG.
You should get like minus gold whenever you kill your own team with friendly fire enabled.
O tempo inteiro farmando,
Oh,
farmando,
doesn't stop the backs.
não tá perdendo
I don't think
muito
I've hit
ao
MG.
longo da selva.
Ah!
E, tem uma ligeira vantagem pelo que o
Dá pra ver que o exalta um pouquinho mais à frente. As barricadas são
Yo, for real, who's handling production for CD this split?
O Zekas ficou bastante tempo por ali.
That was hilarious.
O MG tá voltando a pé e tudo mais.
Guys, that wasn't me. That was
Faz essa diferença
that was the feed.
Uma outra grande condição que eles
Everybody.
têm de passar o tempo e eles acumulando mais ouro é se eles
Friendly fire enable, guys. What can we say?
né? Já fechou todos os stacks, então ele tá com um pouquinho mais de ouro e essa é provavelmente a maior diferença diferença que a gente vê ali, que tá um pouco mais favorável pro Celo, né? 400 de ouro, basicamente, mesmo atrás no farm. Por quê? Porque ele fez o stacks da batedora.
Well, that was the most excitement we've had in the last 15 minutes.
Tá um pouco mais forte nesse ponto.
Mas eles vão perder
This
essa
game is a
batedora
snooze
na parte de
fest.
cima, e com isso, a proeza da equipe da Los, os botinhas
Yeah.
já vão
I
pra
think Los has been playing this really, really well, by the books, pretty much. But Stella's also not contesting them. Like, they get free second grubs, and they get free rotate onto top side as well. They get first break, despite the fact that top lane Zekis was the one winning the 1v1. I feel bad for Zekis and Mukio. Like, Mukio can't find a good lane to gank, unfortunately, but that, at least in his own control, he can try and make some action happen. Zekis, though, Zekis was doing all the right things. He was winning the early game, and now he's not winning anymore.
Na partida passada já tava praticamente
And his starts the first to go down.
A Los já tinha desgarrado em muito do jogo.
Yeah.
E a Tabs falou, cara,
Part of it's just because Stella's waiting for power spikes, right? They are literally waiting for this tier to actually be something useful.
Tá quase, tá no caminho ali de fechar o seu.
And Ithusa has no tier as well, something to note. So he doesn't have enough mana to do stuff. Is there a flick? Ah, it just gets run down. Yep.
Com seu ele garante o segundo espaço de eliminação pro time da Luz.
See, that's my problem with Naafiri right now. Like, great, Naafiri gets the gank, gets the kill. I'm not seeing anything that Naafiri is doing that another jungle champion couldn't do. Like, if you had the Xin Zhao instead of the Naafiri, Xin Zhao could have done that. And I'm not saying that like, Naafiri is weak. I'm just saying that I don't see why she's considered busted. I think she's fine. She's strong. But, yeah. And this is also why I can't. Then this is precisely why I wouldn't be a good coach and not an amazing analyst, because I need data to work with, and I don't have the data. I just have confusion. Wait, untargetable.
Essa Naafiri, apesar de estar bem forte agora no patch atual, ela tem, querendo ou não, tempo também de.
Yeah, I don't think you can send Ithusa to side lane anymore. It's kind of hard. It's only gonna get worse too. Yeah, Los are just playing by the books. I like that Mukio's at least stealing away the dragon here, so they're not just giving everything for free. This comp would use Chemtech well. I mean, they've got a lot of people who can afford to get kind of low and get full benefits, who would benefit from tenacity. I think Stella would use Chemtech probably better than Los, but it's marginal. And I think that's the last dragon Stella gets to get. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Stella can't just sit back and just wait for Infinity to scale, you know? Like, as soon as that second item completes, I want to see them make some moves. I want to see Mukio make a move. He's not been able to do anything this game so far. Like, you pick Xin Zhao for the early game. The early game's on by, so now what? We're picking it as just like a counter to range? To a certain extent to Naafiri to just disengage, I guess? Name a champion is untargetable on a basic ability. Untargetable on a basic ability. The first thing that popped in mind was Cassante, but that's not untargetable. That's, what's the term when you can't CC them? It's not unstoppable. Crap. Untargetable. Basic. Yeah, I can't think of any. That's passive count? Like Karthus? Hey. It's wait, Naafiri's? Oh yeah, Fizz Troll. Well then Vlad has it as well in the Troll. Now that you mentioned that. Okay. That was finally making action happen with the flank from Zekis too. Really nice. Let's go! Finally something happened. Stella finally pulling the trigger. It took forever and a day. But they did it. Okay. Despite all of that, we are only even in gold because they lost so many turrets waiting for that to happen. Okay. They answered back the turret. They've got a lead. Did they overchase? They did. Valo dies. That's... Fire and Despair hits? Oh, only on MG. Okay, I thought they could get more. They get the kill anyways. Let's go. The burns. I think it was the Comet that actually took that one the other day. Nice, nice. Okay, okay. Finally, we get some action. The game wakes up a little bit.
A equipe da Luz vinha bem, vinha construindo um jogo legal, mas é porque eles estavam evadindo o
Okay.
confronto. Eles estavam evitando esse
Does this change
5
anything,
contra
though?
5.
So the game is 3 turrets to 2. The map's opened up a lot more. The map opening up, I think, is actually detrimental to Stella, because where are you sending Aithusa? Aithusa doesn't have a safe lane anymore. Zekis is killable in mini form too. There's not a lot of safety. Ironically, Stella is probably the safest with all the escapes he has, and even then, it's kind of iffy. Aithusa carrying, what? And I think that's a good like series of plays coming through from Stella. More than Aithusa, I think I'd almost give that to Cavallo or Mewtwo, like for kicking off the fight. And Zekis had a great TP too. Aithusa only got 1 kill credit there. Did he not land the first? Huh, interesting. Wait, Nefiri's untargetable isn't on herself, right? It's on the dogs, right? Or pack. Or hounds. Though granted, Vlad and Fizz can't jungle. Fizz can actually kind of jungle, actually, so that's not strictly true. Vlad can't jungle, though. His clear is so slow.
E essa falha foi devidamente cobrada pela equipe da Stellai. Com isso, o Celo também conseguiu chegar naquele spike legal dos 2 itens. Então, esses Real agora, nesse momento, e também com tanta ameaça, vai conseguir dar um dano legal. Se ele ficar livre, e a tendência é que...
Yeah, but I do think Stella getting the gold there is the most important thing. They're actually ready to fight now and should be fighting over objectives.
Segurar o dano do lado da Luz.
If they don't fight over objectives, the side laning is not going to benefit them at all. Nefiri has pretty fast movement speed. She can move around. So can Cecilia. They're going to get punished if they just stay in laning states in extended lanes. Like this. Good flash from Zekis, but having to flash there is not ideal. The next objective on the map is Dragon as well, which makes this doubly bad for Zekis trying to stick here with no flash. Because everybody's going to be congregating around this area soon. Unstoppable, that's the term. Yeah. I don't know, I just feel like Stella doesn't understand the assignment with their comp and the champions they have. Like, I respect they were trying to make the play, but... Yeah. Are we not contesting this? Why is Netuno off in mid lane? Hello? Okay, Sanghyun. Oh no. Senior is okay. Nefiri herself is actually targetable. Okay. Oh, they're getting ripped apart. Yep. They just got wrecked. What happened? I don't know, I feel like Los was really slow to pull the trigger. They needed Netuno with them sooner instead of pushing mid lane. Yeah, let's kind of watch this. Because Super Clever wasn't in the fight. So even though they have a numbers advantage... Yeah, his team got ripped apart. Super Clever can't be going on flank attacks. You are the main tank. You have to go hidden. You have to shield the team. Okay. Man, if that was the win condition for Los Grandes Dark Knight, it'd be so easy for their coaches. Just randomize their draft and watch them win every time. I feel like the game is close because the teams are not understanding their win cons. Like that fight, Super Clever going... screw it, I'm just going to rewind. Because I don't like what they showed. I think the fight started kind of before that. Like, getting the pick on Zekis was huge for Los Grandes. I think they just needed to go for this right here. You've got 5 members. What are you waiting for? Like, why are we resetting... Like, I know that Super Clever is half health. That's fine. He can go back, but everybody else should be running for Dragon immediately. And even then, I actually feel like Super Clever might not have wanted base right here. You could have just moved first and then worried about basing after. Like, just being low, even just being there as an extra body is a huge threat. And they take forever. Like, and this happens because they're waiting for the TP back in. So instead of pressuring in, like, and again, Netuno's running lethality build, so your poke is valuable, and you're wasting time on the wave instead of poking them. This is kind of bad. And then the flank was the worst part, I think, for me. The way this comp kind of works is you just go front to back. Literally just go front to back. You'll rip Mukio apart. They don't have a proper tank. And with Zeka's dead, that's probably the tankiest guy in Mega Narc form. Instead, you get all your backline, who's completely exposed, just melted instead. Because what should have been a 5v4 ends up being a 4v4 with Mukio zoning them out. And yeah, the damage gets split. Rel is going to mess you up a little bit if you're just diving in like that. You need to play front to back. Just random dives doesn't work with this comp. If you wanted a dive comp, you needed somebody to go in with the Nefiri. And Cassante is not optimal for that. I don't know. Just, yeah, they don't understand their comp. Then Stella did weird things with their comp. The way they're executing. Like, you're not going to win side lanes for Stella. You need a team fight. And yet they tried to side lane instead of team fighting. Yeah. Stella's in a good position now, though. If they can just group up and actually properly team fight, they should be strong. And I know it sounds weird when I'm talking about how low someone on front to back, but like Stella's way of team fighting is like you just kind of poke from range. Not necessarily front to back. They're the ones who actually need to get the flank position with Zekas. And then Mukio can try to initiate from the front as a tank. Oh wow. If only Cavallo and Mukio knew.
Acho que esse é o fator. A gente tá agora com 25 minutos. Dá pra observar que muitas recompensas estão dispostas em cima de 3 peças do time da Stellai. O Melchior ainda não teve uma eliminação pra chamar de sua.
Ooh, I think Los are... They're playing too scared.
A gente não cobrou a Stellai, agora a gente tem que cobrar a Lois. Coloca ali uma sentinela azulzinha, mas já foi metade da
vida desse
Barão. E Schindler de novo querendo partir pra sua estratégia de entrada pelo Covil, talvez surpreender os adversários. Sendo uma Nafira, ele tem esse fator de mobilidade surpresa.
Ele tem, já tem 25% da vida do Barão, hein?
Okay, 3 down 6.
Tem que partir agora pra fator de apagar.
See, that's the front to back that you're looking for. Perfect from Stella. That's... not from Stella, sorry, from Los. That's almost picture perfect of what they want to do, right? Super Clever walks in the front, and you can see that it takes him so much damage to hurt him. And the 2-nose poke is really good. If anybody gets separated by that, Steiner can look for the engage then. Oh, they get on Sanghyun. No way the Rakan gets out! That's crazy. Okay, 1 for 1. Yeah, Zeka's still pushing though. Actually, 2 for 1, sorry. I forgot. I didn't see Sanghyun go down inside. Okay. Yeah, but this fight is more how I think Los should be trying to play their fights. It just got harder because they lost previous fights and they're down goal. And yeah. I don't know if they can actually contest this one anymore without Super Clever. Steiner dies if he looks at this funny. Yeah, they don't have vision. Oh. They saw it longer than I thought they would. They're actually still looking. Ooh. Nope, they can't find anything. Nice. In from Stella. Okay, there we go. It feels like Stella is waking up and their game is getting cleaner. Their early game was still kind of really messy and like really... They look like they're playing really, really scared, Stella. But now they're looking like they're more awake and they're actually making more proactive moves. I thought Sanghyun got away here, actually, with the shield and everything. How did she die? Is it just Ignite? Yeah. Unfortunate. The honey fruit was right there, too. I thought the shield would be enough. But yeah, there's burn from Leandries and Blackfire Torch as well, so... Oh, why are we in this state again? How does Los Grande keep ending up on the wrong side of the map? This is really bad for them. There are minions, there's Baron buff, so they can just shred this. Okay. I like how the guys are just like, Alos? Alos? Yeah, Los is just lost in the map right now. How did we end up like behind enemy lines so long? We lost everything in the mid lane for that. Okay. Choices were made. I don't know what's happening. Like teams are taking turns with the one brain they have, I guess, between them. See, this is my problem with Nefiri, right? Like, what did Nefiri do this game? I don't understand why Nefiri is strong.
talvez tenha uma briga aqui. O Melchior já interceptou essa Naafiri.
Tá indo pra cima, Steiner.
And he gets zoned out again.
Breves instantes invulnerável, mas olha como cai a vida rapidamente. Reengage agora, Melchior passou, a Sanguion colocou a sua rapidez pra jogo. Perde uma ultimate preciosa pra juntar.
Somebody give me a good Naafiri game, please.
Mais ou menos não perde um dos seus aliados.
O ultimate do Netuno passou no vazio, essa torre vai
I just want to understand.
não vai depender mais disso aqui.
Simplesmente obliteram mais
Okay.
uma estrutura.
That was a clean burn push from Stella. They got a lot, actually. What was that? 2, 3 turrets and an inhibitor?
Tiveram que recuar, tiveram que defender a sua base. Mas dá pra ver que tá complicado.
Yeah, the gold's getting a bit too big for Los to try and play through anymore.
Fazer o efeito bola de neve, né? Que é normalmente o que ela quer. Pegar abates logo no começo do jogo. Conseguir distribuir também esses abates pra sua equipe. E precisa de ser...
Yeah, drops kind of don't matter in CD, I guess. Drops are just fake.
Com o Huey, que a gente já comentou, que ele pode afastar com amedrontar. Então tá delicado pra ele aqui. Agora vai fazendo...
I don't know, or maybe I just don't get the meta. Like, and I'm just guessing. I'm just understanding drops wrong. Ooh, the untargetable was clutch.
Mas meu amigo respirou por aparelhos aqui.
Ela e todos os seus cachorros ali também. Que foi delicadíssimo, quase que o Steiner foi abatido.
Still in the word. Hello? People use it when, like, hello, but hello? Okay. I like it.
De boinha, de boinha. Aí, sei lá, manda no jogo.
And I agree with the use of it. I mean, I feel like I'd ask Los too, like, hello? Like, are we just not aware that we're losing our entire base right now? Like, hello?
Não tem mapa pra chamar de seu.
Hello?
E quando
Hellos?
você tá com uma assassina no time nessa situação,
Alô,
é
alôs?
complexo demais. Como que o Steiner vai achar alguém? Ele precisa achar alguém.
Okay, last game, I thought that even when Stella was behind, they could still come back with their composition. With this Los comp, I actually am less confident because I think they win out the side lanes. But in the team fights right now, I think they might be too far behind to let Super Clever be the sole tank to try and play front to back. Like, Stella doesn't have a tank buster, but they are getting far ahead enough that Super Clever's itemization can't deal with it. He's only on 2 items, right? Compared to the 3 items that both the carries have on the other side. And I think Los's team fighting is based heavily on just being able to kind of tank through the initial bits of burst of damage and let the team re-engage in the back end. They can still deal with sidelining though. So if Stella insists on kind of do like a 1-3-1 situation again, then I think Los can punish them for it and get some kills. But if Stella just group up and go for like a sort of 1-4 situation, then I think it becomes a lot harder for Los to try and answer that. I guess it'd be 1-4 like that, with seconds in the bot side.
É uma parada preocupantíssima para Los. Tá lá 14.500 de ouro. É o cara que mais tem ouro na partida do céu.
In before, Stella just randomly throw, by the way. Because I said that they shouldn't be able, like, they shouldn't be able to lose unless they make a mistake.
Conseguiu criar o seu jogo e tá muito bem na partida.
Digo até mais, acho que o Celo até então nesse começo do curso do desafiante, ele tá muito bem, tá mostrando realmente da sua força. Até começar o nosso dia, ele era o principal jogador em KDA, por volta dos 7 de KDA, 6.8 para ser mais exato, então mostrando bastante que...
Yeah, Stella's just playing this slow by the books. They're denying vision. They're not necessarily trying to push right now. They're just waiting for Baron to spawn and playing for that instead. I mean, with how effective they were on the last Baron push, I don't fault them for it. And yeah, to me, that's a good call. It feels like they finally started playing to their actual win cons now, which is let's not get picked off in side lanes. Just kind of push waves out so that we're far enough. Deny vision and set up for objective. We know that we're stronger in the team fight. As long as they don't get funky with it, they're fine.
Aura não, né? A alma da Stellai. Não deixa de ser uma aura, porque fica pra sempre. Mas...
Sim, correto.
Isso aí, você acertou tentando errar. Entendeu?
Tentando errar.
Isso.
Jeez, that was 2 mystic shots from Steiner. Damn.
É um homem diferenciado, né, Colossus? Mas olha, nasce agora esse dragão, 34, quase 33 minutos.
Looks like Los wants to try and sneak away the dragon, maybe.
Esse é o fator que deu espaço pro Celo, o tempo, o ganho de tempo, a paciência.
I think if Los had just gone for this right from the get-go, they could have gone it, but they're being denied because they don't have vision and they're scared of just losing the Baron on the back end. Now Mukio is here and can actually look for this. Dos arredores do Covil aqui na parte de baixo, a equipe da Los buscando. I think Los have enough damage though that they can blitz down Baron, so yeah. I don't know how I feel about Mukio being the one to start this out.
A gente falou sobre a prioridade que ele teria. Opa, MG.
Oh.
Opa, tem chamado da matilha pra cima. Ituza muito
Ituza
bem,
is so
mas
dead?
fica de pé. Não vai ser imediatamente eliminado porque ele brilha em dourado e ganha tempo pra sua equipe.
The question is about can they find the back end of it. Natuno just dies to turret, guys. Like, he tanked extra 2 turret shots for reasons unknown. Yeah. I like the idea, at least, to kind of go for that, but... Isn't that the way everyone should play the game, not getting picked in the side lanes? Well, kind of, Dark Knight. You're not wrong. But also, I mean, like, Los wants to play on the side lanes, so they want to kind of go for split push, whereas Stella doesn't want to. You can see that Zek is already struggling to meaningfully push right now in the side lanes, and he gets very vulnerable to this sort of gank, right? If MG had Weaver's Wall, he's already dead. He might be dead anyways, but yeah, he's dead anyways. But yeah. Oh! No way he gets away. No shot. I'm tilted for Los right now. Holy crap. Sheena's gonna die. Sheena needs this kill. He's still gonna die, but at least he got the kill. He made it good. At least he made it good. Yep, it's game over for Los Grandes. Them not being able to kill Zek is an issue. But yeah. Yo, Orbital, Nefiri is actually meta right now. She's been meta as of this patch. She got some buffs. So she's become kind of ban-worthy. Yeah, it's weird, but yeah, I personally have not seen a good Nefiri game yet, so I don't really understand why she's meta. But are they planning to rework her further? Oh, I was not aware of that. She did get buffed though on this patch. I think they already did the rework. I don't know if they consider a rework what they did to her, but yeah, they kind of shifted her power from. Was it this patch or last patch? I'm gonna pull her patch notes right now.
Oh, meu pai amado. 35 minutos de partida, agora a gente tem objetivos neutros, né? 5 minutos pro ancião nascer, porque a Stellai levou essa alma Quintec no bolso. Aqui no meio a gente vê o ultimate do Celo passando, tirou inclusive, né?
Okay, yeah. It was patch 25.06, right?
Que dinâmica diferente da partida, né? Como a Stellai voltou nessa
Is it 25.05?
depois de terem ali sido pisoteados pelo time da Luz.
Where's the Nefiri changes?
Primeira partida foi muito dominante. Nesse segundo jogo não começou da mesma
Oh,
forma.
I spelled Nefiri wrong, that's why I couldn't find it. It's 2 A's. No, Fury. Yeah, it was a mid-scope update on this patch, I think, was what they did. And then they basically tried to they kind of shift the power of her abilities. And then they made her untargetable, I think, which was the big thing that made her, like, made people play her, but yeah. But again, I've not seen it being used terribly well, so yeah. I don't know if they ever did anything to Darius that I can recall. Okay, I think Los is playing this really well mechanically, but yeah, they're just too far behind in gold. If they had done that when they're even in gold, they win this fight easy, but yeah, they just kind of fell behind and their comp really struggled. Stella woke up and figured out their win conditions. So we get 3 games. Lunar, you might get your 6th game day at the rate we're going. Fully possible. Spent an hour editing a 23-second clip into a vertical video. Damn, bro. Video editing is not my passion. I feel you. I gave up trying to do any video editing a long time ago. I did it for a bit, but yeah, I'm really bad at it. So you send it to me? Yo, you want me to play it on stream? Dude, understandable. Like for me, I used to make some of those. Like I'm not good at short form, the actual edit. Yeah, like I used to make like short form videos, or not short form videos. Sorry, I suck at making short form videos. But like 15-minute video took me like hours, like a whole day basically. And usually like I wouldn't do it all at one go. I had to do it like 2 days and stuff. Yeah, well played from Stella. I thought, okay, game 1, I kind of criticized and said both teams were kind of throwing, and it was just that Stella threw harder. But this game 2, I think Stella actually played to their win cons well. Well played from them.
demais a ser campeão de early game e você não
I'm not quite sure who had MVP because I don't like the fact that Zekas kept trying to split push. Because I felt like that was where things would generally go wrong for them. But I'm not super happy with how Mukio played either. I don't know. Everybody good or bad. I'm curious who the shot caller was. I think I'd give it to the shot caller for that game for Stella. Tentatively, I'm thinking Mukio right now. Because I think Mukio got engages. I thought the early game was a little bit too passive, but... Yeah, later on, once they start like actually playing from the back, yeah. No, we don't, Lunar. Just the 6 games. We don't need the 6 pauses with it. The 6 pauses are optional. Actually, we didn't get a pause this game, did we? So nice. We're improving. We are improving. Wait, so Orbital, when you said no, you, as in like you don't want me to play it on stream right now? Oh no, you just sent me the thing. Okay. Oh, jeez, that looks complicated. I don't know, it doesn't look that simple to me. I mean, you put in subs and everything too. That's the line of the yeah. I realized it after I took a look at what you sent me. So, yeah. Well, learning from CD today, red side is better. That's what we're learning from Stella and Low specifically. Though I will say this game, I didn't think that the red draft was that bad. I just thought that it was like a bit disjointed. But the individual picks were bad and there was no anti-synergy. I gave it a 3, and I didn't think like it would do horribly into the blue side draft. But yeah, I did think blue side draft was better, to be fair. So yeah. I usually just do my captions in YouTube, Orbital, and then I download the SRT after. YouTube's sub thing is actually not bad. Rather than like trying to mark like each time I have to like change out the subs. But yeah, that's just also because I'm bad and I'm bad at video editing. So yeah. I'm glad you managed to get your edit done though for Vertical Stream. That's good. Like, content is good. Content is king. I saw your post about how like if you want to be a caster, you should not specialize in one game because it never works out. I also feel like for casters, like you can't just cast anymore. You got to do content on the side. Next game is game 3. We are currently 1-1 in this series of Stella versus Los Grandes. And you know what? The games have been getting better. The first one was a Game of Thrones. The second one, Stella actually stepped up. I'm looking forward to, Los waking up and getting like actually to see both these teams play the way they should play. Because they are better than what we've seen so far. I swear, they're better. They're better, guys. Totally not me coping. Very good. And I'd like for them to actually give me an easy MVP instead of like games where I'm just like, I don't know who the MVP, man. Everybody looked kind of sus. Or everybody had sus moments, I should say. Not everybody is kind of sus. Yeah. But after this game, the next series will be Red Academy versus Dopamina, which is going to be interesting.
Sonho. Vários desafios.
Okay.
Muitas possibilidades. Caminho.
Yeah.
Investir no seu eu de amanhã.
I guess my biggest gripe with this game too was the early game because it was just so passive and it felt like Stella was just surrendering everything and not really making the counter plays. It ended up not mattering, but to me, one of the big reasons why I got into Brazil in the first place was because it's fun. Like teams don't just do nothing. Even if they are not doing the best moves, they're at least doing moves. So I kind of hope that's the case. But Los Grandes even lost. Actually, no, that was Furia. I was going to say, lost in CBLOL, they were a passive team. They were a passive team, but the most passive team was Furia. But Furia knew how to play to their power spike, so it was okay. Isn't the Furia being about more aggressive early? I don't know. Like that's why I'm not sure. I thought she's more of a scaling champion, or at least when she was released, she needed a couple items. But yeah, like, she was supposed to be a scaling champion because she scales off like her pack, or like the hounds that she summons, and you get more as you level up. So I always thought she was a scaling champion. But like I said, I don't understand why she's suddenly back in meta either. I don't think the changes. So okay, let me pull up the actual changes and we can take a look at all the actual changes here. Fury. I need to acknowledge this before I do that, don't I? Okay, there we go. Yeah. So she was supposed to be a mid lane assassin initially, but she sucked mid lane because she got outranged and got bullied and abused quite badly by most people. So they've nerfed her. They've made her more of an assassin, more on damage. They nerfed her skillings a little bit too, interestingly enough. And then her pack mates. Yeah, she gets more, but I think their uptime is lower basically, so she spikes harder when she spikes. And then also that against. Yeah, this was the big one, that her W now makes her invulnerable on cost. The cooldown's pretty short too. As the game goes on, she tends to build a bit of CD reduction, so she gets it off like twice or 3 times in a fight. Yeah. So that used to be more on her ultimate, then they shifted it to her basic ability. And then this used to be, I think, her W, which they've shifted to alt instead. I think it makes more sense. Yeah. But none of this makes me feel like she got broken, like ban worthy or first pick worthy. So I don't know. Yeah, and I've not seen any games where like she feels like the broken champion. I just feel like there's so much more other stuff. Like I'd rather take a Yone, I'd rather take a Rumble. Oh. It is what it is. Yeah. It's just yeah. Like generally speaking, like even I think the big moment we saw, or not big moment, but when we saw Sheener get active on the Neferi, it was like more in the she got one early game gank. I was like, any jungle could have done that basically. Flavor of this patch, maybe. To be fair, also it might just be because I've watched Neferi in NACL and here in CD. They're both tier 2s. So it might just be that the tier 2 players haven't quite figured her out yet. Could also be that. And Brazil is not known as the fastest region for adaptation either, unfortunately. I remember when Cassante first became meta and everybody was screaming out Cassante. Cassante had like a, I think 30-something% win rate in Brazil. And we only F and B and Weiser could play Cassante. Everybody else was struggling on that champion. And it was so broken at the time. So it might also be a Brazil thing. I don't know. I need to see just more games of Neferi first before I can comment on it. Yeah. But game 3 is going to be a bit more interesting now. I like game 3s for full fearless because if you don't hit game 3, I don't think full fearless matters. Or not say it doesn't matter. I mean, you still do see different champions in game 2, but the impact is not great. There's a lot of broken champions right now. So you see, if it's only 2 games, you tend to see the same, like maybe 25 champions. Like there's a pool of about 25-ish champions, which you'll just see in the first 2 games in most configurations. You'll see a Sedge, you'll see Rel, you'll probably see Cassante, maybe Ambessa, Alistar and Rel, yeah. Corki, Ezreal, Varus, Kai'Sa, Kalista, yeah. If we include bans, it's probably like 35 champions in the first 2 games every single time. So, but game 3 gets more interesting because now for supports you're probably looking at Leo or Nautilus. You start seeing like mid lane. I think is probably the pool that's the smallest right now out of all the roles. You start seeing like Galio show up in mid lane. Yeah, I think weirder picks start to come out a little bit. Not as meta. The S tiers get burned through. So yeah, I don't mind that we're going game 3. I don't mind 6 game days. Those are fun. We get to actually see different champs show up.
Ashe, pra mim, ganhou uma prioridade gigante. MF é outro pick forte aí que a gente tem. Vira e mexe. Não, o Jhin não é forte.
Hey, Oro, you posted your video. Nice.
Nunca na vida que o Jhin é um pick forte.
Dia eu terei argumentos pra te refutar.
Sim.
Ainda não tenho.
Por enquanto eu continuo vendo 100% de derrota pro Jhin. Na minha vida inteira.
Mas de vez em quando ele ganha.
Só que eu nunca vejo.
I will watch your quote-unquote meh call.
Talvez seja isso.
After this.
Também.
Okay, just watch. This is looking gonna trigger me. They're good. While they're talking, it's gonna turn out that the drafting has been happening all this time, and production just didn't.
Então, vamos ver o que
I don't know if this is a call they're now making that they're just not going to cast through the picks and bans. But if it is, I think that's actually a really bad choice. I think the casters should be doing the pick and bans. I think that the pick and bans first of all set up the game and it tells the story. So yeah, I don't know. They did that the first two games so far today. Usually the first game of each series is like that, but yeah.
Esses campeões em ambos, a Pop também foi banida em ambos os jogos. Todos esses campeões foram retirados anteriormente.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like live draft commentary, I think is huge, especially as a color caster. Like it almost feels like that's half the job because if you set up properly in big man and draft, it sets up the entire game as well. So.
E agora é a Loz, né, que tava ao lado azul, assim como na partida passada. Eles vêm então com essa escolha.
But we'll see how it goes. There's been a lot of weird things happening in the CD production. I don't know who's doing it, but yeah. And NACL production has been kind of bad. Unfortunately, Liga Ace does not look like they are familiar or comfortable with League of Legends, and it feels. I'll give them credit that they are learning fast, but yeah, there's been a lot of problems in NACL.
Acho que isso foi muito situacional também, tá? A gente tinha pontuado algumas questões que seriam essenciais para que a Snafiri pudesse jogar com bastante tranquilidade, mas ela não volta mais. Então agora é bola pra frente.
Yeah, production, get us the draft.
Primeiro passo que
I want to look at draft, and I want to curse the teams again based on draft. I have been learning in these first 3 weeks of CD that draft apparently doesn't matter. Teams can get good drafts and not be able to execute, and vice versa. They can get bad drafts and then somehow play insanely incredibly well, and do things that the drafts are never made to do. So, yes. I'm cursed and confused.
Terceiro jogo, né? Que qualquer uma dessas duas equipes pode vencer, e como já falamos, a equipe da Selai pode assumir ainda mais.
Yep, they dropped it off screen again. Shoot me now. Why are they like this? Why are we like this?
Ok, a gente tem então do lado da equipe da Luz, Gwen, que vai.
Yo, see, this is why I like game 3. We've got like Seraphine showing up. You also has like tier 3. Well, overall, you'll get an experience to cast some tier 1 stuff soon enough. Spoilers. Find out what he's casting by following Orbital on Twitter. At Orbital, wait, what is your Twitter? Underscore casting? At Orbital underscore casting? Yeah. Okay, the draft. Oh, Nocturne's finally starting to show up. Yeah, that's the other jungler that I keep forgetting about. Which is like probably A tier. Ashe, Kalista, Nocturne. I honestly don't feel like we need to keep banning Kalista. I think you can leave Kalista open if you're going to pick an Ashe. But this side we do Rumble, Jace, Azir. We're still banning. Oh, Azir is actually coming out from Stella this time. Okay. Odd. Gwen. Yeah, Gwen's like the other sort of hidden OP now that I personally don't think she's completely busted, but something's happening that's making people want to ban her, so. Yeah. Dark Knight, pretty sure they had problems in draft before and said finished off cam production this year CD. Yeah, that's what I heard. I think it was Wokes who said as well that apparently it's not Riot who's doing CD. It's a different production company. I don't know who's doing it, but yeah, it's not been great. Yeah, and I don't think it's Liga either, because Liga's drafting is okay. Liga's issues are other. They have other issues, but this was not one of them. Yeah. Yeah, peace. Have fun, Orbital. I'll look at your edit after. Like I said, your thing you posted on Twitter after. During the break. Okay, so Gwen, we answer with Akali Misfortune. Ooh, that's a spicy pick. I think Misfortune is becoming less and less meta. Like, I think it's harder to play her as the meta keeps shifting. A lot of the meta champions counter her. Like, Gwen, I think, actually messes up Misfortune a lot. You can just go into your Shroud, and then you can hit her with the needlework from outside Shroud. If you get the angle right as well, you can still be in shot and still be able to hit her with your abilities. So that's a choice from Stella. The Akali is being picked to handle the Gwen. Not necessarily in lane, but just later on in team fights. And then we get our Revive. Okay, that's a thing that we see a lot. I'm fine with that combo, but it's pretty good into Akali too, so... And it goes good into the Misfortune, so I like that. Poppy as a counter, that's... okay. I think Poppy's just generally good in general, so I don't hate it. I just think it'll be limited effectiveness against this. And then we ban out supports here because we've already locked our Poppy, who can be flex support. And we ban out some more support. So all the engaged supports are gone at this point. Okay, I see now why we get Seraphine. I actually really like the Seraphine pick here. SR5. We picked the Jax. Okay, so we're going Jax into Gwen because we know this, and we're going Akali into Ahri. We feel like that's a comfortable matchup. Okay. I really like the Zeri Lulu pickup here because they actually don't have great ways to punish you. It's just the Akali, and Lulu will handle that for you. And then these guys will rip their back line apart. So I like the call. It's hard for Jax to play into Zeri as well. Okay. Yeah, I think both comps drafted well. This is a slightly more team fight focused. This is a more pick focused. The scaling on Losa's side is kind of nutty, not gonna lie. But Stella's scaling is not bad either. The Akali and Jax will skill really well. Seraphine skills really well too. So I think this skills better. Jax and Gwen is probably about even. Zeri skills better than Misfortune. Poppy versus Vi. I would say Poppy skills better, or will have more impact later than Vi. And then Akali better than Ahri for scaling. So yeah, I think Stella's scaling is a bit better, but their comps are a little bit split on what they want to do. They've got kind of good team fight with the Jackson, Seraphine, and Misfortune, but Poppy can kind of screw up the whole thing, depending on how it goes. Los, a lot of agency, a lot of individual play. I don't know. I would say probably 4 for both the drafts. And what I like about it is I think both drafts play into the team's strengths. I think Los Grandes is not the best team fight team, but they are very, very strong individuals, and these are all very strong individual champions. A lot of agency. For Stella, they're giving a lot more agency to Zekas and Aethusa. I don't know how I feel about Aethusa and Akali. I think he's already played it once to split, but it was like... It's good, I guess. I think Aethusa is having an identity crisis right now in terms of, is he a team fighter? Is he a sort of solo carry? What is Aethusa's role and job? What's he trying to do on this comp, I guess, is my question. And I don't think he's figured that out yet. I think Zekas on Jax, or a champion that Zekas can do Zekas things on, is good. Right, so I really like the Jax pickup here. My eyes are probably most drawn to Aethusa this game to try and figure out, are you worth it? Like, how good are you exactly? In game 1 on the Yone, he was kind of bad. On game 2 on the Hui, he was good. Akali feels more like the Yone, so is this a redemption game for him? Or does this mean that he just has to play more defensive, supportive? Find out on the next episode of next game, I guess. This game. And which is game 3, which I should change right there.
Tem uma Gwen de Ignite no top. Tem essa Ahri no mid, tem essa vai pra selva. Mesma coisa, cara. Se essa Gwen pegar uma
early game might be a little bit boring. I'm hoping to see some action in the bot lane. Double Enchanters usually actually trades pretty hard.
É uma bomba relógio.
Because it's double range to double range. I think Mewtwo as well on the Poppy can get a lot more aggressive than the Vi can. But the solo lanes... Top lane might get spicy if they opt into aggression. I mean, Super Clever's running the Ignite, so...
Primeiro momento aqui, somente wards sendo setadas, visões sendo reveladas. A equipe da Stellar conseguiu uma excelente sentinela ali nos domínios que o Stinner possui, com aqui a passagem dos seus lobinhos Trevoguari.
I think personally, I think the drafts are very comparable. Like I said, I gave a 4 to both comps, but personally, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Los, even though Stella won the last game. I just like Gwen Zeri. I think those two champions are really strong. Zeri especially, I think gets underestimated a lot. And granted, like Luna said earlier, the meta currently does tend to revolve around like the 2-item power spike, but from what I've been seeing in CD so far, I'm not confident that teams are closing out fast enough. And I think you can pick skilling champions as long as you're not throwing and making mistakes in the meantime.
Que o Steiner vai terminar um clear. Do
Every
lado
time we watch
dele,
Poppy, they throw the game. Always make it look
bot
bad.
lane da Loss sabe
No,
que o meu
not
Kyo vai
always.
terminar no bot side.
Então, são pontos
A lot of
importantes
times, yeah.
nessas primeiras sentinelas que
But at least in
sentir
CBLOL Academy, we used to have quite a few good Poppy players. So
de ambos os caçadores, então as lanes por enquanto sabem que podem trabalhar, mas já
this
tem
game, though, I am
algumas
concerned for the
vezes
Poppy.
pela
I do
frente,
think
ele
for
tá
Stella,
passando do
if
mapa, tá terminando
if
com
something
o
breaks, it's going to be the
Fez
misfortune of the
a
Poppy.
levada de mid
That's my guess.
rapidamente, porque sabe que por enquanto tá tranquilo.
And the
Agora,
Poppy
nunca
and
mais
Misfortune
vai
don't have good synergy.
Chega,
So
então é poste, é martelo contra tesoura.
yes, Mukyo, exactly. This is what you need to do.
Tateando a vida do Super Clever.
Super Clever needs to
Mas
snip,
ele
snip.
ainda tá de pé, segurando bastante
Oh,
tempo.
Zek is trolled! Zek is trolled! Zek is trolled!
Será que vai pra mais? Não vai ter
Zek is actually trolled! Oh my goodness!
como. Somente tuque na cabeça da bonequinha.
Oh.
E foi o meu
Super Clever is a beast, though. This is what he used to do in CBLOL all the time. This is why I used to like to watch
Embaixo do mapa.
Super Clever on, what was it, the Kaboom Academy back in the day?
Ir pro bot side e passar pros
Hey man, at least it's not Mukyo making Poppy look bad. It's Zek is making Poppy look bad now. Are they not going to replay it? Hold on, if they're not going to replay it, I will. Because, yeah, that was a choice from Zekas. Zekas got greedy for the kill. Literally, if you don't get hit by the middle of the snip snip, you don't die there. But he got so greedy.
Exato, mas
Like, let Poppy do the work. Super Clever doesn't even have flash. There we go. There's the replay. I knew they were going to do it.
quase
Yeah.
também foi eliminado essa Poppy.
Like, this was really good. And because Super Clever doesn't have flash,
Ignite,
no, not TP. He doesn't have flash. He was dead to rights. But right here, Zekas needs to not jump in. Zekas needs to wait for Mukyo to do that. And then, yeah, because Gwen has a lot of bursts. And you could tell Super Clever knew that he was dead. He started running away to just create space.
Não, também tava perigoso.
Like, he's just buying time.
Dessa Poppy, de qualquer maneira, sinto que o Super Clever saiu bem vitorioso.
Am I not live, by the way?
Disso,
So,
perigoso.
somehow fell behind. Yeah. And then, like, because of that, look at what happens. Zekas actually ends up falling behind in CS now.
É porque
If not for the fact that Mukyo is camping this lane,
ele não pode avançar. Primeiro,
Zekas is actually in huge trouble.
porque a wave dele contra ele,
That's
é
crazy.
pesada contra ele. Então, se ele avança
Okay.
pouco, ele vai ficar muito exposto.
I feel like my faith in Los is being vindicated right now.
Em cima dessa Gwen. Então, ele não pode avançar, vai ter que ver apenas
Let's go,
os
Los.
morrerem. Agora sim, a sua onda de
Yeah, but that's just top lane. It's fine. It's just top lane things. It doesn't really matter. And Jax can play from behind for a little bit just to back and farm. It's okay. Gwen doesn't have that much kill threat. Not till she gets first item, at least. The bigger problem for me with what's happening for Stella right now is that because Mukyo is covering top so much, I don't know if that's worth it. The Jax is going to pay off much later, and I'm not sure the early gold you're giving him does anything. Whereas Los Grandes, Steiner is just going, okay, I'll play like a jungler and actually do jungle things, and I'll just take the dragon instead.
Não vai ter muito como contestar nesse ponto a pop do meu kill lá pelos seus próprios domínios.
But yeah, Ritz, I think I advantage. True.
A primeira leva de vastilarvas aí.
But Los has the
10 segundos farão essa diferença. Então, mais uma vez, a gente tem
weaker skilling question mark comp.
Pois é, acho que a Vai também tem uma facilidade bem grande de fazer seu
Not by much though.
da função do W, vai conseguindo uma velocidade
I do think Seraphine outscales them.
esse início, né, de jogo. Assim, a equipe
I don't know if
da
skills are the right word, because for
vai
supports a lot of it's just like how good does their
que a
utility
Los
feel in the late
gastou
game sort of
seu
thing.
turno de ataque pela parte de baixo do mapa, eles vão primeiro para as vastilarvas, já garantem uma, já garantem duas e podem ir para a terceira, a não ser que o Steiner vá deixando o meu Kyo de lado, e é isso que vai acontecer mesmo.
Okay.
E volta.
Sobrou
Agora ele vai
só
fazer.
This smites back up. Yeah, Mukyo gets all three.
Pronto.
Primeira leva completa.
Good bounce back from Stella. Love to see it.
Então fica 1 pra 1, monstro épico pra cada lado.
Yeah, I just want a good
Kill
competitive
foi
game
dado
3.
1 a 1, e, por enquanto,
Watching First Blood go down like that was
essa
unfortunate, but it's not
iniciativa de
like
combate é
terrible.
mais
It's
ofensiva
fine.
do mapa.
It was funny.
Nesse momento,
So I'm okay with that.
vai de novo,
I remember when Gwen first came out, Jax was considered one of the not exactly counters, but like handshake matchups with Gwen. I actually didn't really like the thought. I never really thought she was like that Jax beats Gwen, but I saw so many people all coaches kept drafting it. It's like, okay, they both scale really well, but I do feel like Gwen's AP damage is better, no? But then the argument was that, on the other hand, Jax plays inside her shroud range, and his counter strike can go off inside the shroud, so that the stun still works. But I disagreed. And the fact that we just watched Super Clever kind of body Zekas there is not a great sign.
Dizer que foi crucial o stun que o Zekas conseguiu acertar no Super Kleber ali, porque se não acerta aquele stun,
I think the skill is very balanced. Yeah.
Uma onda de
Yeah.
agulha
I mean, I did the calculation. Literally the
dano
place where I thought that
poderia ser
Stella won on
pra
late game
esse
skilling was just the
terceiro
Seraphine.
ponto que ele conseguiu sair e não tem
Beyond that,
teleporte, né?
it's
Então a Gwen joga
kind of even.
essa onda de minions pra debaixo ali do Jax, pra torre do Jax, e esse Jax não conseguiria voltar.
I feel like for Stella, if they are going to,
Essa onda agora já
if it goes late, then the hero will have to be Aethusa.
até esse ponto da
And the
partida.
more I watch Aethusa,
Teve que se movimentar pra fazer com que essa Gwen
the more I
voltasse
feel
pra
like,
agora ele já tá voltando pra
and I had this
rotação.
problem with Aethusa back in Academy too.
Deu pra ver que o MG
I just don't feel like he is the reliable clutch carry player. Like if you use him as a secondary carry, I think it's fine. But if you need him to clutch up and be like, I don't know, who's the hero? Like if you need him to do like a robo play, for example, or a Tinon's play, he's not the guy I look at, you know? Like even when he was on the Aethusa, on the Red Academy, sorry, roster with like
é um joguinho
Soweto and like Morteus and
provavelmente
I can't remember who the support was. Scamber, I think.
provavelmente não. A Los tem que
Yeah, I think it was
contestar
still
a partida
Scamber at the
sem
time.
mapa, porque
Like Aethusa was not the main carry. Like I look at Morteus to try and do things instead.
Jax,
You know?
pô, é você entregar uma side lane muito fácil pra esses dois.
Everybody's like, oh, he's and mechanically he was kind of good. Like the only champion I feel like he really carries on is this year. Everything else is like secondary carry or just damage source.
Com certeza a Los vai querer
What is this
contestar
gang?
as vaciladas e não vai deixar. Calma aí.
Oh my goodness. Wait, I actually love this from Sheena, by the way. I hate watching Vi's not gank for like so many levels. Like just go gank at 6 or 7. Just brute force it, man.
A Luz tá fortalecendo quem tem que fortalecer. Eles estão
That was really nice to watch.
utilizando todas as armas que tem pra buscar os abates. pros
Sanghyun was probably not necessary there, but we take it. They even burnt the wild growth for another knockup.
700 de ouro de vantagem. Mais uma vez essa questão do teleporte valendo. O Zekas ainda não tem o seu, tá quase voltando. Vai perder mais uma onda de minions, vai ficar
For Stella,
mais uma barricada pra
yeah, the Mukio cover early, I feel like is coming back to bite them. Because the cover early didn't actually get Zekas ahead. It just kind of equalized things, and now like Mukio is behind
Essa parada. Se a Los
and not able to. He's not on the rest of the map. He got desynced quite heavily, so he's not shading to protect anymore. At least it's being answered by Plates down bot for solo. That's fine. Yeah, I think there has been a question mark for a while. I forget what team he was on before Red. I think that was like his heyday was right before he joined Red. And then when he was on Red, he was like, like I've not been super crazy about Red Academy as a whole. I know that people say, oh, like Red is one of the teams that's actually willing to bring up new talent and stuff, but I'm gonna be honest. Besides the Gigo, Aegis, no, not Aegis, Gigo, Greftar, no, Aegis too, I guess. Besides like that bunch, I don't know. Red Academy has not really impressed me. We get to see them later too. They'll be playing after this. And so far this split, they have not impressed me at all. I mean, you've got Greftar playing for you. You've got a team that, besides Greftar, hasn't changed. You should really be doing better than that. His fortune is always terrible. Oh, he's playing for Loud Academy, right, yeah. Yeah, I think back when he was on Loud Academy, that was when like there was a lot of promise and hype, but I feel like he kind of plateaued off a little bit. Like his mechanics got a little bit better, sure, like his laning specifically, but I think when he went to CB LoL, his mechanics actually he lost a little bit of the aggression that he used to have in lane in Loud Academy. I think he kind of got scared after that. Okay. TP, yeah. Okay. That's an interesting call from Los Grandes. They lost Dragon for this. But that's okay. Again, I'm a lot more... I'm a lot less critical about bad plays than I am about... Or, no, I should put this way. I'm less critical about wasted plays than I am about bad plays or just not making plays at all. Because at least you're trying to do something. It was a bit of a waste from Los Grandes. Like, either pull the trigger or just don't do that. You sent so many people out there, but... Yeah. You're just abusing Zekas. Holy crap, bro. Like, what did Zekas do to you? My goodness. Did Zeka steal your girlfriend or something, Clever? Like, what?
É muito bom fazer isso, né? Muito bom você ver lá que
They're
tá
just bullying
acontecendo,
him.
vai acontecer um abate. Deixa eu te dar um escudinho aqui, só pra eu pegar minha assistência, por favor.
Escudinho.
Eu vou te falar que o boneco mestre em pegar assistência é o Jarvan.
O
Joga a
botador
bandeira lá de trás,
estandarte,
mas
né?
aí, galera, ajudei, tá tudo
Às vezes
certo.
até no teleporte você já bufa e o cara utiliza o teleporte e ainda tá bufado. Aí, ó, fica a dica aí pra você aí de casa. Quer pegar
Yeah,
assistência?
sadly for
Suas habilidades.
Zekas, I think he's kind of taken out this game at this point.
Exatamente, é importante.
Like, he's having problems laning against Super Clever 1v1. They had to blow a teleport already, but whichever lane he shows up to, he's probably going to be in trouble.
Impondo dano em cima do Aituza.
And against Natuno, that's actually not going to feel very good either. He's so far behind Natuno, and Natuno can space a lot. Nice! This is gorgeous. Oh! Oh!
Meu Deus.
20 health! That was so clutch. Yeah, I'm really liking Sheener this game on this Vi.
Na parte de cima do mapa,
I'm liking his Vi. It's very aggressive. He's blowing out fairly frequently.
aqui no momento em que a barricada
And each one's actually yielding something.
talvez seja o que a equipe da
He didn't blow
Luz
flash this time, which is going to help him a lot
de
for the next
novo
fight.
as botas.
Mas deu pra ver que o China tá em todo lado do mapa, né? Ele gankou na bot lane, subiu reto, já conseguiu também tirar o flash do Aituza e que, convenhamos, não morreu por um esmero, né?
Yeah.
Um esmero
Gold
dos
is still
deuses do
pretty
League of
even,
Legends,
despite
fizeram com essa
the
cara
bullying that
que
we're seeing happen onto Zekas. Like, in the other lanes, there's still kind of small leads.
Duas assistências, agora focando no próximo objetivo. Ainda não
And they got quite a bit of plates as well. The pushing power from Stella is strong. The Misfortune especially has been able to really bully out this area early, which is what needs to happen.
Essa vontade do Steiner e essa presença que a gente esperava no jogo anterior, no jogo de Nafiri, criando as oportunidades, criando as possibilidades. Não sei se o
I don't know. I wouldn't call Aituza a beast for surviving that. I think,
de não ter talvez essa também.
yeah, it's not like I think he calculated it down to the fraction. He was just trying to get out as much as possible, and No's a little bit behind. I'll call Aituza a beast if he carries the game. For me, like, a beast has to be like F and beast, you know, like where literally you 1v, or not literally 1v5, I guess. You could, if you can 1v3 consistently, I'll call you a beast. Yeah, it's a lot of gold. It's all from the bot lane, actually, specifically. Wait, how does that work? Why is there the same amount of plates, but Stella will have more gold? Did Los just not pick up the gold and they took the plates? That'd be so weird.
Foi bastante pressão e a grande vantagem de ouro é a única que a
Odd.
equipe da Luz vai tendo nesse early game. 1.400 a favor do Super Club aqui. Tem 3 abates, tá valendo recompensa, tem seu primeiro grande item fechado e é uma Gwen. A gente sabe do potencial desse campeão.
A real é que a
Oh.
vantagem do Super Kleber é maior.
I wish they just killed Mukio there.
Todas as vantagens da
Just
Estelar.
kill Mukio.
Já na liderança do ouro é a equipe da Luz.
Oh, just out of range, unfortunately. I think if they just ambushed Mukio there, they might have. I don't know. Natsuno probably want to pick up the wave, and that's fair. I don't think they could have. There's a very real risk that Nakio could just flash his way, and then Natsuno falls behind CS, I guess.
Vai garantir ali mais um stackzinho dos monstros épicos. A Los que já teve o espaço da proeza da guerrilha conquistado, tá só precisando de mais um pra ter o triunfo das bolas.
Okay, I'm not sure what Los is looking to do right now. I like their early game and how they were playing to shut down Zekas, but they gave up a dragon for a dive that didn't work, and I'm looking at the objectives right now.
Porque ele é Rift Herald em inglês.
Okay, they're going for Earth Herald.
Então, Rift.
Okay.
Eu gostei dessa informação,
A
Colossus.
informação aí, ó.
Informação
em tempo
pra
real,
galera
eu
de
nunca
casa.
tinha me dado conta disso.
Então como é que é o nome do mapa?
Vale do Invocador.
Vale do Invocador.
I was looking for a second. I was like wondering what is Los actually doing right now.
Dos invocadores.
I didn't see the Herald timer.
Eu já vou
Nossa,
fazer uma
okay,
partida
that's fine,
a mais,
that's fair.
aí deixa o próximo
okay with
narrador
this.
de stand-by que eu vou ter que fazer a narração apropriada, rapaziada.
Conhecimento, né?
Eu falei que era uma
Colossus.
parada muito aleatória.
I'm actually a little bit surprised Super Clever left the bot lane. I think Super Clever could handle the 1v2, but they were probably worried about 3v1. Cavallo is also in Fog of War.
Sem defesa, e assim a Stellai destrói a primeira torre e a torre da bot lane. De qualquer maneira, a Loz vai conseguir contestar agora, porque essa torre tá por um fio aqui da top lane.
Então, ó, raciocínios, vamos lá. Uma proeza pra cada lado.
Legal.
Vai ser no monstro
Despite getting the
que a Luz
turret,
levou.
Stella
A
actually didn't stick around for Dragon. So Los could just reset for Dragon right now.
Isso, uma ligeira
passa atrás,
vantagem
né?
para Stellai.
Yeah, you can already still move in.
A equipe da Stellai tá com um ponto de
I wonder if we see a fight around this Dragon. So far we've not seen a team fight, but Stella should be actively looking for it with Stella. Stella just finished his BT not too long ago either.
Não é dele, senhor.
Ok.
Ah, não pegou o stun.
Não teve um
Foi
gosto
por
meio
pouco.
roxo, não teve.
Não
Foi por
pegou.
pouco ali a movimentação da Luluzinha foi
Okay,
superior.
there's a very
Mas as
nice
equipes
deep
estão
TP flank over here for
pra
Stella.
realizar esse dragão, que já
Los
está
don't
em
have the
jogo.
TP
A
flank,
equipe da Los chega primeiro,
but they
tem
did
ritmo à
push the wave
frente,
out bot.
deixa lá um pouco
And if
mais
they leave
ainda,
Super
e
Clever
quando
there,
Medusa
Super Clever
consegue,
probably gets prio on
colocar
this
o
push as
mapa
well.
em cima do mapa, ele tem
The Super
teleporte,
Clever's in the
provavelmente
Dragon
vai
Pit.
utilizar, porque
I don't like this
está
positioning from
criando
Los.
uma luta por aqui.
Foco aqui de 3 jogadores do time da Luz.
I'm actually quite concerned. Yeah, there we go. The deep DP, TP from Methusa.
Roda o seu martelo, mas vem saque enterrado, ele acaba não encaixando. Metendo
Oh, the misfortune.
brinca pra geral.
Okay, this is kind of bad for Stella. The big ult didn't land. Oh, I think so. He's not a beast.
Netuno com passa adiante, Estelar buscando o céu.
He gets out, but that's oh yeah, he's dead.
Pra fazer essa fight ser sua. Cavalo agora buscando seu tempo de recarga.
Oh, Zekus is beasting it if anything.
Que não cai o Super Kleber com a tesoura.
The shields, are they enough?
Leve solto pra cima de 3 alvos.
Super Clever lives.
2 por 1 não pega.
Oh, the charm! The charm from MG is huge. Is it enough? They can't find any more kills. Cavello's keeping everyone with them though. The Seraphine shielding is actually unreal right now. Ah!
Tudo que vai volta, Celo. Cuidado com o beijinho da Morena.
Okay.
Meu Deus do céu, que fight absurdo.
Yeah, this Ari is beasting it way harder than this Akali right now.
Sensacional o que foi feito pelo MG no fim das contas. Salvou o companheiro.
Okay, but that was a good fight.
Calibrou
Finally get some
a
blood
partida.
on the rift.
Como tudo começou, meu Kyo teve o ultimate
Yeah, when that ult missed, I thought it was kind of GG
teve que cancelar o próprio
for Stella.
pela chegada do Super Kleber.
But Zekus getting that 4-man stun was huge. Yeah, it is. It's still very, very even for sure. Yeah, Zekus right here. Was it? No, coming up. Where's the stun? There we go. 3-man stun. That was huge. If that doesn't go off, Stella would have lost the fight. They were just getting run down at that point. You can see the superior range from the Zeri was definitely messing them up. But then just, again, like when the tables keep turning, right? Like MG here, oh, I love it. He knew, he was waiting, man. And Cavallo split. But they need some sort of anti-shield soon, because Cavallo is... Yeah, Cavallo is disgusting in these fights. Anti-shield, anti-heal. Oh, Clever missed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, it's a nice close game, Dark Knight. I am happy for it. We're not seeing teams throw. We're seeing teams like step up and actually play well. It feels like the teams finally woke up. It only took them 2 games. Yeah, that ult from Celo that whiffed is not even a bad ultimate whatsoever. Like, Los just managed to disperse fast enough and managed to dodge out the Encore. We are past the game of throws. I say as Mukio throws his body into the enemy team. Oh no. Mukio, not like this. I can't, guys. Just when I praise them, they do this. Like, what? Holy crap. Brother Mukio. I have been singing your praises this split, and then you did loud Mukio things again. That was huge yikes. Yep. Yeah, capital yikes on it. The thing too is that why get so aggressive there? I get that he didn't know Steiner was there. So he thought he could 1v2, and he thought he could ward. But he still tried to get cheeky with it and actually tried to fight Netuno and Sanghyun. And that's where, to me, you're just wrong. You don't have vision on anybody. Don't be cheeky. Drop your ward and get out, you know? Instead, yeah, Steiner came over the wall, and then the whole team collapsed. And then you cost 2 kills, not just 1 kill for your team. The saving grace, I guess, is that I think Steiner picked up 1 of the kills, and that Netuno didn't get any. Also, this is an interesting build from MG. Rod of Ages. I don't think... When's the last time we saw a Rod of Ages on an Ari? That's a weird build. With Leandries. MG is not looking to burst anybody down. He's actually playing for a longer fight. That's odd.
Então, a equipe da Stellai vai ter que prestar mais atenção ainda do que estava no mapa. E o Netuno tá chegando. O Aituza ficou severamente enganado por 3 tapas do Steiner ali.
Yeah, I'm rather enjoying Cena's Vi play, which is saying a lot. I genuinely don't like Vi. Like I understand her appeal, and that her guaranteed point and click engage is a huge tool in pro play, but I'm usually of the opinion that if you feel that's a necessity, then it's probably not a great sign for mechanics. But yeah, Cena's been able to actually make this Vi kind of look good with the constant aggression. And the best part for me about this Vi so far is that you're often splitting, like, you're picking it for skirmishes and you're not getting bogged down in team fights, which tends to be where Vi falls apart. So I don't know if Cena can keep it up, but at least for the first 20 minutes of this game, his Vi has been really useful and really strong.
Daqui parece que ele tá meio prejudicado, mas não, o cavalo tá por ali. Na verdade, várias peças da Stellai são por aqui, né, tentando fazer a defesa desse atacante que já está em jogo, a equipe da Luz também. Mas eu ia comentar que a equipe da Stellai tá tão acuada agora no seu próprio mapa, no seu próprio território, nesse ponto da partida que o Aituza teve que...
I thought we've gone back to 2020 CB LoL where dragons are just not a thing anymore. It's not fair because like the dragons are, like, teams are taking dragon and they're not letting them sit around that long, but it's more just like the teams seem to be not setting up properly for the objective, and it's just like, oh well, we're pushed out, we'll make a play somewhere else, and then if we find the right timing, we'll go to dragon. But it's not like the major objective teams are fighting over. Like I still feel like Stella should be looking for team fights. You've got the misfortune. What else are you picking the misfortune for if not the team fights? And to try and force this comp into a team fight with you, they don't want a team fight. So it's got to be objectives. If not, yeah. If not, you're going to try and match them in terms of getting picks. Possible, but that's their preferred MO, not yours. What's the point of misfortune if you're going to look for picks? That's a good rotation from Stella though. Los very slow to match this one. They're TPing in though. Everybody's TPing in. Okay, we got a massive team fight top lane for nothing. I love it. Encore whiffs again! Okay, but this is where the Vi falls apart, right? That's my big concern with Vi a lot of times. Is in team fights, you just go in and then you get separated and then you're dead. And that also means that no jungler, no smite. Atakan becomes an actual thing. It's risky a little bit. Oh, they split! They didn't even have vision, they just did! Oh, the timing is so good. The timing is so damn good from Los. Zekka's with another huge flash stun. I think he dies this time, but it was good. If he had more of a team to follow up, it could have been the difference maker. Damn. Yeah, Los is playing that fight better. Yeah, I know they're going to show a replay, but I actually want to go back and just double check. Did they have vision on the split? Like, do they have vision of Zekkas? And Aithuza. There's no wards. Sweeper doesn't catch Aithuza. Oh, but they have the pink ward here. Okay. That pink ward, I think, is... Yep. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That pink ward is so good. Because right here, they see who's here. And they notice that Zekkas and Aithuza aren't here. And that's why, even though down a man, this is where they choose to engage. Is that... Yeah, the moment they flash in, and because they know that like that's all the people that are there, if they all collapse in fast enough, it becomes a 4v3. That's gorgeous. That's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, and then the way they play the fight over the wall as well. Like, they just create all the space they need. Even Sanghyun flashes over the wall. So they play the fight, dragging it out that way, away from Zekkas, away from Aithuza. Yeah. Oh. Oops. Did I miss anything else? I don't think I missed anything. Okay. Yep. Zekkas wants to win so bad. Yeah, Zekkas has been having a huge glow up this split. For sure. And look at the scoreline, the 0-3 and 4. That's so rough. He got like completely crapped on early game. He just got bullied. And then on top of that, like in team fights, he's still having a lot of relevance. I am very impressed by him, but unfortunately, it's just really, really, really tough. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see that the point of MG's Roa Liandry's build It's actually surprisingly effective on these bruisier, tankier bruisers. Bruiser ear. Wait, is Tina soloing this? Let's go. Steiner actually understands how Atakan works. He's dodging everything. Nice. Let's go. I think Steiner's actually done a wonderful job this series as a whole. Except for game 1. Was it game? No, game 2. Wait, which game was it that they lost? It was game 2, wasn't it? Yeah. Except for game 2 with the Nefiri. And even then, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of Nefiri. Like, kind of on Nefiri. She's not an engaged champion. So.
Permitido esse item proibido. Por enquanto, tá permitido por enquanto.
Ok, beleza. Então veremos.
But I do think this is more what I expected from Los Grandes. I don't necessarily feel like Stella is underperforming this game in particular, game 3. But I also don't think they're living up to their full potential. I really don't like this Misfortune pick, the way they've used it so far. Again, where are the team fights? Where's the bullet time? I'm still waiting for it. They need to somehow chain the Encore with it. But, yeah. I'm not even putting on Cello. I'm putting more on Cavallo. And to a lesser extent, Zekis. I mean, Zekis has been landing beautiful ultimates, but it's usually too late. He's not primary engaged, though, so it's not fully his fault. Burn more of it doesn't matter. They're in the base. They're in your walls. Dragons up, they can pick on the way out and then reset. Oh, are they looking to try and find a pick? If they find 2 kills here, I think they can end the game. What are you questioning, Lunar? Why the question mark? I'm sorry, that's the problem with like with me sometimes in chat. Like if y'all make a comment and I'm not looking, sometimes I don't know what you're referencing. So I appreciate it when Dark Knight gives context. What he's typing a lot of times. Okay, can Stella go? I think Stella can still come back in the game. It's not impossible. It's just a bit. It's just hard. But it's doable. Like Los doesn't even have to make a mistake necessarily. There is a world in which Stella can outplay this. But I'm looking at Aethusa, right? We said in the beginning, like Aethusa. For me to call Aethusa a beast, for me to think that Aethusa is like actually a mid laner worthy of LTA South, he needs to step up, and I feel like he's lost it. He doesn't have it in him anymore. Hasn't since his Loud Academy days. They need to find flank positions. Maybe this part of it's also on Mukyo. If Mukyo can knock out the right people and like isolate maybe 1 or 2 people in the front, like leave them behind, then yeah, Stella can still come back in. Like I said, there are still lots of options for Stella to try and come back in this game. Bullet time is becoming less and less an option though as the game goes on, I feel like. But that Encore into bullet time is still an option. That would set up Zekis beautifully. You could CC them for like pretty much the entire duration. They'd have to burn flashes or die. And then Aethusa and Zekis can try and clean up after. That's another option. The two who ironically probably have the least agency in trying to turn the game right now is Zekis and Aethusa by themselves. Like they need setup. Because and that's more on Los and how they're playing. Los is not giving them good pick targets to punish. Los has cleaned up their game for game 3, as we were hoping for. I think the losses for both the teams kind of woke them up a little bit.
Manter o controle que dá aqui na parte de cima, depois que eles pegaram o vermelho, eles conseguiram administrar, mas aí, ó, é esse o problema. O positivo é que essa pop tancuda, ela aguenta legal o charme, perdeu 25% da vida, mas nada de muito preocupante. O preocupante tá acontecendo logo ali atrás.
Esse Barão que Steiner e Netuno já estão buscando,
Okay.
dropando muito rapidamente, muito dano por segundo. Enquanto Super Kleber tá lá
4v4.
pressionando a rota
Clever and
superior,
Zekka
a equipe da
Zekis are
Estelar
off on the
consegue
side.
impedir essa chamada
Technically,
de
there's no way for
padrão,
Super
mas
Clever to
por
stop a
pouco
TP from
tempo.
A
Zekis.
equipe da Estelar
That's why
meio que
Clever is
briga
pushing up so aggressively, because you stop the TP by just threatening the base.
Super Kleber, calma aí, a briga começou.
Já vem
Oh,
tomando
missing 2
cuidado.
needleworks is kind of bad.
Vem também.
O grão-mestre das armas do outro
I think Clever uses this in the 1v1. Yeah, straight up.
acabou perdendo o seu corte. Bonk na cabeça da bonequinha mais uma vez.
Yeah,
Super
and that
Kleber
forces the
acaba
Baron back.
sendo neutralizado.
And Zekis and I think they both have TP.
Isso
Really
tira
good for
todo o
Stella.
ímpeto da Loz de acabar sendo mais agressivo.
And that's kind of the
Então,
problem with the Gwen. You don't have CC to cancel the teleport, so your only way to kind of play that is the all-in. But you missed two of the 3 needleworks, and that's kind of it. GG. Stella's actually turning it back around. Yeah, there we go. Like I said, Stella not out of it by any means. These comms mean that you can still fight your way back in at any given time. Oh, Aithusa still has ultimate too.
não pode bobear, que a gente tem saque enterrada já lançado.
Not that it matters, because Aithusa just died. What the hell are we watching?
Pro lado da Estelar e já tão partindo.
These picks, man.
Engage pra cima agora do Melchior.
Oh, that bullet time's nice. They got the double encore. Sunghyun's gonna die.
Vai gastar ultimate em si mesmo. MG
Oh, and now Zekka's on flank too.
pouquíssima vida do outro lado, o Zekas chegou.
Is
E o
Netuno
impacto
dead?
agora tá enorme. Vem impacto eletrizante do
I think Netuno might be dead.
pra cá e tipo,
Maybe.
tem
No.
desliga
Ah, Zeri doing Zeri things.
ocupado. São duas
Super Clever has
vezes
needlework.
cumpridas. A equipe da Estelar respira
Oh,
fundo
yes.
depois de perder o seu
This game's been so good. There's still no healing cut, guys. There's nothing stopping Cavallo from being a menace right now. Yeah, double TPs. Or not double TP, I guess. Super Clever's came in a lot earlier.
Vão fazendo já essa entrada.
Oh.
Tentado Zekas.
Oh, that was gorgeous. The charm onto Zekis was huge.
Do time da Estelar, mas tem super minions pra dar e vender. Foco
They will
no
still get
Barão,
this. I mean, they can't
mas
kill them, but
precisa garantir
do they
o
get
bônus.
out is the big
Acontece
question.
agora, precisa fugir. Precisa manter
They can't find the slow.
o bônus pra
Stella, do it! It's highway robbery!
34 minutos de partida.
Stella's staying alive. They're staying alive!
Acho que vai cair os dois.
De fato caiu. Defende o vídeo, rapaziada. Pelo amor de Deus.
Yeah, that healing is sick. I hope.
Quase
So,
que
they always
caiu.
show the damage graph, but I kind of want to see like the healing graph.
Apesar dos inimigos
Healing and
terem
shielding
comprado
graphs.
super minions
Because I think
de
Cavallo is
mas
actually a
elas não
beast.
foram
This Seraphine,
fechadas, não foram
which
organizadas,
we kind of
assim.
joked about being like the
Estelar
better, the difference between the team scaling, is actually unironically becoming a massive problem. Like, these fights are running long. Great encore. It caught the entire team. Oh, it doesn't matter though. Zekis' TP was a little bit too late.
Buscando alvos frágeis. MG não encaixa seu segundo charme. Já perdem tanto caçador quanto mid laner. MG agora com seu impacto vai adiante.
Oh,
no
the soul
ímpeto
landed.
Super
Is it
Clever
enough?
buscando, fazendo esse chase.
Clever has no
Perde
needlework, so they don't have a good way to
Nesse
slow.
momento de total desespero, vem o laser.
Oh, the laser goes through.
Potencial primário. Cadê a escapatória do time da Estelar?
Oh, come on! Cavallo's dead though.
Por aqui, Cavallo já aceita o seu
Does Cello
destino,
get out?
enquanto Super
Yeah, Cello
Clever
gets out.
acaba desistindo desse chase
Woo!
do Cello. A marcha que o time da Loz
Out of nowhere! Is that game?
Com certeza, porque a vantagem numérica
They have
é
Baron buff.
gigante, mas falta
Oh, they don't have Baron buff, sorry, because Stella got Baron buff, sorry.
mais só
So,
20
they don't have Baron
pra
buff.
Aithusa, então, se
Yeah,
a
I don't-
Estelar
can they end?
fizer uma defesa legal, tem jogo ainda, mas é difícil.
It's only 5 more seconds before Stella comes back up. Ooh, I don't like that bullet time. I think you wait for the wave to come in first. Okay, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
O inibidor do meio segue guerreiro, segue de pé.
Are they expecting the TP flank from Aithusa? That's what they're calling for. I think you can just turn and burn. Oh, the charm misses. But so does the Shogun flip. Okay. I think they just, yeah. That's it, guys. Game. Fight's over. Break it up. Break it up.
Aithusa humilde, como o MG errou o charme dele, ele também-
Apparently not, Dark Knight. Apparently not. I was wondering too if it'd be GG. If Lowe's had Baron, that would have been GG. But because Stella got Baron, it actually ends up being not enough to end the game. And we are living on a knife's edge. Woo. My shoulders are tense. That's a good game.
Mas a equipe da Luz agora consegue uma cobrança com a alma, né? Eles têm a alma Quintec, o que é ótimo pra Gwen. Ela se favorece demais desse
Okay,
momento. Vai
yeah,
ter um pouco mais nas lutas, vai conseguir
If
um pouco
Lowe's
mais de
get
poder.
wiped,
E
Stella
agora
can
é
definitely
muito
end the game.
tenso, né? As builds, basicamente,
If Stella gets wiped,
fechadas
Lowe's
ali,
will end the
agora
game. Even if Stella doesn't get
conseguem
wiped.
fechar
If
o
Stella
jogo
loses
de
2 members, I think
padrão.
that's GG.
Tem mais força, tem como
At this point.
voltar também depois de ser abatido, e 3.000 de diferença a favor da Luz, porém Deu pra ver que a Stellai tá se
Okay,
defendendo
what
muito
objective
bem.
are we fighting over?
A Stellai com a intimidação
There's no objective to fight over. I think for both the teams, you're playing this safe.
tem
You're just
o
pushing out
Zônia
waves.
pro
There's no
Vegas,
need
tem o
to.
Zônias também pro Aituza, tem esse
There's no need to
Anjo
overchase,
acabou de ficar
right?
na mão do
Like,
Celo.
there's no need
Do
to
lado do
overextend trying to
Talos,
split push or
tem
anything
o
right now.
Zônias
I think you just play it
e
slow,
mais nada,
push out your lanes,
porque
wait for
vai ter,
Baron
a
and
Stellai
Dragon.
não tem mais
That's Elder Drake
à
too.
sua disposição. Ela quebrou o cronômetro e ainda não teve dinheiro. Calma aí.
We are engaging onto Mukyo, the tankiest of tanks.
Muito dano que o Steiner pode oferecer. Sanguinho quase eliminado, mas agora ele tá completamente entregue.
Out-
É a
what-
Aituza quem faz a limpeza com o seu
Why are we doing this?
diante. E agora temos Encantar mais uma vez, passando super clever, é tesoura na
It's a
mão
1-for-1 so far. Both junglers dead.
Agora a presença dos Zecas pra salvar o dia pra Stellai.
Meu Deus do céu, a perseguição continua rodando aqui.
Okay.
Não entendi o que o Gromp tava fazendo no meio
o-
da
okay.
tática. Vocês viram que o Gromp tava brigando?
Much ado about nothing there.
Sexto
Mas
player.
chamaram ele.
That was a hand check moment. It felt like Los Grandes just wanted to see how much damage can we do. We think we win this.
Contra um. Tinha o
Ele
Gromp
lutando contra todo
pistola.
mundo.
To be fair, they didn't lose it, but they also didn't win it.
É do Naruto tocando no fundo na
I mean,
cabeça
yeah.
dele. Muito
I mean,
bom.
it's long enough, right? We've got 2 minutes on both. When the fight started, I think we had 3 minutes on both timers. So
Mas mais a próxima.
Lembraremos de você.
again, as long as you don't like get wiped, it's okay, I guess.
38 minutos de combate.
I'm okay with it.
Quero ver se ele saiu vivo disso aqui.
It was just random.
Não, ele morreu.
Ele morreu? Não.
Não, Gromp.
Gromp, não.
There's also a chance for a backdoor.
Você é inocente.
So Los can take it slow around the objectives and then send Super Clever in to end the game behind enemy lines. They have supers pushing in. They'll have to deal with both the side waves right now, so they need to push out.
Os amigos são os-
Badly.
Na verdade,
Os amigos são os Gromps.
They're trying, but they also have to be very worried. They have a good vision line here at least, so they can kind of see. Bot lane's a little bit exposed, which is why they sent Aituza there. But yeah, they're kind of safe to push out top to about just shy of mid. This is the midpoint of the lane, pardon me. No, we don't, Lunar. It's finally an enjoyable game where we're getting action. We don't need a pause. We're getting a mini in-game pause as it is while teams are resetting for objectives. Or while we're waiting for objectives, I suppose. They're not really resetting.
Stellai conseguiu atrasar o jogo o suficiente para que uma briga seja completamente decisiva na partida. Lembrando, T3 está exposta
Okay.
embaixo
Bot
da base
inhibitor has
da
already respawned for Stella. That's huge. Top will be respawning
O problema
in about a
que
minute.
Super
Soon
Minions em
enough.
ambas as lanes,
Don't
né?
have to deal with
Na
that.
real,
2, 3 more
no-
waves of
no-
supers.
No bot não tem Super Minion mais não. É o inibidor que está disposto. Mas se os Zekas fizessem
I think it's 2 more plus the 1 in play.
a onda de Minions por um ponto favorável e deixar ela empurrando por conta própria, é uma briga e um abraço para a equipe da Stellai, porque eles saem daqui.
Okay, Zaka's got the
com
push out down
É,
bot.
realmente pode ser esse
Mas é a
o
mesma coisa
ponto.
que
He's looking for the Mondo
Exato,
flank.
pode voltar do outro lado.
MG's looking for a flank, not knowing that there's another flank. MG's caught out on the flank.
Esse ponto, opa, peraí,
Oh, the Zonias. Is it enough? MG has flash. Yeah. Yeah, that bullet time is really not doing anything, and Aituza goes in! Aituza's not coming back up! Okay, that's Baron gone. Is that Elder as well? 24 seconds. Yeah, I think they lose Elder too.
Jungler e sem mid laner, a equipe da Loz vai poder brigar pelo Barão.
Porque o Steiner não morreu nessa jogada. O
We put a
MG
pause on the
morreu,
pause, Lunar. We're not going to get another pause.
mas a cobrança foi-
I'm actually pretty happy. We've only had one pause this series, and it was a short one, so yeah. I'm fine with that. Yeah, we just run straight for straight for Herald, and Lois gets to push in with Herald Baron. I think they win the game.
Completamente
Sorry, not Herald.
pelo charme
Elder.
do
I
MG,
keep saying Herald.
que
Elder.
só agora
Elder and
voltou.
Baron, they win the
Ele
game.
tava com os stacks da Mejai direitinhos até esse presente momento. É a primeira morte dele
What
aos
a
41
series.
minutos de jogo.
It ended up being what I hoped for. I'm happy with it. Yeah, I guess Lunar's hate of misfortune is well justified this game. I think this misfortune was what is causing this team to lose right now. It's just not being set up properly. We've not seen a single good bullet time come across. I'm curious to see what Celo's damage numbers are, because I suspect they're actually not bad, even though he can't land the bullet time.
Que o Barão- o dragão não é dele.
But that means that any other AD carry would have probably been even better if Celo could play. If Celo had the opportunity to play any of those other AD carries.
Beleza, a equipe da Loz
Like, if you can't land a bullet time, anything's better than Misfortune.
Estão prestes a platinar o Vale dos Invocadores, né? Que o Colossus acabou de mudar o nome aqui do nosso querido Summoner's Rift. Mas realmente são bem próximos agora dessa vitória. Puxar agora as outras rodas. Os seguidores voltaram. É um ponto de força para a equipe da Stellai se defender melhor.
MG has teleport. I'm still not liking that he's half a map away right now, but...
Essa potência da
Oh, there we go. There's the teleport. Okay. MG heard me.
O MG. Vão empurrando
Thank
os
goodness.
times. Olha como vem rápido essa posição.
Yeah, you just brute force.
Executor, o passinho
Like I don't
certo.
even think you need to take the other inhibitors. I think you just actually push under turret.
Dois inimigos no chão. A marcha já é pra cima das torres de Nexus que estão sendo atingidas pela onda de minions. Tá chegando ainda esse foco, estão esperando quem é que vai dar o primeiro tropeço, quem é que vai gastar um tempo de recarga e acabar
have to be
perdendo o
careful.
jogo.
A equipe da
When
Luz
Netuno's
tem
clearing a
minions
ward, that's the
na
window.
base
Okay.
inimiga, Então é por isso que eles estão esperando
To get it
chegar a
anyways.
próxima wave pra aí sim armar a PUC e fazer o derradeiro push, o que pode ser, o que vai
Oh.
ser o derradeiro push. O ultimate foi utilizado da MF pra limpar os minions
Okay.
e isso é meio catastrófico.
Ooh, what the hell was that onto Cavallo?
Já soltou
One
a
zap?
trava aí,
One laser?
O Lua
Essa
já foi.
lapada do Netuno tirou
Yikes.
um terço da vida dele.
E foi só ali o seu raio laser, tá?
Yeah.
Que atravessou.
Yeah,
a
this area
torre
has
dele.
grossly
E
scaled
ele
now.
veio
And the difference between the
chegou,
AD carries
chegou
is
super
the most telling
minions
difference.
bufados e o super minion
They have Mortal
tá
Reminder as
pra
well,
longe,
so
já
there is
tá
healing
na
cut,
Isso
albeit
aqui
no
foi
shielding.
respeito. Encaixa agora o chave pra cima do Zecas, ele
Okay.
demorou bastante pra executar. A equipe
Nice,
da
nice.
Luz
Redemption
vem
topping them
protelando
up.
o espaço enquanto a Stellai vai ficar sem recurso.
Okay, they just pulled the trigger and it's just wipe.
Também ali fez
Because Elder.
com essa execução. Polymorph pra cima, Zecas brilhando, todo
Everybody's going
mundo já
golden.
vai desligando.
Oh, they don't go down. Nice.
Tá completamente
But they don't have time to
destruído.
heal either,
Nem
so.
precisa de fight,
Rip.
nem precisa de KDA. O time da Luz aos
Yeah,
43
it's a wipe.
minutos tá se aproximando
Rip.
então do GG.
Honestly though, good series, good game. I'm actually pretty happy with how that ended up going. That's a really nice series. Game 3 especially made me happy. The first couple of games, like, okay, game 1 made me kind of sad because, yeah, I felt like it was a warm-up game, you know? Like, both teams were not playing to their full potential. Then game 2, Stella woke up a lot, and I think Los, I don't know, I'm not sold by Neferi. I don't think they were sold by Neferi. It looked just a little bit lackluster from Los, but game 3, yeah, they both nutted up when it mattered. That was a nice game. It's so hard to pick an MVP as well, because I think MG, his Ari impressed me a lot, but at the same time, Super Clever's Gwen was probably the single biggest pressure point in the game. Steiner's Vi, was great. Yeah, see, Celo's damage is really high. Literally, he out-damaged Netuno.
É muito dano.
If you had just given him any other AD carry, this comp might have won.
Fez valer esse pick, fez valer demais a MG.
Like, this comp could have won. They just needed a bit more scaling. Something that could do more. The Misfortune was not being set up for success. It was really tough on Celo. Unfortunate. Like, I can't even say, okay, I shouldn't say it wasn't set up for success, because the Seraphine actually, with the Jax, was really good setup for the Misfortune, but Los played around it really well, and I think that's why Misfortune is always kind of a dangerous pick. It's really hard against a team who has a lot of mobility and who's very aware of it. Yeah. Sanghyun on the Lulu was also very clutch. I didn't talk about it much, but if you watch a lot of the plays, the shielding, the healing, and even the polymorph. Like, Aithuza dying a lot was because of the polymorph partially. The CC chains that came through meant that Aithuza couldn't do squat. He goes in, he does not come back out. Yeah. Like the CC chain that came through, and then the shielding also just meant that there was no threat of death. Yeah, I think everybody on Los in this game 5 really stepped up. Oh, I didn't mention the Tuno. The Tuno scaled, and you saw in the team fights he was clutching up the last couple of team fights, because, I mean, MG is not a consistent damage threat. Super Clever's melee. Oh, that charm right there. Personally, I think I give it to Steiner or MG for me for this series. Oh, that play from MG was crazy. Yeah, I think I'll give it to MG. I was just thinking, you know, like, who would I really want to give it to, and how well were they playing, sort of deal. I think in game 1 is the big difference maker to me. I feel like MG played well in game 1. I think was a big part why they won, specifically. The Skarner from Steiner was good, but I didn't feel like I thought MG was the bigger reason why they won. In game 2, I thought MG also had more impact in their loss than Steiner did on the Neferi, though partially that's also Neferi. If you're falling behind on Neferi, or if you're on the losing side with Neferi, there's not really that much you can do. So, yeah. And in game 3, I think they both did fantastically. So really well played. I'm curious to see who they award the MVPs to. And then, once they decide, I'm actually gonna take a quick bio break. I need more water. Thirsty from talking so much.
Isso aí que você faz, ó. Olha aí, ó. Tá aí, ó. Tempo real, o que você faz? Você usa os ônibus e reza.
E reza. Tem que rezar muito mesmo agora que dessa vez aí. Só milagres. Apenas milagres.
E ainda assim, a gente vê que
I just want to see the MVP.
difundiram muito o foco. Não vamos dar GG, vamos finalizar aqui todo mundo. Acabou não terminando todos o... Não virou um ace, né? Mas virou uma vitória e esse é o objetivo final.
Eu achei que eles... Sabe o que eu achei que eles queriam? Eles queriam um turno nisso daí.
I hope the next series is going to be as good.
É a situaçãozinha em que a Zeri arranja um pentakill exatamente essa.
É sempre no fim da partida, assim, né? Quando tá todo mundo...
I think Red Academy Dopamina is the other side of this match, where this is to me like trying to see who's better and who kind of deserves to be in that like top 4-ish spot. Whereas I think Dopamina versus they get to MG. Okay, yeah, I'm down for that. I thought MG did ever so slightly better too. But yeah, just as a whole, really well played from Los Grandes. I was quite happy to see them be able to pop off and perform. And I think that the biggest thing to me is that they actually cleaned up in Game 3. Now, obviously, like the Game 1 and Game 2 was not great from them. So I think they do still need to work on how consistent they are. But, well, we take what we can get, right? And they won today. That's the important thing. For them, at any rate. Okay, quick bio break. I'm grabbing more water, more tea, and using the washroom, and I'll be right back. Top 6 or top 9? No, I think Los would probably be top 4 after the performance. To me, they were vying for that 4th spot. As to Dopamina Red, yeah. That one, it's to stay out of the bottom, I guess. So yeah, top 9, top 4 or top 8 sort of deal, I guess. Okay, wait, bear back.
Boa noite, estamos chegando aqui para mais um jogaço nessa segunda-feira de Circuito Desafiante. Vem aí Red Kennedys contra Dopamina e aqui do meu lado, ó, que honra, mais uma vez. Boa noite, André.
Ah, fico até meio encabulado de ouvir um negócio desse, brincadeira. Minha honra é a minha de estar aqui com esses dois monstros do League of Legends, monstro do Circuitão. E é isso, né, gente? Já teve esse primeiro jogo da noite, jogo pegadaço, e tudo promete que a gente vai ter mais um jogo pegado por agora, porque são dois times realmente que estão já começando a brigar ali, o pessoal já tá começando a ficar atento com a parte de baixo, do meio da tabela, então vamos ver por aí.
Okay, I am back. So it's now Red Academy versus Dopamine. Let's get that dopamine hit. Okay, I realized a couple things. First, let's clear that in preparation for the next draft. Then, let's pull this up. Okay. Oh, they're gonna show things right now. So it's still Doom playing today. I don't know what the Dopa... Wasn't Dopa like one of Abdo's... one of his like alt accounts or Smurf accounts or something in Korea? Like it should have been, if it wasn't. Yeah, so it looks like we've got Doom playing today and not Aegis. Which makes me personally believe we'll probably see Aegis starting for Red on the weekend. Yeah, Red, they've been struggling. They're 0-2 right now. To be fair, the two games they had to play were against Gate Academy and Stella. And frankly, a Stella that looked more like the Game 3 Stella that we saw in the series today. Even more than that Game 2. So, a Stella that was bringing it right from the get-go. So I think it's not unjustified that Red lost. My problem with Red has more to do with... Oh, that's a cute shirt. But why is Kojima wearing a black shirt and then holding up a shirt instead of just wearing the shirt? Like, is that just me that finds it weird? Like that he's just not wearing it, he's just holding it? Okay. That's the thing. Yeah, I think for Red, they are a cut below most of the other teams right now in terms of they are actively making mistakes. And in CBLOL Academy, I was okay with that because Academy was always sort of a learning system, but not anymore. Oh no. They do this. They keep doing this the second series where they not only don't show us the draft, but they show us the draft in role order, in like late order and not pick order. I hate this. I really hate this. I mean, we can try and figure out what got picked when, but what's that? Wait, I want to Google translate what that is. Sorry, give me a quick sec. Because I assume that was whatever shirt Kojima was holding. Procura se cachorro desaparece. Something desperate. Oh, it's a missing dog sign. Okay. Thank you, Dark Knight. The most random thing. Was that what Kojima's shirt was about? That's funny. Okay. Okay, we know what... Wait, okay, yeah. We know that for Red, they picked Rel and Silas at the end. Because the Rakan are rebanned. We know that for Dopamina, the Leona was picked later, and I'm assuming the Camille was also probably picked later. That's gonna be my guess. I think the other picks are all pretty straightforward. Varus is probably... This is definitely our B1. I'm probably assuming this is B4, B5, and this is probably B3, B2 would be my guess. And then for this side, I'm praying this was R1. This is, or R1, R2, I guess, it doesn't really matter. And then probably Talia R3. I'm assuming this is R4, and then support was probably R5. Varus, Tree, Varus, yeah, Maokai, Ezreal, Ambessa. Yeah, Ambessa B3. No, B2? Warmong, wait. Oh, 6 is fine. Yeah, 6 is fine, okay. That took me a second to try and figure out like what on earth do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. I think Camille probably got picked before Leo. No, just because you knew you're playing into Mbessa. So that's the only thing I disagree with. Is probably just the order of these two. Yeah, I know that you're saying it would make more sense to pick Camille last, but you already knew you're playing to Mbessa anyway. So because of that, I think, and also we've seen a lot of last pick support on red side, which I really hate. Like you have red side, you've got counter pick advantage, use it. Yeah. Anyways, that's fine. Okay. So we're seeing the Silas into Talia matchup that we didn't get to see earlier today. So we'll get to see whether or not that makes sense. Beyond that, I think red got a lot of the meta picks. They've got a pretty good front to back comp, generally speaking. It's a good dive comp as well. The Varus feels a little bit out of place just because you'd have probably wanted a Kai'Sa with this, but you also blinded the Varus, so that's fine. That's understandable. I think Dopamine has replied really well. I like the Maokai with the Ezreal and Talia. That creates a lot of space to answer dive composition. I like the Leona. She can both PO and be engaged. And Camille is my only question mark. I actually don't know how Camille lanes into Mbessa. Yeah, I don't know how Camille lanes into Mbessa. I assume it's a counter pick since Io did pick it into Zinz's Mbessa, and I do think at least being able to lock her down can help a lot in the 1v1 situation. But more than anything else, I like the Camille to dive the Varus, and there's not a lot that the rest of Red can do about it because the rest of the comp wants to go forward, which means that Varus is isolated on his own. You pick one person to dive and everybody else peels. So I like the idea. I actually really like Dopamine's draft. I think I've said this about Dopamine's draft a couple of times. Their coach Tambina seems to be... I like his drafting in general. I think in isolation, I'd probably score like a... Yeah, that's an IO problem, right? Notice I like what Tambina's been doing. The coach has been doing. Because IO did this last split already with Pantheon, even before Pantheon was like something that people were playing. And to be fair to IO, he did win a lot of lanes on the Pantheon. Yeah, but you know, teams did their research. They're banning the Pantheon against IO, so he has to play other things. Okay, I think in isolation, I actually really like this draft from Red in isolation. Oh. Let's go, not CBLCK. Let's go. The true successor to CBLOL. Yeah, I think in isolation I've given this comp probably like a 4. I think it's pretty meta and pretty strong. Not the best team fighting necessarily, but great dive. In isolation I'd probably have given this like a 3.5. Like it's really solid. You've got a little bit of everything. Yeah, definitely more of a peel back composition more than anything else, which makes me wish you had a different support here. But I mean, obviously, that the bands made this the premier. Actually, wait, let me double check. Was Rakan banned? Yeah, Rakan was banned. Okay, yeah. Rakan was banned, and ooh, actually, I might have preferred a Rel here. Yeah, okay, I stand by 3.5. I think there were better options. I think you could have picked Rel. I think Rel's better than Leona in general. Oh no, wait, what am I saying? I'm an idiot. Rel's already picked. I'm an idiot. Never mind, take it back. Okay, yeah. Yeah, given the circumstances, this is probably the best you could have had for the draft. So this is in isolation, but I think I actually like this comp more. I think Dopamine has drafted good things into Red. So I actually favored this draft. Even though I scored this draft higher, I think this draft was the winning draft. Like, I have to score them in relation to each other, 3.5 and 4. It's still a good comp from Red. They can still win, for sure. I don't think they're that far behind. It's just a little bit tougher as well. Okay. Nothing too crazy. We're seeing flashes for both top laners. No ignites up here. Silas running the TP. Okay. Man, Envy versus Greftar. The funniest thing to me about this matchup was Envy literally replaced Greftar for one split on Red. And then now he's back on, and then now they're facing each other. And this was like a CBLOL matchup in the past. That's crazy to me. Wow, the range on that hookshot is crazy. Oh!
Pelo amor de Deus.
Oh!
Bola pra cima dos índices,
Damn.
muita troca de dano, muita
Nice.
coisa sendo
I love
utilizada.
this.
Mas no
All the
final,
lanes are dueling so heavily too. Look at all their health
na
bars.
parte do meio também
That's
tem troca
crazy.
de carícias, mas
Okay, bot lane
a
probably
habilidade
less so,
não
but I mean
sempre
the solo
vai
lanes are
por ali.
getting nutty with it. And even the bot lane, I think they are actually positioning quite aggressively. Nice
Nice
sidestep from Kojima.
I
I was actually quite sad when Fluxu dropped Kojima to pick up Trigo. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Trigo is good, but I think Kojima has potential to be a good AD carry, and he just needs more tier 1 time. So, watching him get dumped off a tier 1 team for no reason felt kind of bad.
Também já tá aqui nessa contenção para tentar garantir esse aronguejo da parte de baixo, mas a equipe da Red Calunga tem muita vantagem sobre essa região do rio.
Okay, Disney doesn't want any of this. The Maokai is not strong, and his bot lane shoved in.
Pelo que a Fogueta tava falando, né, de roubar ali, usurpar ali a ultimate, é que realmente também gosta muito de jogar de Tari o próprio Gravitar, né? Então, deve saber muito bem.
So far, Red Academy is, yeah,
Vem se ensaiando o
playing kind of aggro, but this decision is kind of sus to me.
já pula no meio da galera, o Zed
Okay, they at least get first blood, at least.
exatamente nas mãos do caçador, mas ele tava ali no meio, foi cobrado pelo próprio Dizin,
Okay.
fica naquele elas por elas.
It wasn't the worst case scenario. I honestly thought it was gonna go a lot worse, but yeah, it ends up being okay. They get first blood. The only problem is that kills went to junglers instead of the bot laners, but yeah. Doom at least will be happy with that. Is Trigo that good though? No. Like, I think Trigo is a tier 1 AD carry. I think Brazil as a region just makes it a bit hard for him because there are so many good AD carries, and his playstyle does not fit most Brazilian teams. He's a good team fighter. Like, to me, he is what Ninja Kiwi will one day become, and hopefully we'll be able to surpass. My big problem with Trigo is I think he's just maxed out at this point. Like, he's already had full potential, so he's a good pick if you want like immediate results, which is what Fluxu wanted with that roster. It felt like they spent like a lot of money and then they just kind of decided to cheap out after, and they were just like, oh, you know, we want an immediate result now. So I think he has his place. He might also be a good veteran presence for a team with a lot of newbies on it. But
Mas
yeah.
também não acho que foi uma escolha errada, já que o Doom tava pra baixo. Ele precisava fazer alguma coisa porque no top ele não ia conseguir fazer nenhuma ação. Mas se
I like to see new
tivesse
talent, I
uma
guess.
informação aí melhor de comunicar, pra tomar um pouco mais de cuidado com a chegada do Maokai.
I say as I cried in a corner when Jinkido retired. I miss Dinkas, man.
Imaginando que o Dizin poderia ter se movimentado para a parte inferior, já que o Doom foi visto justamente pela muda que estava nessa trimoita aqui da parte inferior do mapa, então poderia ter aproveitado um pouco mais e ter jogado um pouco mais desse tempo, porque a pressão da rota do meio, nenhum dos mid laners poderiam vir.
I think this is one of those interesting games where I'm not actually feeling like teams' power spikes are that different. I think the team's power spikes are fairly similar. It's just more about how the fights will actually play out. And side lanes to a large extent. If there's one lane I really care about in terms of how the laning goes, it's only the top lane. Because both of them can potentially split push and be a huge threat. So if one of the two top laners gets a huge lead over the other, then the game shifts very heavily. If not, I think it's actually pretty even. And it just comes down to execution. Nice. Envy managed to get the stun off. Done. I don't know if I agree with Envy dumping that much though. I feel like if Envy's out of mana, he kind of loses already. Ooh, Disney got punished. Okay. Nice, well played.
Talvez era pra ter acontecido sim. Peço perdão. Fiquei equivocada.
This is actually probably Red. So Red Academy has some really good early game in terms of like the first sequence of events where they're looking to gank. It's around the mid game that things get a little bit screwy for them. But this is, even with all that in mind, like I think their early game has been one of their better ones so far. Not the best one, but one of the better ones. Is there no hope for Ninja? I think when CB LoL shrank from 10 teams to 6 Brazilian teams, I think the odds for Ninja Kiwi got kind of bad. It's tough. I personally think Ninja Kiwi is really good, and oh, hold up. Is Io dead? He is so dead. He is so dodged. Yeah, damn. Like, Dopamine are just a step behind right now on every single play.
Mas a gente tá vendo que o Gravitar também tá indo pra cima. Na rota do meio só vai ter algumas carícias trocadas, mas ainda
Okay.
assim os índios conseguiu encaixar uma ótima
Yeah,
ultimate,
nice.
na qual
Red's
não é
ahead.
fácil você acertar, mesmo que tenha boa distância.
I have a hypothesis about Red, but I'll wait this game out before I talk about hypothesis. Instead, I'll go back to the question about Ninja Kiwi. I think Ninja Kiwi is good. I just think he needs time to grow. He keeps getting put in situations where, like, what I need to see growth from Ninja Kiwi is his laning. I think his team fighting is actually really good already. Arguably better than Bruncey's, actually. I think Bruncey's team fighting, he tends to get out of position when he team fights, chasing kills. Whereas I think Ninja Kiwi is a lot more aware that his job is just to survive and do damage. Yeah. But I look at the AD carries right now, and what space is there for Ninja Kiwi, right? You've got Titan, Bruncey, Root. Okay, like Morteus, who I think Ninja Kiwi is better than Morteus right now. But Morteus is a growing piece that Kate Stars have been, that CL has been eyeing for such a long time, that he's definitely not going to lose his spot. I'm missing 2 AD carries. Who am I missing? Fluxu W3D1, which is Marvin, which to me is a similar thing as Morteus and Kojima. And then Ayu, who is supposed to be the next big thing. So the only person I can see Ninja Kiwi replacing is either Marvin or Morteus, which would also feel really bad for similar reasons. Damn. Okay, yeah, this Camille for IO, at least we know the laning doesn't go well for it. But you must have picked it for skilling, right? Right? Surely we actually picked a counter pick that wins eventually at some point, right? I mean, if you picked it just to dive the backline, fine, I guess. Like, I can live with it. I'm not super happy about it, but it's a choice. Yeah, I don't think Dopamine can fight this. Oh, they're gonna try. Oh, that was a great wall from Envy. It doesn't matter though. Now they're in trouble. Okay. Oh no, Zins, please don't int. Zins blew TP, by the way, to actually get to the fight. So for him to... Oh! Nice. Nice. Gotta love that coordination. The parting of the blue sea? Or the red sea? Haha. Because red can't. No. Yeah, no. That was really good. Okay. This red is clean so far. Damn, impressed. So my hypothesis right now for red is basically if they can match hands with you, then they look like the academy team they're supposed to be. Because I think they just got run over in the hands check a lot against the other teams. I'm sorry to Zins, Doom, Rebello, and Usint. I do not think of them as hands players right now. So I actually think they get outlaned by a lot of people. But so far this game, they've been dumpstering Kojima, which I think is actually quite impressive. Even though that is an Ezreal, obviously going to struggle into a Varus early. But Zins is winning topside. Can Red fight this? Yeah, Red can definitely fight this. Oh, that Magnet Storm from Usins. That's sexy. They can keep fighting. Oh, see, Rebello's positioning there. He took way too long to get in the fight. He is running Comet, I guess. Okay, I understand what Rebello wanted to do. Like, he's playing Comet, he's playing Poe. But I think he should have gotten in there a bit more, a lot more. Because I don't think Io could actually kill him before he kills Io. That's fine. They end up trading equal numbers, and most importantly, Dopamina doesn't actually get Herald, or Grubs, pardon me. They started, but they can't find it. My big concern for them is they already blew all the ults, so Dopamina can just go right back to Grubs. And they have ults. But if Io dies... Oh, Zins can't find it! Io keeps barely living. Why is Red getting prio on this? They shouldn't get prio on this. Like, Dizen has ult. Envy has ult. Kojima has ult. Yeah, it should be Dopamina controlling this.
O Zinx, como ele gastou muitos
Okay.
recursos na jogada no all-in que ele deu no Aiel, acaba que ele não tem o teleporte pra voltar pra essa jogada.
Yeah.
O Aiel
I'm very impressed. Red ran a screen there to actually slow down Dopamina, and they get 1 extra grub for it, so they get 4 grubs, despite having no business with the second set of grubs. Well played. Okay, very, very nice.
Pelo que o Zinx fez, ele gastou o disparo de gancho, acabou indo pra cima e quase deu essa eliminação pro Zinx, que tá muito atento, mas a gente tá vendo no replay como a jogada que acabou se desdobrando, o Doom acaba errando o quebra-copo, mas aqui a gente viu que a ultimate ganhou muito tempo.
How come there was so little damage done?
Belo flash e consegue aproveitar
The Doom.
muito bem pra interceptar
I guess the
o
shield
jogador
was enough.
Dopamina e ganhar esse tempo pro Gravitar e o Rabelo conseguiu
Yeah, right here, if...
na gasosa.
Boa ultimate também, né, que vem ali, vem, na verdade, esse...
I mean, Rebel had to flash out, I guess. He couldn't really get in the fight. That's a little bit unfortunate. If Rebel was in the fight, I think they win that, but yeah. No, there's nothing he can do about it. That's fair. I thought he still had flash. I thought he used it, like, to reposition later in the fight, not to, like, get out immediately. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, but that Magnet Storm from Uzint was huge. If not for that, that fight goes 100% Dopamina's way. I think Dopamine only loses 1 at in that situation, if not for Magnet Storm.
Mas já dá a sensação de que o tempo da Red tá pouquinho melhor, eles estão pouquinho sempre na frente, porque a Dopamina tá
Ooh. I don't know if Graftar wins this. Even with the backup, it's kind of dicey. Ooh, that was clutcher than I'd have liked. Is Zin's dead too? Zin's is dead too. Dizen, you kill stealer! Just walks up, Bramble Smash, walks away. No, he will not elaborate. Interesting. So despite the really good early game rotations from Red, they actually don't get any plays at all. Very interesting. That's that graphic, right? It feels wrong. I mean, we saw plates go down top.
Que é dos campeões que não pode ficar forte
It's weird.
nessa posição, já tá com 2 eliminações, tem 2 assistências e também tem essa recompensa de ouro.
E aquilo que eu tinha comentado no começo do jogo sobre a necessidade de travar o Sylas na rota dele.
In a way, we're getting more clashing than I expected between the teams. It's less about setup and more just about teams wanting a hand check, which I'm down for. I enjoy watching that more. Teams are just assuming that, hey, we're... Yeah, and I guess part of it's because their power spikes are fairly equivalent, so...
Ele vai começar a aparecer, ele vai conseguir começar a garantir abates, porque é isso que ele faz, né? Ele entra na luta mais...
I feel like it's a viable fight at all times.
A não ser que ele tenha uma ultimate muito boa pra utilizar e capitaliza esses recursos quando a vida do oponente já tá um pouco minada, né? E ó, o chat tava falando com você, tá?
Yeah, Dopamine have to give this one up. They're just not in position for it. Even if they get vision on it, and even if Dizen's there. Graftar needs to be clenching right now. Considering that Giant just went down 0 contests, Dopamina should be making a cross map play. Yeah, Graftar just backs off the wave. Oh, Envy! And the wall meant that Dizen... Oh, wow. And Dizen couldn't get in the fight. That was so unfortunate. Holy. That was a really nice, I think that was Assault and Battery, not Assault and Battery, the Vault Breaker, pardon me, from Doom, to knock Envy out. That was sexy. Okay, Red's playing really well, like, beyond, it's not just that Dopamina is not able to hand check them either, like, Red's macro is actually really nice right now. Doom especially has been making a lot of tracks.
Eles acabaram garantindo esse extra aí que é muito importante. Agora já estão com um pouquinho de ouro na frente, então estão começando a... Aquilo que eu falei, né? Parece que o tempo deles, eles sempre estão... É coisa de muito detalhe, mas eles sempre já estão preparados.
Dopamina needs to start winning some fights soon. I'm getting concerned for them. If they keep losing all their skirmishes like that, they're gonna fall behind in gold. And if Io can no longer apply side lane pressure, their comp is gonna start looking real dysfunctional.
na chegada deles que tá permitindo que a Red sempre esteja alguns segundinhos mais adiantada para responder o que eles tentam fazer.
Why is
Eles vão
Red
fazer
not
Dopamina.
contesting
A gente
this?
tá vendo aqui como a Dopamina tá fazendo duas coisas ao mesmo tempo, mas o pessoal da Red já se conteve em justamente trocar esse objetivo aqui de tentar garantir
Okay.
a onda de minions da rota.
So,
também,
Herald is
garantir
being
essa torre
gifted
da
to
rota inferior.
Dopamina.
A gente vê que o pessoal da Dopamina em contrapartida vai garantir esse arauto que pode levar a torre do meio eventualmente aí pra ter um pouco mais de vantagem, enquanto o pessoal da Dopamina garante...
Does
a
Isle
torre
get
da rota
top first,
topo,
or does
garante
Zinz get it
a torre do
bot?
meio, mas a gente vê como o reset da Dopamina já totalmente
Yep, Isle gets it first, yeah.
sincronizado, voltarem ao mapa ao mesmo
See,
tempo,
that was
e
why I
manter
said
essa
gifted, because
pressão
it's really
pra não
weird.
deixar
If you're gonna
eles
give Herald
perderem
like that,
esse controle e essa
usually you
bola
answer with
que
something
eles
somewhere
estão
else, especially if you're not behind.
Você vai fazendo troca.
In this case, Red is actually even ahead, so I don't know why they just
Nesse momento, os times
it
resolveram não
just
brigar,
gave away Herald
muita
and
loucura,
had no
então,
pressure anywhere else.
profundo, coisa
Like, you can argue that bot pressure, but Isle got more effective top pressure while his team was picking up Herald.
meio, dois a favor do time da Red. Vamos ver como
Not a
vai ser
worthwhile
essa
trade
próxima
whatsoever from
geração
Red.
de objetivos, né? Daqui a pouco o atacante já vai aparecer.
Can't praise them,
ali na
man.
parte
Just when I
de
said that their
cima,
macro was looking pretty good, they just fall behind for no reason.
Vamos ali dar uma olhada depois para ver qual parte ele vai colar mais ou menos. E aí, o ouro na tela para vocês realmente verem essa diferença, né?
Zinz is the richest person on the map? Okay.
Eu queria falar exatamente sobre Zinx e Grevtar agora, porque como o Zinx conseguiu
I guess 3 kills will do that for you. I was looking at Rebello's 177 CS and thought that he'd be richer, but apparently not.
Eu quero entender como a Dopamina vai trabalhar, eles vão utilizar o Arauto aqui agora, ok.
Kojima? Opa, tava perdidaço ali no meio da galera. É forçado a usar ali seu purificar, mas vai sair com muita segurança.
I wonder if Kojima used the cleanse a bit too early, though.
Ele tá procurando alguém. Ele acha o boleche, ele ainda tenta colocar ali sua ultimate. Passa também a barragem.
Oh, Greftar from behind.
Consegue o abate pra cima do Bullet.
That TP.
Ael na parte de trás, tem ali a chegada do Ael. O Envy vai deixando muito dano.
Okay, Kojima is kiting, though.
Todo mundo ali na meio, que o Ael também vai de bala. O Gravitar continua.
Is he too far?
Sede de assassinato.
Oh,
E tenta
yeah, they're still getting
pra
wiped.
cima do Dizzy.
Oh, that flash was huge. Is he out? He's out. He's out. He's out. Dopamina can't chase, though, so 2 for 1.
Jogadores ainda vivos por parte do time da Dopamina, mas do outro lado a Red só perdeu o Rabelo.
A very aggressive call from Bullis there for the turnaround. I feel like you got Kojima out. That's mission done. There was no need to force that fight.
Estava numa posição ideal porque a gente viu que o Arauto foi utilizado na rota inferior, então você não tem por que pisar nesse rio, porque essa área é totalmente da Red enquanto você não tiver seu caçador.
It's kind of funny to me too, because Bullis saw everybody chasing Kojima and just opted to come this way, and that means like Bullis was probably making a call to re-engage, re-engage, re-engage.
A Dopamina respondendo, eles já gastaram muitos recursos em muitos jogadores diferentes, e eles não conseguem...
I thought it looks pretty good for Red for a second there.
Porque faltou o dano por conta da luta estendida.
E por conta
And
disso,
then,
deu tempo
yeah,
do Grevtar
Isle getting stuck
chegar,
in there
fazer o
while
combo da ultimate
the
do
way the
Maokai,
fight split
usar essa ultimate do Maokai,
ended up hurting
travar o
Dopamina a
time
bit too
da
much.
Tudo bem que a gente vê
Because
que
they
a
were
Red
too far to
tá
reinforce
muito
each
prejudicada,
the other
eles
side,
gastam
whereas Red
recursos,
could
eles
much easily turn.
perdem
So when
bastante
Isle hopped in,
vida. Foi
Red just
pouco
collapsed in, and Dopamina
atrapalhado
couldn't
por ambos
do the
os
same.
lados, mas ainda assim, todo aquele jogo que a Dopamina tinha montado pra
Ultra
utilizar
throwing,
uma
yeah.
vantagem,
Well,
pegar a pressão
yeah.
na rota de baixo também, já que eles já tinham
I
conseguido
feel like
empurrar
throwing
o
hands
jogo.
against Red Academy is actually a win con for a lot of teams, but
Empurrá-lo, né? Porque
maybe
a Red
not.
conseguiu responder, a Red conseguiu empurrar um pouco a rota do topo, então não tá com tanta pressão
Okay,
lá.
if you
Agora
ignore the
a gente já
champions
vê
they're
que os
on,
minions da Red
if
também
you just
estão
look at the
com a rota
nameplates,
indo muito bem.
I feel like
E aí,
Dopamina should be trying to throw hands, right? Isle is known as a mechanical player, not for his brains.
Tá rolando por aqui a tentativa de engage. Tem já a passagem, a aproximação de todos.
But yeah.
Dopamina, olha a galera inteira.
Oh man, that was a horrific.
No fim das contas, quem vai tomando muito dano é o Dizzy. O Zed tá ali também no meio da galera. Olha a ultimate.
Yeah, Red should wipe this, not even close. Holy crap.
Aí é o próximo a ser focado lá na frente.
Yeah, Greftar is running amok right now. It's a slaughter. Is it a quadra? No, it's just a triple. Woo. He's 6-0 and 5. This Silas will not be Silas this game. This Silas is the Kingslayer.
Aproveitou que o pessoal da Dopamina não estava na melhor dos posicionamentos e conseguiram efetuar esses abates.
Yeah.
Garantem
Okay, I
vocês
think that
que
might be the
luta
game-breaking
a equipe
fight.
da Red que eles conseguem
Like
efetuar.
from here, I don't know if
Agora
Dopamina can
ele
come
tá
back in.
jogando meio contra, né, galera? Porque o que o Dragão
That's the problem, right? You look at these names. Kojima is supposed to have hands. Io is supposed to have hands.
Acho que foi dos
Envy
8,
questionably has hands. It's not playoffs, so he should have hands.
eles não conseguiam entrar direito na luta porque foi do Rabel.
But yeah, that engage was
O que
terrible.
botou o Dragão, viu?
By the way.
Em cima, deixa eu ver
Like
de
from Dopamina, they
acho
fired the Zenith Blade onto
que foi dos
Unit, I think, right? Was Unit who got caught?
desceu de baforada em cima, deixa eu ver de quem. Acho que
Yeah, it tagged Unit, so it didn't hit anybody critical.
foi do
Dizen throws the ult across, and again, it tags onto Unit, which, by the way, is the right play. Good play from Red to do this, to stack bodies, to keep Rebello safe. The moment that happens, y'all need to just walk back, man. Like, the call here was obviously made to not engage on this. If you're not engaging on this, why are you sticking around? Like, you already use your counter engage too. We talked about this, the fact that the engage for this comp relies very heavily on Solar Flare. Maokai should be counter engage or disengage. He should not be your primary engage. So, Solar Flare's down, and now your counter engage is down. Like, you're just up a creek with no paddle. Yeah, and from here you just split up. You already burnt everything trying to look for the engage. And here too, like, where's your attention? You're so distracted by Zinz and Doom in your backline that you forget they're not the primary damage threats, right? It's Grefta and Rebello. Like right here, Rebello getting free fire is kind of sick. Bullis loses most of his health to just free fire from Varus back end. Yeah. Yeah, now the goal difference I think is a bit too much for Dopamina to try and throw hands. Okay, is there a way for Dopamina to get back in the game? Yes. Do I think they're going to be able to play it? No. You've got the Camille, you've got the Talia, you still can play sidelines, and I think that's how you get back to the game. But I'm not confident they can collapse when they need to collapse. There's a lot of burst power in Dopamina, which is basically directly translates to pick potential. Like right now, I'm watching Doom split push, which is very, very weird and questionable. Why is this a thing? Why is Dopamina getting to take top lane in a turret? Red? Red played against VKS Academy. This is the season opener, and then they played against, I think it was Flamengo, who's a good team. Double check. Where's my... Red. Stella, sorry, not Flamengo. They played against Stella. Who, to be fair to them, what you just saw from them was not their best showing, so... They played better against Red Academy than they did against... yeah, Los. Yeah. That's why, to a certain extent, this match was going to tell us like how good exactly are Red and how good exactly is Open, or how bad exactly is Dopamina. Oh, that was a nice collapse. That was really nice from Red. But this to me is precisely why Red is not. Oh, Greftar lives with a massive bounty. And he gets the kill credit, 7016, damn. His Darkseid was fully sacked. Bro needs to read a book now. Go get your book. Absolutely nutty. Yeah, but this is my problem with Red Academy, is they have really good early games, actually. I actually thought their early game was better than BKS Academies. But then they make some really questionable calls in the mid game. Like, it didn't cost them the game this time. But like, why was Doom split pushing in the bot lane? Oh, that's a nice engage. That's a really sexy engage. Rebello's in perfect position too. The follow-up, the CC to catch so many people, and the ability to free fire over a wall. Couldn't ask for more as an AD carry. Yeah. But specifically for Red, yeah, that whole thing about losing the top side to allow Doom to split push. Why is your jungler split pushing? If your jungler split pushing, you have issues. And now Dopamina is just feeling desperate. Like, what is this engage from Dizen? He has to blow flash to get out on a very questionable engage. Like, what were you looking for there? I did say they need to get picks, but you need to set up vision for the picks. You go into the thing, and you kind of darken everything, and then you set vision around, and you select the bush to sit in. Usually on the side of the map with an objective spawning sooner. If you're just forcing things like that, you're kind of out, and then now you're giving free dragon over to Dopamina with zero pressure. And because there's zero pressure, Io's push is not safe either, because he's in a hyper extended lane. And Zinz just gets to walk back in here and pushes back out. It's, yeah. It's kind of rough. Oh, we're going to try to dogpile into Greftar again. Double TP.
Já tem ali a utilização do fiozinho para colar, o ultimate também lançou ali no castigão e olha para
okay, maybe a good thing Greftar didn't buy the book. Okay, good collapse, good kill, huge bounty picked up. but a lot expended, right?
Mil de ouro total.
But this is what you do. When you're behind, that's the trade you have to make.
Foi uma
You take it. Even if you lose top in a turret for that, it's okay. You got a massive shutdown bounty,
consegue segurar essa
and you got the kill. You slow down the
lateral.
momentum of the thing.
Em termos de experiência, que já tá
And also, because Baron is, Red is wearing Baron as well, getting the kill onto Graftar means everybody has to slow down. You burn out the Baron clock. So, really good pick from Dopamina.
Quem tá sozinho é o Aiel, Judaria de um lado, Judaria de outro também.
Yeah.
Olha a aproximação do quebra-cofre, ele ainda tenta compensar pra cima do Rabelo, mas o abate fica nas mãos do caçador da Red.
E novamente,
Io kind of overextended, but I don't blame him.
puxar essa onda de minions,
I can see
e
like
isso
the angle.
colocou
They
ele
thought
numa
that,
posição
oh,
bem delicada, na
Red's
qual o pessoal
gonna
da Red
reinforce and
cobrou
back
uma
off
série
because
de
they're just gonna do the
posições
topside push and back
baseado
off.
justamente cobrar
So he
esse
thought
tipo
it was
de
okay.
posicionamento, não só em rota lateral,
It
mas
kind of
em
is a
todo
mistake,
todo.
but understandable
Observação
one.
fora
And
do
he got
lugar
kind of
do
got
Rio,
greedy,
rola
trying
engage,
to
na
eat the
selva
waves and
adversária,
push.
rola engage. Então, a gente tá vendo como as duas equipes
It
estão
doesn't
tentando
really
buscar
hurt
esse
Dopamina
jogo
too
e
much that
buscar
Io
esse
got caught there. It's
contexto.
okay.
A equipe adversária tá dando esse mole, e esse mole custa
It just
muito
means that
caro
they're
em termos de
slower on the
mapa,
reset, but
custa muito
it's
caro
the
em termos
timers
de
are so long
tempo,
on
e essa visão
objectives
que pelo
that,
menos a
yeah.
Red conseguiu construir
It's just gold
bem
going
ao longo
over.
da partida, tá se pagando demais,
No
porque a
biggie.
gente tá vendo uma vantagem de quase 7 mil de ouro.
Andrezão,
Fala,
o que,
compadre.
que significa DPM?
É,
Dano
Calma aí.
por minuto.
eu ia falar dando por minuto também durante 15
Segundo o
segundos.
chat, segundo o nosso chat, que são gênios, é
Yeah,
dar pra
we just get to go in,
Ah,
deny vision.
caraca. Pô, a galera tá outro nível.
Eu acho que jogaram uma boa.
Achei uma boa, foi uma boa.
foi
A
realmente
galera do chat
Parabéns.
caprichou nessa, caprichou
Parabéns.
nessa.
E o legal é que
Parabéns.
tem uma relação com a Shadow.
Okay, Baron's just sworn off as well.
A galera
Dopamina
vai
should be looking to make a
pra
play up here.
cima. Às vezes dá certo, às vezes não.
Às vezes tem que ser 3.
Exato, mas dá pra matar.
It shouldn't be Envy holding this actually. Like on one hand you need Envy because Envy has the wave clear, but on the other hand you actually want Weaver's wall to cut them off here on the turret. If Envy's stuck in lane, he can't get the angle to cut them off. So
Porque pode ser dá pra matar, mas
ideally Envy should have been covering mid,
então até o momento tá dando pra
and then
morrer.
Kojima should be covering top
Superou o chat.
with Bullas and Dizen in back pocket.
Quando você falou DPM, eu pensei no morrer, você falou
É.
morrer também.
É que eu fiquei calculando na minha cabeça se seria demais.
certo.
Even without Baron, Red still finish it off.
Mas aí foi bom, deu bom.
Okay.
E por enquanto o que não tá dando bom é exatamente.
The gold lead 8k.
8k de
That's
ouro,
tough.
vantagem pra Red. Realmente ali tem essa vantagem de objetivo.
Theoretically, Red should not lose a single team fight.
Então vai se criando, como a gente tava
Theoretically.
comentando, né? Vai se criando um clima terrível pro time da Dopamina.
They only
Era
lose by
um clima
getting picked.
gostoso, né? Era um clima
É.
legal.
Não, aqui era um clima
Tava
gostoso.
amigável,
né?
tava amigável.
É, uma coisa, esse pick-off que eles conseguiram em cima do Greve, eu acho que é o caminho pra eles tentarem virar e voltar um pouco pra esse jogo, tentando
Sonny
trabalhar
watching
um pouco
Graftar zip
essas
around. Why is he
cobranças,
so fast?
sempre em cima. O duro é que sempre vai ter que ser em cima do Greve.
Oh, double cloud, okay. It's like, why is he zipping around like that?
Pra puxar essas rotas laterais, e a gente já viu que não é muito fácil levar esse pick-off, levar esse abate em cima dos dois, né?
Baron in a
Greve
minute and a
agora vem
half.
com essa ult
Oh,
da
during
Maokai,
2.5.
que ele tá utilizando muito bem, inclusive ele tá escolhendo as ultimates que ele usurpa muito bem e utilizando também momentos muito bons. E a gente tá vendo exatamente isso. Pra conseguir um pick-off, é sempre em cima do Greve, que tá mais afastado, é sempre em cima do
This is
Zins, que já
proper
tá lá,
setup.
onde
Zins
você
is
tá?
split pushing
Já tá
bot
na
with
base
TP.
já. E pra
And with
levar abates em cima
pretty
desses dois
decent ward
campeões, que
coverage,
são
so he
campeões
should
que são
see
muito
collapses coming.
fortalecidos e que são campeões
Red are just playing safe on the
né,
other
que é
side. They're
difícil
waiting
no
for
seu próprio
Dopamina to
time
reset,
lugar,
and then they'll go and
precisa
clear all
sempre
the
deslocar
wards.
muitos jogadores, e isso abre espaço pra Red devolver em algum outro local do mapa. Então,
I should probably swap this out for a sweeper as well. When you're behind, you want sweepers. You're not worried about dying. You're more worried about trying to make the enemy team die and like actually find picks. So you want sweepers more than anything else.
Sequentes que a equipe da Red vai ter que fazer, realmente 2, 3 jogadas que vai morrer todo mundo, e aí sim eu acho que a Dopamina tem boas chances de voltar a partida, e esse é um momento muito crítico, porque vai ter esse Barão em 30 segundos, e logo após o Barão vai ter o Dragão Ancião, que a Red tem total condição de lutar e forçar a
Good
Dopamina.
Leona has a trick where using her Shield of Daybreak, her Q, she can reset her auto and actually clear ward like, before it becomes invisible. I like that Bullas did that, even though he took a chunk of his health. It's worth it. Oh, using!
Expõe esse cara.
Oh, that is disgusting. Those Magnet Storms are sexy.
Outra eliminação do Greve. O Dizin também cai.
Okay, using for MVP this game for me. Unquestionably. Doom had a really good early game, but Yuzin's landed like 3 of those Magnet Storms. I don't care that Greftar got 10, 1, and 7. Like, it's expected from Greftar that you win this. And when your team is setting you up that perfectly, yeah. Okay. What a way to end the game. That's just a feather in your cap. Was it necessary? No. Could have won stably, but that works. Using his rel is nice. Brazil does have a lot of good rel players. Very glad to see it.
Com uma vitória. Lembrando que a última vitória que eles tiveram aqui em um jogo foi lá na nossa
Okay,
primeira
yeah.
semana. Então, aqui é um momento importante, é um momento pra
Unfortunately, I
moral.
think
Uma coisa que a gente tem que
objectively
destacar,
speaking,
que é bem
Dopamina is
interessante,
probably a
esse
bottom 3
draft
team
que
right
eles
now.
montaram, essas escolhas que
Dopamina,
eles
Rats,
fizeram,
and
foi bem legal porque traz um
Rise.
pouco do conforto
Yeah.
que esses jogadores têm.
Like I said,
E isso é
I
sempre
think
muito importante pra um
Red
jogo,
should be a
né?
middle of the pack team. I was just getting a little bit worried watching them play the last couple of weeks. They make the mistakes they make get punished, but yeah, I think they're high enough that they're not bottom 3.
É, a gente viu como a equipe da Red conseguiu
Ooh, Rebello did work. Yeah, Grefner got a lot of kills, but the amount of damage he did, you know, kind of sus. Kind of sus. King Stealer. Kill Stealer. Of Kingslayer. Yeah, I was very impressed by using for the eye test for sure. I think Doom also had one of his best games so far. And one of the big reasons is he didn't int that much this game. To be fair to Doom, I do think he's been a very proactive jungler throughout most of his career, but at least for most of the career that I've watched. But yeah, for better or for worse, let's put it that way. For better or for worse.
Realmente, não, o follow-up vinha muito legal, né? A gente comentou sobre como as escolhas de ultimates ali do Gravitar também estavam on point. Fica aí esse destaque, né? Eu tinha cobrado no início, né? Falei, pô, vamos ver como é que os Zinx entram
So website tier list maker? It is tier maker. Okay, I should have trusted my gut.
É, então essa é a questão, né? Conseguiu fazer um jogo muito bom, o Greve realmente apareceu de uma maneira maravilhosa.
Wait,
Uma coisa que eu ia destacar do Rabelo também,
pulling
é
this.
que a gente...
This okay. It's like Desafiante. There we go. I was like, something's wrong with my song
cometendo
here.
alguns erros, como a gente acabou de ver acontecendo do outro lado com Kojima, por exemplo. Essa briga ali que você tinha comentado que o dragão deu um monte de traulitada nele.
Hold on. Does it have all the teams?
O maior adversário dele
four,
foi exatamente o dragão, porque ele tava muito bem
six,
posicionado.
seven,
Ninguém ali encheu o saco dele,
eight.
só tava lá.
Okay, they have all the teams. I'll use this
falando ali, parece aquela
here
galera de
listing
VOD de departamento que fica te pedindo pra fazer
without the
café,
actual.
entendeu? Então esse foi o único
Yeah.
problema que ele teve por aí.
Oh, but it doesn't.
Destaque
The
mais
names are all
posicionamento,
wrong.
porque às vezes no finalzinho a gente viu a quantidade absurda de dano na mão do Varus, disfarça um pouco a atuação, mas a
Ah, but it's got the actual things. Okay, hold on.
Ó,
I'll just do it this way.
ele não tomou também o ultimate, acertou a ultimate dele. E agora, 1, 2, 3, 15.
Coitado do dragão, esse dragão
Yeah.
aqui foi realmente
So, I think Corinthians
ele
number
queria,
1
ele
without a
queria,
doubt.
ele queria. Mas eu gosto desse ponto que você
Flamengo
levantou,
number 2.
André, porque ele saiu com muita pouca vida.
Los and Kaboom haven't played each other, have
Esse
they?
evento é o que tem mais DPS do jogo.
E ele conseguiu se manter muito bem
No,
posicionado.
Los and Kaboom won't
mas
play
como você falou,
until
né,
next
a
week.
gente consegue
Dang, I kind of want to see that.
acertos
Well,
por parte de toda a Red Kennedy.
Oh, not Los.
E
Actually,
eu
sorry.
acho
I
que
wanted them
pra
to
esse
play
time
Flamengo. They
chegar
play that
nesse ponto do
tomorrow.
campeonato, com
No,
poucas vitórias,
Wednesday.
foi
Wednesday is
muito
Kaboom versus
importante. Exatamente por
Okay.
isso, porque foi uma Red Kennedy que,
versus
claro,
Flamengo.
ainda teve problemas de posicionamento, ainda foram pegos, ainda cederam
Man, the names on Kaboom are so big. It's hard for me to not put them above Flamengo. But I kind of want to do that.
Encaixando uma ultimate boa atrás de outra e fazendo com que a
Yeah.
gente visse eles chegando na mesma página, que era exatamente o que estava faltando aqui para o time deles.
E acho que uma coisa que vale ressaltar também, que eu gostei muito do jogo, é que acho que o Gravitar conseguiu...
Yeah, I think this is kind of where I'm at right now after watching what we've seen today. At first, like coming into today. Actually, no. I think I moved Los down. Yeah. Coming into today, I was kind of thinking this was kind of where we're at. So that's why I was kind of looking forward to the series because it's these two and these two, and this would help me decide like where exactly they should go. But the way Los won, they're so unstable. It's frustrating. But I think for the clutch factor, I'm willing to move them up. So it's like Corinthians plus franchises, and then yeah. After one game of watching this, like I don't know, it just feels like Dopamina should be able to match hands. If you can't even match hands with Red Academy, you're certainly not playing the macro better. Then yeah, I think that's kind of an issue. I have Rats lower just because, and props to Soweto. Soweto is having to autofill right now on this team. I think it's kind of rough. If they get like a proper AD carry, I think Rats would be higher than Dopamina. And then Rise is at the bottom for me because they're not doing anything. It's like that meme of just like poking of a stick going, do something. Yeah, I think this is kind of where I'm at. I might be willing to move. You know, let's put Los a little bit lower for now. Because I don't think they've convinced me that they belong this tier. They could be either. I'm just going to put them lower right now because they're very inconsistent. And then, yeah, my C tier is quite empty. K-Stars is definitely a cut above Red Academy, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. I could see this happening potentially if they find a proper AD carry. Soto did well, but exploitable, I think. Definitely punchable. Ooh. Do we get 6 games today? I don't know. Have we had a day where we went the full possible games? No. Yeah. We haven't had a day where we went the full possible amount of games. Even last week, Wednesday, didn't feel like we had the minimum amount of games either, because there was like a chrono break. So. Technically, we've had 1 day minimum games. Let's see if we get our maximum games today. After watching game 1, I don't really feel like Dopamina has it in them to... I think it... Okay, my prediction for game 2. If Red lose, it's because they messed up. More than because Dopamina just suddenly popped off and became like kings, you know? Unlike Series 1, where I think like the winning team won game 2. But yeah, I don't know about this. Wait a sec, guys. Just clearing some work emails right now while we've got the break. Oh wait, actually, I was gonna do Orbital's thing. Actually had it open too. Let's see what Orbital did.
I mean, they're going to look at it. It's getting low, but the fight's a lot more important, which I like this call here by PFX. They peel off. They're going to try and turn on Blitz, who runs interference in the back line. Caboose is now going to walk on up. Textrace has the ult, but look at the back line. And getting sold out. Josh Ed needs help. Greatness has to go down, but that leaves Textrace completely alone. And PFX peel apart this onion. And even without rain, they win this fight handedly.
Yup, they go right back on.
That's a cool idea, actually. Y'all don't usually see what it's like behind the scenes when we're casting. Heck, even other casters often don't see behind the scenes of other casters, right? That's kind of interesting. I like it. Yeah, I hope Orbital does more of this. I think that's fun. Good, interesting stuff. Yeah, unfortunately nowadays, I think for casters, you can't just cast anymore. You've got to do more than just casting. It's unfortunate. You gotta put out content. I'm not much of a content person. Yeah, I've tried. Okay, to be fair, I've never tried to do shorts. That's one thing I've never, like vertical content. I've never tried. I tried to do like shorter form content in the past, but I am way too verbose. I like to talk too much. So I think streaming is just probably the easiest thing for me. I just show up and just like watch the games and talk. We still have co-stream stuff. I still prefer like casting though to co-streaming. Like I like it when I'm more actively involved in the game. But that's not something you can really do solo. Or not say you can't. Like when I started casting in the first place, I did do like solo casts. But it's really tiring and it's really hard on your voice. Unfortunately, I still need my voice for other things. So I can't just, yeah.
Já estamos de volta para esse jogo de número
Full send it.
2 e pra gente entender aí se a Dopamina precisa empatar a série pra
If I had another caster with me, I'd be willing to try and cast over the Academy games, but it's hard. Like nobody's got the availability to commit to this sort of thing on a regular basis, unfortunately. So yeah. And it's hard because it's on a weekday too. If not for because my work is kind of variable work, so I can afford to do this sort of thing, but most people can't. So. And some days I can't too, right? Like I said before, I was originally trying to pass it off to 4x4's channel because I thought he'd be more you'd have more time, but apparently not. So
Tem uma série
yeah.
de fatores. E eu
But I
acho
try my
que é
best, and then
importante
like on
destacar
days that I'm
que
busy, I'm just busy, and
a
then
equipe do
we just
Dopamina
unfortunately
consegue
won't have
realmente
a
voltar pra essa série estabilizar. Eu acho que a questão
stream.
da execução
But we'll try our
individual
best to
e
cover
a
whatever we
maneira que
can.
eles trouxeram os picks
As much
não
as we possibly
encaixaram
can.
muito bem. Eu acho que a composição não teve muito pé nem cabeça. E eu vejo que esse foi o grande ponto. Eu acho que se eles conseguirem reestruturar um pouco melhor esse draft e como eles querem setar essas prioridades, eu vejo que eles têm uma direção um pouco melhor e um caminho mais claro pra conseguir
And to me,
alcançar a
like,
vitória.
TD is kind
Tem
of
que dar
more
uma
casual.
surpreendidinha, tá ligado? Tem que tirar
Like,
pouco
I'm not
desse-
like hard
desse
analyzing a
mais
lot of their
ou menos,
stuff. A lot of times it's like,
Porque
okay,
foi
well, this
o
happened. I
split
guess.
realmente um pouco diferente, mas agora acho que o time
I
da
guess this is
Dopamina
it.
tá querendo procurar a gente
Whereas
sempre
like
fala da zona de
in
conforto,
OTA
né?
South,
Ah,
the
os
stakes are
caras estão
higher,
confortáveis, tem que procurar
a lot
pouco mais.
higher.
Cara, eu acho que agora eles têm que começar a pensar em como mudar isso daí, né? Logo na primeira eu tava comentando, né, sobre o early game do time da Dopamina. Se você for olhar ali os stats, eles estão sempre ali meio que mais ou menos, uma coisa ou outra, meio na metade da tabela na maioria das estatísticas. E as
Yeah.
estatísticas
Okay, going to game 2 again. We're probably going to see the same old, same old. Actually, this game 1 we did get some spicier picks. We're not seeing too many Silases. What's a plural for a Silas?
Eu também quero entender
Silas
como eles
is
vão
a
trabalhar o
Sili?
mapa, porque no primeiro
And
jogo
Camille
realmente
kind of came
tinha
out of
uma
left field a little bit
sensação
too.
de que a
So I'm
Red
glad that
estava
we get to see
muito
something a
preparada
little bit
pra
different.
responder tudo que a Dopamina propunha. Inclusive,
I feel like
foi
that's
a
because of the
parte
players
que a
though.
gente
Graftar's
viu,
Champion has never been
na verdade, na briga das Vastilavas, que foi a
the
primeira
most
vez que eles
meta.
conseguiram uma
I still remember his
pequena
Kled mid. I
vantagem.
still wish he'd pull out the
Comentei,
Kled
né,
mid,
o Ariel
man.
tinha ido pra base pra
Honestly,
voltar,
Kled mid
ele
could do
tava sentindo
things in this current
empurrado a
meta.
rota do topo.
Um,
Tava sem
and then
teleporte.
IO as well
Ele
has a weird
chegou,
pull,
empurrou a rota
hence
do
the
topo,
constant
foi, se
Pantheon bans
posicionou,
against
teve que
him.
responder. Depois a gente teve aquele abate em cima do Envy, que ele chega com a sua ultimate, o Doom trava ele de...
I don't
Então, tudo que a Dopamina
know
tava
we're going to see anything
tentando,
too
ele
crazy.
tava
Like maybe
propondo, a
one
Red
crazy pick per
sempre dava
team,
passo, alguns
even in game 2.
segundos
There's still a lot of meta
preparada,
stuff
mas
still
alguns
open and
segundos mais
available.
preparada pra conseguir responder as tentativas. Então, ver como é que vai ser esse trabalho de mapa, se era uma questão de
And
draft,
because of that, I do feel like game 2 to a large extent
foi algo que deixou eles um pouco nessa
in
situação
CD
de
depends on like,
pra
oh,
onde a gente vai,
do teams
como a gente
throw or like,
trabalha, muito
yeah.
difícil colocar visão com esse Syla solto pelo mapa.
But in a
Agora
game like
a gente
this,
conseguia
like I
chegar
said,
no
I don't think
a
Dopamina have it in them
besta também
necessarily to be able to
conseguia
punch
chegar
up
muito
right
rápido.
now.
Então também pode
Could be
ser
wrong.
uma
I hope I'm
questão de
wrong.
draft,
Like I said,
ou
I'd
não,
like to
ou
see
será uma questão de mapa,
6
e
games.
aí entender. Se
6
for,
games
tem que
days.
arrumar, não tem o que fazer.
uma questão de
I really like the
planejamento
fact
também, né?
that's
Às
just
vezes
2 best of
essa-
3s. I
eles
feel like
tão
that's
até
like
com uma
perfect
ideia diferente,
timing.
mas a partir do momento que você chega e é surpreendido,
It's
talvez, pelo pick,
long
como
enough.
do Silas, etc,
So
talvez
even if it's just 4
seja
games, at least you know
assim,
you see 4
eu acho que
games.
fica um pouco de dedo, né?
That's
Dá pra
pretty decent
elogiar,
amount
você
of
falou
games to
daquela jogada ali
watch.
do Doom, que ele
If it goes long,
consegue
6
ali
games
dar o
doesn't feel
free
like
pick,
the end of the world.
adianta,
I
e
remember like
ajuda
last
o
split,
adversário.
holy
A
crap,
gente
some of
tava
those days I
falando
was
dos
dying by the end of it.
comentou no iniciozinho que precisava
Was it 8 games or
uma pegada um
something?
pouquinho melhor, então
Last
todo
split?
mundo
How many
tirando
games?
eles com o dedinho em dia, e principalmente
I
os
should don't
times que
remember. How
sabiam
many games were
mais
there
certinho de
last?
chegar
Last.
com a ultimate,
Yeah.
chegar ali
Last
fazendo
split,
aquele
because
engage um pouquinho
you
mais
use only 2
nervoso.
splits.
Deu pra entender que a sincronia dos moleques tava funcionando e tava todo
I
mundo
remember
ali
thinking I
com
was
a
like, I was
mente em dia
dying by
também.
the end of
Eu
it.
acho que essa questão justamente do micro tá menos apurada, eu acho que afeta bastante em termos de
Regular
performance,
season was
porque
nuts. We had way
algumas
too many
vezes você
teams.
espera de certas
14
matchups
is crazy.
não acabam acontecendo justamente porque a
1, 2,
dinâmica do
3,
jogo
4,
não
5,
vai
6,
esperar
7.
que
Yeah, so
aconteça
7 games every
sempre,
day.
e isso quebra
Like
toda
6
uma
games
dinâmica do que
occasionally is
poderia
okay.
ser como a equipe
I think 4 or
pensaria
5.
pra esse
5 is the most
Você
comfortable.
não tem
Maybe it's because
certeza
like
que você
when you
não
cost tier
tem,
1, it used to
acaba
just make
atrapalhando
5
com
games
certeza, mas
Saturday,
o
5 games
grande
Sunday.
ponto aqui é que eles
So
não
5
estão
games
sabendo
feels right to me.
lidar
4 games
com
feels pretty good
as
still.
dificuldades.
6 once in a while is good. But 6 every day would probably feel a bit much. 7 every day was like, shoot me now. And then we had rescheduled games too last year. Those actually killed me, the rescheduled games. Oh, Usant gets his pike. Okay. Usant sometimes got his pike banned against him. I didn't think it was like Zai levels of pike, but it was worth bans, I guess, for teams. So.
Não foi?
Não foi isso que a gente combinou.
And we get Nefiri again. I'm down to see Nefiri. I don't think Nefiri is that busted, so please CD teams show me why Nefiri needs to be banned.
Eu tô pertinho.
Why Nefiri is not okay. Yeah, Isle, Pantheon ban, Gwen ban, Rumble ban. A lot of top lane focus bans against Isle. Remove carries, okay. More standard, Jace, Sedge, Kalista. They pick Nefiri, we pick Ashe. Yeah, I think that's solid. No Ashe Braum though, I'm sad. Why do teams not want to pick Ashe Braum? Porky into Ashe is okay. Victor, okay. Into Aurora, I guess. This is thinking, that's fine. Nocturne? Okay, that's double globals. I kind of like the idea of that. There's a lot of individuals you can pick on. Olaf. Wow, another IO ban. A lot of IO bans. Santi Rakan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this Pyke. I really don't know about this Pyke. I feel like Braum. Well, I get, Braum Ashe as a duo just feels so good. Like I get that Braum doesn't do that much against this composition as a whole, but the laning's really good, and Braum's just your get out of jail free card. Like to go for a Pyke here, 100%. That's just like Uzen saying, "Give me my champion." 3 squishies too, I guess, is the other thing, right? You think that maybe, yeah, 3 squishies, we can burst them down. It's not a bad pick in conjunction with the Nocturne. Like, Nocturne gets in there, does a bunch of burst damage. Aurora does a bunch of burst damage. Pyke finishes them off. My biggest concern is just you're lacking a front line into this right now. So this game's going to be, I suspect, a high kill count game. Like, one of these teams is going to get completely blown up. Yeah. The Aatrox pick's okay. I don't hate it. It's fine. I actually kind of... Wait, I don't know why I'm hesitating to say this. I like Dopamina's comp a little bit better. It's the only thing I don't like about it is lack of engage. They are really, really, really lacking engage. If this Alistar was an engaged support, like Nautilus, I would rank this higher. Like if that was Nautilus, I'd kind of give it like a 3. But as it stands right now, without any engage, I actually have to give it a below average score. Like I don't see how they're going to be starting fights with this comp. I guess your Alistar walks up, maybe. But into the Ashe, it's so tough too. Like Ashe just slows you, and then how do you walk in? Yeah, I don't really like this comp that much. Like I said, you've got burst, like you've got kind of dive buddies here. You can go in and cause problems in the backline. I can kind of see that happening, but they have so much damage they can just shred you. It's a go difference. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. It's a go difference game. Like if a team gets a gold lead, they're just gonna snowball this game, completely out of control. I'll give Brit's comp a higher score. At least they have like engage options to come through, and they can kite backwards a little bit. But I feel like their 3 is because of this. If not for the fact that they don't have engage, like I'd probably score this. Nah, it's just about a 3. I'm not super happy that they're drafts. I think Rid can still engage if they get behind, if Dopamina don't group up. But if they group up, yeah, it gets kind of tough. You can always engage with Ashe arrows. That's the safest engage. Because you don't throw your body in there. But I agree with what you're saying. Like, whoever wins things is good. Even if they can engage, they can't team fight if they're behind. The team fight on Dopamina is much stronger. Much stronger. Like, yeah, Red can only look for picks if they fall behind. And then Dopamina, even if they're ahead, still struggle to find engages. So it's just like, it's a really weird situation. Man, and this comp is so fixable. If you just have any sort of engage from any position, I would like this comp. Like, you don't even need the Nautilus or like engage support. You could go engage top. You can go Ornn. Lunar's favorite champion, and you'd be fine. From a jungle role, you could have gone... Wait, Sedge got banned. You could have gone Wukong instead of Naafiri. Yeah, you had other sources of engage. You could have gone here. It is what it is. Yeah. Well, at least it should make the gameplay interesting, if nothing else. Because both teams want to fight. But both, yeah. I guess we're just going to throw our faces into that. What is Alistar hit at range, actually? I looked it up.
Exato, bastante coisa diferente aparecendo aqui para ambos os lados e que colocam a gente nessa situação.
Because Alistar's hit range might actually be long enough to be engaged, even against Ashe. I know it's high, but hit range is 650. Okay, so it actually is long enough to engage, I guess. Alistar can engage. I just really don't like Alistar engages most of the time unless he gets flank position. Then you just kind of ram your head into a wall, right?
aí com a melhor, depois quando chegar, tinha tempo à frente.
You have to get the WQ combo off, and if your pulverize goes off, then you have no follow-up CC anyways. Oh, Red snuck in.
Próximos, ou pelo menos já tava para que desse tempo do outro chegar.
Does it matter?
E,
No.
novamente, a Red vem com esse mesmo esquema e com essa mesma proposta. Então, vamos ver como a
Unless this
Dopamina,
goes
na
for
verdade, vai responder
invade,
a esse trabalho que a gente já viu que a Red tá muito
like a delayed
confortável em
invade, and
fazer.
tries to 3-buff in quotation
O
marks.
pessoal da Red justamente efetua essa entrada na parte de baixo do mapa, vai garantir esse vermelho e um clear bem tranquilo para esse knock. Então, o que o Doom vai fazer é justamente garantir esse vermelho, vai para as Aquaminas e pode ir embora. Mas o pessoal da Dopamina tem consciência
I didn't
que
mute in
tá rolando
time.
alguma coisa aqui, mas o Bulas já
Oh,
sofre
okay.
bastante dano, só que o pessoal da Red acaba
Wait,
perdendo um pouco
Usint
de
and Rebello gave the game away.
vão ter essa pressão
By
um
popping,
pouco no nível
whoops.
2, porque vai
By
demorar
popping out there,
mas ainda assim,
Dopamina should suspect that they got invaded.
And
should just go straight for this. Please, Dizen.
Tá calibrado, hein? O Zente tá calibradíssimo, já acertou 2 Qzinhos ali.
Aw, man.
E não tem nem 2 minutos e
Dizen doesn't know. Dizen's gonna get 3
A
buffed.
pergunta era se ele vai ser o engage, vai ali pra cima e tal. Ele já vem mostrando o cartão de visita lá
Like when you saw the Ash Pike coming out of that bush, you should have known that you just got jungled. You just got invaded. But Dizen's pathing is really, really weird. Does Nefiri win against Nocturne early? Can you 1v1 win? It's so risky though, because Red can collapse faster.
Estivesse entrando para fazer algum avanço, poderia dar ruim, mas olha o Gravitar tá numa situação tranquila porque ele tem o W para conseguir fugir. Então a Red sai muito na frente nesse começo.
And then Dizen can't even go for like the diagonal invade, you know, the way Doom did, because you don't have pressure in any of your lanes.
Enquanto esse Nocturne vai crescer e escalar horrores.
Rebello and Usint in particular, collapsing would just kill you.
Ali na direção do Rio, na parte de cima também o Doom.
Okay, really good start from Red Academy once again.
Os seus campos e fica isso.
It's a skill matchup? Okay.
Do time da Red passa por dar o track pra cima dessa Nafiri, enquanto na
I actually kind of low-key find it funny whenever people tell me like, oh, Nocturne early fighting is a skill matchup, because he has one skill shot. But yeah, I guess it's like Nefiri has to land her skill shots, and then it's, yeah.
Fazendo esse retorno na base,
But,
não habilitando que o Dizem faça uma invasão pela parte de baixo, enquanto isso o
Yeah, I still don't get the whole Nefiri thing yet.
fez o Aronguia
It makes sense, I guess, because Nefiri is like skill shots galore.
caso queira com a pressão da rota inferior. A gente tá vendo que o
I think newer champions have more skill shots than older champions.
mas a única jogada
Back in my day, we had no hands.
que realmente tá fora de cogitação.
A facada também tá em dia, hein?
18 Nidalee.
Errar nada até o momento na parte de baixo dessa.
Man, I used to hate Nidalee, the Burning Fiery Passion, back in Season 1, Season 2. Those javelins could actually one-shot you. Hotshot Nidalee GG has shot, like, back in the day, man. Hotshot GG was infamous for it. And I always thought it was like a no-skill champ to a certain extent. You just keep throwing spears into one hits. I was so glad when they moved a lot of her power towards the 80 build instead.
Pois é ponto muito importante desses dois, né?
I think she's balanced now, but like, Nidalee is rough.
Coletar muito cedo, tanto como o Pike que rotaciona muito rápido, quanto também com o E da Ashe.
But the skilling on Nefiri is a lot better than Nidalee, right? Like, Nidalee falls off a cliff late game, whereas Nefiri skills, no?
Chegou lá no timing correto, conseguiu fazer o campo, enquanto o Dizem realmente tinha que ir pra esse lobo para ele respawnar o mais rápido possível. Então, por hora aqui, early game impecável.
Again, I'm basing a lot of this on old Nefiri. I know that they nerfed her skillings a little bit, but
porque a Nafiri depende muito disso, depende desse farm bem feito.
I'm assuming that she's still more of a skilling champion than a base damage champion.
Ele precisa também que o seu time consiga se segurar, consiga pressionar as rotas para que ele tenha
Getting kind of weird for Zinz, man. If you're losing on the Renekton early against an Aatrox, it does not get better for you.
Acelerar aí a sua build o mais rápido possível.
It doesn't fall off a cliff, she comes harder to play.
E a gente
True,
tá vendo
that's
que a
fair.
Red tá conseguindo
She becomes more and more
essa
spear dependent as the game goes on, I guess. Which is why she feels like she falls off a cliff, because if she doesn't land the spear, then a spear from range too is the other problem. If she lands it from short range, it doesn't do enough damage to make it worth. Nefiri is the same one. So no real power spike then for Nefiri? So the second item is about the same as first item, and
pra
It's not
garantir
like...
muita vantagem. A gente vê que o pessoal do Dopamina já se movimenta pra parte superior do mapa pra tentar garantir um pouco mais de controle nas Lost Larvas. O Doom não encontrou nem o Kojima, mas o Bulls, mas passaram na visão. Mas olha como a Red tá sendo proativa em, de novo, a bot lane já saiu da rota inferior, sobe pra esse objetivo.
Generally strong Heclair is good, yeah. Okay.
A equipe do Dopamina nem respirar.
Well, but okay, Heclair is good. Is it say like better than Zyra Clear? Because I so far from the games I've seen, Heclair looks okay, but not overwhelming. Like Zyra Clear, for example, or like Morgana and Rumble Clear when they were meta, like they were head and shoulders above everybody else, right? Like they were double scuttling. If you didn't pick one of those junglers, they would double scuttle you every game. Whereas the Furious looked okay. This game is a bad indicator because of the 3 buff start, of course, but like, so is it clear like just good or is it like crushing? Or I guess Nidalee would be a good example, right? Because Nidalee's got a fast clear. Is she significantly faster than Nidalee or like around the same as Nidalee? He's above average. Okay. Ooh, the collapse in. Wait, what the hell was that, Envy? Envy trolled. Envy blew his flash for no reason. Okay, Red just won every single fight across the board. That is nutty. Actually, okay, I'm thinking back. Maybe Envy didn't troll. I need to double check. It might have been a hook. Oh. Dopamina is getting outhands.
Continua a perseguição. Greve e Rabelo, os dois pra cima do Aiel, é muito dano. Auto-ataque na frente do outro.
Oh, the Ash chase is disgusting. Bullis, the GOAT. Does he live? You know what? I respect. I respect. I am saluting Bullis. I'll put in Jack because my hands don't work, but Bullis did the support thing. He died for his team. That headbutt pulverize was actually hyper clutch. Damn. Wait, sorry, I want to go back and see how that fight kind of broke out because it felt a bit out of nowhere. It's using, isn't it? It's the pike. It has to be the pike. The using just invading. IO rotates. Yeah, it's using. Okay. Really nice. Okay, yeah, never mind. It wasn't MP trolling. That was me trolling. He got hooked. I thought he flashed in because of the flash animation coming at the end of it. Oh, that was me trolling. Okay. Nothing happens, lanes reset. Okay.
Ela já não estava conseguindo farmar muito bem, o Doom estava sendo muito rápido em conseguir responder esse farm acelerado que a Nafiri precisa. Ele recebeu esse abate atrás.
And now Red have a lead in every single lane, even mid lane, where Greftar was kind of losing to Envy prior. Significantly too, because Ravello actually has a BF sword in pocket. Jungle's the closest, I guess, in items. The Fury again? Yeah. And it's not doing well again. I just want to see a good Nefiri, man. Like, I'm not asking for that much. Like, y'all are B1ing this thing, banning it. Like, please, somebody show me how it's good.
Como você não sabe aonde ele tá, você não sabe aonde você pode ir, você não sabe a movimentação que você pode fazer, você não sabe o campo que você pode
How is Zinz constantly losing this matchup? I do not understand.
E como o prof falou, junta-se isso ao fato de que o Alistar não é campeão que vai aparecer tanto assim.
She needs better lanes. Yeah.
O espaço que o Zenj tem para conseguir dominar.
Yeah, she feels like it because she has no innate CC, right? So she needs lanes to set her up.
Tá sendo absurdo.
But then why are teams drafting the way they are with it? Because like you draft Corki, Victor. Okay. Maybe that's the trap of the Fury because your blue side you don't really get that many winning matchups necessarily, unless the other team ups to give them to you.
com essa pressão de early game que eles têm aqui até então. A gente vai garantir...
Okay, Lunar, as our resident Nefiri expert,
Vão garantir a segunda.
how does Dizen play Nefiri
A
then
gente vê que tá um jogo bem
in this game?
A equipe da Red tem total consciência de como
Like, given that you've got no engage, your CC is very conditional. Like, what are you looking for as Nefiri? Yeah, Red just collapse and take this because they're stronger.
E é exatamente a sensação que eu tô tendo ali pro Dizin, né? Teve uma hora ali que ele chegou no Rio.
If this game keeps going the way it is, and they can keep finding picks on all of these people like that, like Red might just hit the point where they can just, yeah, free engage.
Já puxou ali, apagou a luz. Tem
hell?
dano pra cima do Envy, mas ele consegue fugir.
Wait, how did the Pike ult not kill Envy there? That was super weird.
Tenta conectar a cabeçada por ali, o Aiel pode chegar ali por trás, mas ele
Oh, I was gonna get his ankles broken.
conseguiu ali muito dano pra cima dele, ele tenta fugir, mas finalmente ele é abatido.
You know what? I respect what I was looking for, but that was not it. And now bullets dies for no reason.
Mas é o próximo jogador a cair e são 4 abates.
I just saw your answer, Lunar, all that for. Okay, so yeah, basic thing is unplayable for Nefiri. Okay, got it. Yeah, why? When this chase down is happening on Dizen, how does Envy get himself in these weird situations? They're chasing down here. Envy's stuck in a turret. Envy doesn't back off. He walks into bush. Okay, so he's just disrespectful. Got it. Like, okay. Yeah, Envy was just being disrespectful there. Because if you see Zinz, you knew Doom was in the area and he's got paranoia. You just aren't allowed to walk like that. That's a little bit rough. I like Dopamine's collapse after though. I mean, it ended up backfiring, but I like the idea. You missed the Pike ult? Okay. Sometimes it's hard to see the... Specifically the bottom side of Pike's ult is a little bit iffy. Like, because the map is slightly tilted and slightly angled. That's why Red side's at a disadvantage for like the way the map kind of looks. Okay, is Zinz finally starting to win his lane? Not really, because he had to pop Dominus and Io didn't have Road Ender. Okay. Oh! Oh! That looked like it landed on my screen. Oh!
Não vão conseguir o abate, já são 2 jogadores caindo na parte de cima. O time da Red quer tentar devolver aqui pra cima do Wave.
Okay.
Eles conseguem a eliminação, mas
Doom just hunted him down. Nice.
A gente viu como a equipe da Red tentou ganhar em 2 frentes.
It was actually really funny. Yusin has 0 kills and 0 assists right now. This Pike is not working out. Dominion is just a punching bag. Ah, Dopamina has a win though, Dark Knight. Wait, they have a win, right? Pretty sure they have a win. Yeah, Dopamine has a win though, so they are not completely a punching. Like, that's what it is. This punching bag has hands. It can punch other punching bags. Yeah, like I said, using Spike is not the it's not Zai's Spike. Ooh, I like the idea from Disney there, but yeah, okay, that was my concern with the way these teams drafted. Whoever gets ahead is just gonna nuke the other team. Like if Disney was a hit there, Greftar gets nuked. But because Disney's behind, he gets nuked. It's rough. It's rough. Yeah, see, like same problem for Kojima. He's not winning this fight right now. Oh, okay, he actually trades even. Never mind. I take that back. Still 1 for 1. I don't care about replaying this one. This was cut and dried. I was dead to rights. I think this trick from Greftar though. Like he would die anyways if not for backup, but he did have backup coming, so. Well played. I am very concerned though that Corki traded pretty much even with the Ashe in that trade. That's not what you want to see from your Corki. Ashe is not. She's more of a utility utility AD carry for late game.
Ela é o coelho, né?
É verdade. Calma aí.
Mas vamos ver se
Ok.
ela vai conseguir escapar aqui, porque o coelho não tá muito bem na toca.
Tem que tomar cuidado, né? O coelho geralmente tem problema.
Oh, Graftar actually got tagged by the gravity field. That's so rough. See, this to me is what should have been happening a lot in the Stella Low series. One play on one side, immediate counterplay on the other. Like, oh, Io's doing well in the Aatrox though. Actually, that's a huge win for Dopamina. Io winning that means that they not only survive, but also they get the turret. And they waste a whole bunch of time for Red. Damn. This Renekton R5 is not working at all. Holy crap. Was Yone banned? Just pick Yone next time, man.
Ele não quer saber de nada, mas o Zente eu acho que vai querer ir pra cima. Mas é isso, a gente tá vendo como o Aiel aproveitou muito bem o item do campeão.
Ashe damage cap. True, but at any point in the game, pretty much, yeah. Even with the tier that you have to build for Corki, you should still be out damaging the Ashe at every point of the game.
Agora já cortou pela metade.
Ashe is not the worst late game AD carry though. She's still better than Misfortune. She at least has a bit of an attack seat on her Q, so. Yeah, where is Zai's Spike when you need one? Zai is on... Crap, what team is Zai on? Zai is here. I just forgot what team he's on.
O Victor precisa escalar, o Victor precisa crescer. Quem é que vai segurar até...
It's one of the non-franchise teams. It's not Rats. Rats is Crossdale. Stella was Cavallo. We just saw it. Rise. That's the other one. Rise, yes. He's on Rise. That's where Zai Spike is. He gets a permaban. He deserves the permaban. His Spike actually will single-handedly win you games, whereas using Spike is right now questionable. Aatrox eventually outskills Renekton. Yeah, it does. So you pick the Renekton for early game to dominate the early game, and the whole point of Renekton is you got Slice and Dice, so you can always reposition. Aatrox should never hit the sweet spot, and then you win out the trades, because if Aatrox can't land his abilities, then he loses trades. But somehow, Zinz is not dodging out the abilities. And that means that's kind of bad for Red. A lot of their early game lead is limited. It's fine though. For hook champions like Blitz, like Pyke, to a lesser extent Thresh, it's not about all the hooks you miss. It's about the critical one that you land that wins you the game. So, we'll see. Renekton tells you the dive, buddy? Yes, that is true. So, I guess he'll still have some use late game, but my bigger concern is just that Aatrox is a better team fighter too, so... like, if you don't win the side lane and you don't win the team fight, like, sure, dive buddy, I guess. That's cute. Good trade from Zinz. Good punish.
Mas só pra complementar o que vocês falou dessa questão do Bulas acabaram sendo insuportável em cima dele, é justamente assim que se deve jogar com essa composição que a equipe da Red traz. Mas a gente tá...
Yeah, I really like what Dopamine have done this game. This is like the third dive they set up.
São 3 jogadores contra ele, o Dizin tenta fazer a aproximação. Olha
o
o próximo jogador que pode ser levado é exatamente o Dizin. Ele consegue ali fugir da torre, mas mesmo assim a aproximação do Zente não vai levar muita coisa.
That was good from Zinz to be able to answer back. Yeah, his defensive play on the turret has been solid. But yeah, Dopamine is not giving any space. They need to just perma apply pressure. That's nice to see. Another charge. Graftar should be able to take that turret. Oh, Graftar. No, Graftar went back to base. He didn't walk Herald in. What are we watching? What the hell is happening right now? Dopamine is like non-stop diving and it's working. What the hell? That was weird. I was busy paying attention to Graftar push, which he abandoned, but I should have been watching mid lane. Holy crap. I love how that follows in the heels of us talking about how like Renekton is supposed to be a dive buddy for Doom, and then it's like Dopamine just perma 24/7 diving. I really like that from Dopamine though. Their dives have been clean. The setups have been good. And it's actually gotten Dizin back into the game. Yeah. Okay, the arrow's down from the previous play. Nice.
Uma boa resposta por parte do Dopamina, mas a gente tem que ver
really good, solid call.
Contestar essa visão por aqui, porque é crucial que eles consigam.
Okay, Dopamina, you know, they're beating the punching bag allegations. They're firing back. They're hurting. And speaking of hurting,
já fechou a sombra, fechou a sombra.
Ai, a sombra... Fechou o quê? Eu não sei.
Chama a sombria.
Chama a sombria, eu entendi sombra. Frontia.
Sombra mania.
Ooh, good arrow. Great arrow. Non-committal engage. Graftar gets the free fire. Can Ao just wreck them? Maybe. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Next play from Red. They're punching back. They're firing back. Yeah, it's just really tough for Dopamine, you know? There's Dopamine can't match
Quando
hands.
se falava em sombras, a Red não teve sombra de dúvidas e garantiu muito bem essa iniciação para conseguir efetuar esses abates. Vai garantir o seu terceiro ponto de dragão aqui.
Yeah.
O próximo já estão de alma, então a equipe da Red novamente liderando esses objetivos, liderando
It
o
feels
pace da
like that's the
partida.
game-breaking fight. Like that's the fight where it's like, oh, GG, game, set, match sort of thing. It's not so much the fight itself, it's just how easy the fight looks and how replicable this fight is. Like, Red can do this over and over and over again, and the only answer Dopamina have to this is they have to be grouped up when it happens. And they have to make sure their carries don't tank it.
Nessa partida específica, eu acho que a gente
But-
vê a potência, o porquê das proezas de
Yeah.
tão necessárias.
If they group up, they can't engage, and then they're going to be hemorrhaging CS, right?
Ele
So,
não precisou se preocupar com as botas, ele não precisou se preocupar com mais nada. A bota tava
bit of a drop
tava
diff.
ocupada, ele só foi pros seus itens básicos de dano e ele conseguiu fazer isso de maneira
still don't
muito
like this
rápida.
composition though.
E
Let me get that very
exatamente
clear.
esse dano que a gente
I do
tá
think this
vendo
comp wins
dessa
that,
grande
but
diferencial
I
do
don't
time
like
da
this.
Red,
I think it's
porque
quite ugly.
A galera da Dopamina conseguiu encontrar uma maneira ali de responder.
Not that matters
e
whether or
travar
not it's
um pouco
ugly.
toda
A win's a
pressão
win. You
que a
take whatever
Red
you
tava
get.
conseguindo fazer, com o Kojima, com o Aiel, mas por conta dessa itemização muito rápida que a Aurora tá conseguindo ter, o dano dela tá chegando muito cedo e, de novo, o time da Dopamina precisa do Victor. O Victor vai demorar muito pra crescer. Se a Aurora consegue...
Red forgot about Atakan?
A gente tá vendo aí o estrago que ela faz. Atacan e
No, guys, we cannot. We cannot be doing this.
Da Dopamina gosta muito desse objetivo.
Existe, hein?
E eles já vão ali tentando rechaçar, tirar o Zente, mas ele já caguetou.
Okay,
Já deu a
it's
letra pro seu time.
criminal that Red
Se
forgot it,
aproximando,
but
tem
it's
a parte de
sad for
cima,
Dopamina that they can't take it.
Tá chegando ele ali, ó. O Final Boss tá lá embaixo, ele tá numa briga louca tentando fugir, mas já
Okay,
vai
the paranoia has been
parece
used.
que vai começar.
They go on Envy.
Ele vai pra cima do Envy, o Envy vai tomando dano.
Envy's dead.
demais. É executado.
Yep, they just run them down.
Mais uma vez é ele.
Yeah.
Outra execução do Zente, ele tá com sede de sangue, vai indo pra cima. O próximo jogador
Rest in
a ser
pieces,
tocado é o
Dopamina.
Kojima, ele se afasta.
If they weren't so far behind, maybe they could have done it, but...
O Greve ainda
Oh,
vai
they
na
can't even find
diferença,
Rebello.
mas é outro abate nas mãos do time da
Okay,
Red,
yep,
que
it is
agora
indeed
vai
game,
se
set, and
aprofundar
match.
pra
This will be a
fazer esse
2-0.
ataque.
A Dopamina se precipitou
Dopamina-
nesse ataque, e a equipe da Red estava muito bem posicionada. O Aiel não conseguiu participar da jogada porque o Gravitar estava conseguindo bloquear.
Is
ele.
Dopamina gonna be my new... No, I was gonna say new INTC Academy. No, they're not. INTC Academy had other issues.
Tinha mais condições e recursos para essa
At least
luta.
Dopamina is trying to make
Pode
things
dar uma
happen.
olhada como
I respect
tudo
that.
começou. A iniciação da flash da Ashe, o Bulas gasta essa ultimate muito cedo e a Red espera. Aproveita.
Actually, respect what Dopamina is trying to do. It's just that, like, this feels like a Hail Mary play very, very early in the game. Like, they just didn't have enough damage to kill Atakan.
A gente vê que o Rabelo tem toda uma passarela, tem passe
The call was good, though. They recognized that, hey, Red's not paying attention to objectives again. We can punish.
Mas a jogada em termos individuais por parte da Red foi majestosa.
O Rabelo tá fazendo um jogaço nesse segundo jogo com essa Ashe. Já encaixou
Yeah,
ótimas ultimates, uma
At this
atrás da
point,
outra.
don't know how Dopamina get that in the game without Red throwing. Red is strong enough now that they are
Um grande
able to
diferencial
just
pra
engage with
ele.
impunity.
E destacar, não
Even
é
under turret, they actually might be able to
mas
pop off
o
and
que o
kill
professor
them
falou
under
sobre o
turret,
Gravitar foi
potentially.
muito importante pra essa jogada ter dado certo pra Red. Ele zoneou a entrada do
Yeah,
do Aiel, né?
like,
Ele
Graftar
foi
is-
impedindo que o Aiel fizesse esse flanco.
Graftar
e
is
é a
hurting right
função
now.
primordial do Atrox. Ainda mais nesse ponto em
There's
que
a
essa
lot of burst there.
composição da Dopamina depende muito do Atrox pra conseguir virar dano pra cima deles. O trabalho que ele fez agora foi
And the sickest part too is like Red have options. They're already winning the team fights. They can also just play for side lanes, right? Like who's matching Graftar right now in a side lane? Nobody. You can try and collapse, but then they've got the Nocturne on their side.
Por último, mas de entrar no momento em que todo mundo foi mirado. Pode
Let's
ter
see how
pego,
this
mas tem que
works.
tomar cuidado.
Mas não tem ultimate, o Aiel tá se precipitando dessa
See,
jogada.
this is exactly what's gonna happen every time.
Acontece, prof, ele já faz a aproximação, ajuda o seu
And then just Graftar
companheiro,
kills you.
e é
Yep.
muito dano pra cima do Aiel.
The Envy showing up is kind of risky.
É o delivery de eliminação, mas
Oh,
tem
Zinth is
mais
already running his Dominus. He uses it very early. I don't hate it.
flanco, não deixa o Envy se reposicionar.
I think it's better to use it early than you don't use it at all. But
Agora são 3 jogadores pra cima dos Zints. O
Yeah.
Kojima ainda não tá em posição de brigar. E são 5 jogadores.
You can't win side lanes, you can't win team fights. All you can do is huddle under a turret.
Olha, o Zent foi muito pra
But
frente, mas ele
just huddling under a turret won't keep you, like, won't win you games. And even then, I suspect the wave clear is mostly on Envy. I think he's diveable. Oh, since.
é muito controle de grupo, ele ainda consegue sobreviver, o resto dos jogadores vão conseguindo ficar vivo, mas olha a quantidade.
Even if Sins goes down there, I think it's okay if you can find Kojima, because they have GAs, you don't. Yeah, it's really tough. You're preying on a red misplay at this point.
Acaba sendo complicado de lidar porque você nunca tá numa situação de 1 contra 1. O Nock chegou e o Ael foi abatido, então jogo que realmente coloca ele numa
I
situação
don't know if they're gonna get it.
complicada.
E apesar deles terem conseguido deixar a Red com pouca vida, o que fez eles
Red's
recuarem,
played cleaner
eles
today
tiveram
than
muita vida dos principais, causando
they have
tanto da composição da
up to
dopamina
this
por causa
point.
do Kojima.
This is their cleanest series so far. They still made a mistake here and there, and they're still like kind of messing up a little bit on the macro.
Se a Red fechar esse dragão,
But dopamine is not punishing them for it the way some of the other teams might.
a dopamina agora aqui, André, vai
And
ter que
the biggest thing
lutar.
is they have not made like a horrific team fight call yet. I don't know if that's because they're so far ahead that even their horrific team fight calls might look okay. It could be that, but I think they actually cleaned up quite a bit. If anything, dopamine is making some horrific calls right now. Like, what are we doing here?
Mas a gente continua nessa dança na direção desse dragão importantíssimo. Bulas vai tomando muito dano, são 3 jogadores ali pra
They're gonna die. They're getting corralled.
apaga a luz, deixa todo mundo numa situação difícil.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wipe.
Tá no meio da galera. Já são 2 jogadores caídos.
Oh, maybe not.
Vai pra cima dele.
How are they not getting absolutely destroyed? What?
Na sequência é eliminado. Olha o Zent.
The honor replay on that fight. How did they?
Levar a galera, mas se afasta ali dele. Mas ele tá ele tá a fim de ir pra
I'm actually so confused by the mechanics of the fight.
pouquíssima vida.
This is a win for Red right
E
now.
o seu mano Rabelo indo ali, vão tentar pegar. Consegue
Dizin might even be able to kill somebody here.
uma eliminação. Kojima
Does he have enough
vai
burst?
dizia o último
Oh,
jogador
he
que
keeps
sobrou,
missing.
mas a perseguição continua.
He keeps missing.
Tentando, não consegue acertar porque tem cachorrinho demais. É muito filhote pra cima dele, mas ele não desiste, já encaixa. Não consegue encaixar por ali também. O
Oh,
seu
he gets
e
out.
depois dessa briga quilométrica,
Isn't kind of low-key
o que
cracked?
sobra são os 2 jogadores do time da Red
Yeah.
e também
Show us the
um
replay,
jogador
because
do
I
time
want to slow it down. I genuinely don't understand how Red didn't crush that.
Isso aqui foi bom demais.
I thought they got in a choke point and they were just gonna get run.
Mas isso aqui foi bom demais pra dopamina, porque trocar esses abates, essas eliminações e
I'm seeing
parar
blue
o
trinkets, so
tempo do mapa acaba sendo muito interessante, porque nenhum objetivo
yeah,
foi
no
feito
replay,
ali.
but right back to
Eles podem
Dragon.
forçar uma luta, e essas lutas na qual eles conseguem equiparar um pouco mais esse ouro,
Fight part
garantir
2,
que
no
consiga
ults.
executar e acelerar tanto esse jogo é benéfico.
Dizin is
pra
all.
quem
Oh,
pensa
Bolas
em
is all.
conseguir executar novamente
Also,
uma
the ults are
outra
coming
luta.
back off
Trava
shortly.
um pouco essa partida, porque a Red quer buscar jogo.
Parece
Nice, the immediate pull.
Mas agora a galera da Red tá chegando em peso,
And
e a
Dizin's
primeira
dead.
eliminação é em cima do Dizin. Logo na sequência, o Bulas é focado.
Envy,
tá
is the
fazendo
Chaos Storm
a
up?
frente,
I think it
e
just
são
came off
2
cooldown.
abates
Damn.
pra ele. Rabelo, mais uma vez, faz a diferença.
After,
O Gravitar tá se
after
respeitando.
Domina put up
Só
such
que
an
o
amazing
Rabelo
fight too.
pra cima dele, ele
A little bit
não
sad to see him
consegue
fall
utilizar o
apart.
ultimate e se reposicionar. Mas enquanto isso, o time da Red garante mais um dragão, garante a alma.
Pois é, não deixaram nenhum dragão.
That's Mountain Soul
O
too.
pessoal da dopamina aqui por hora, mas a gente vê como a Red entende
That's extra
que
buffer.
a composição deles
Yeah.
é muito sobre controlar
These replay
esse
first fight.
problema
I don't care about
e
second
não
fight.
deixar
Second fight was very
chegar.
straightforward.
E caso
Red
eles
just
cheguem
pulled the
também
trigger.
com muito danificados, com
That should have been how the
perfeitos
first fight,
e por hora
the first fight
vão
went.
começar esse barão.
So I'm actually quite
muito grande que aconteceu ali também naquela
shocked it
volta
didn't.
é que o Dizin que tinha sobrado vivo pela dopamina tava com pouquíssima vida. E no tempo, né, você falou que pararam o tempo do mapa da Red, mas não tanto, porque se o Dizin fica
No, this is the second fight.
como ele teve
Oh, they didn't show the first fight.
pra esse dragão com pouca vida, porque ele não conseguiu
That one's just straightforward. They just pulled the trigger with numbers advantage. Like, that's how they are meant to play.
E full life. Então o tempo da Red acaba.
Okay.
Dança na era da dopamina. Ou pelo menos
A dopamina agora deixar esse aqui.
I think this is the first fight. Yeah.
as garras deles, olha os índices.
Because they chunked out Doom, which was nice. But that doesn't explain. Oh, is it because Greftar is like half? Yeah, okay. The fight ends up starting 5v3-ish. But down here, this is where I thought everything would go horrifically wrong, right? Like, they're all bundled into a bush here. Sure. Good stuff. Okay. Didn't manage to get out after pulling everybody on the left. I think, yeah, Dizin literally just pulls everybody left, right? No. It wasn't Dizen. Isle's okay. Damn. Isle actually doing a lot of work this game. Like a lot of work this game.
Pressão com o Rabelo, mas esse cenário de cerco aqui não é tão fácil porque eles têm muito wave clear, mas o dano que o Envy tomou, meu Deus do céu.
Meu amigo, para com isso aí, grande.
Yeah, Isle split the fight and then Dizen managed to jump onto the other side. But yeah, that's a dive I was talking about. Potentially coming through from red. They have enough burst damage now.
E ele usa bem demais. Eles continuam fazendo pressão, a pressão tá altíssima, cancela o sal, rapaziada. Na parte de baixo, o Gravitar ainda tá ali sozinho, só empurrando essa wave de minions. Mais uma torre que vai caindo e tem pressão.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sold on the Fury. I kind of see where it's coming from watching Dizen play it. Like, I think Dizen had some really good plays with it, with the untargetable, the burst damage trying to come through, the mobility. Okay, I can see why. I don't think it's B1able. I'd take Rumble over it. I'd take Yone over it. Heck, I think I'd take Sedge or Maokai over it too. Even Wukong, actually, I'd take over it. I need to watch LPL. Yeah, you're right. I do. But at least here in Americas, I don't trust any jungler to be able to... Because it's like a Kindred, but even higher risk. Good players in the champion make it a little better. Okay. I mean, we're already seeing... That's why I say I can kind of see it with Dizen already. He's got some really good untargetable moments, but yeah. Do you trust Inspired to do it? I don't know if I don't know if I trust Inspired to be able to mechanically execute it that way. Like, Inspired's a very good jungler. He's very good at disruption, I feel like, but in terms of like hard mechanical like assassin carry, he doesn't come top to mind for me. So FlyQuest will draft Neferi comp. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it. I'm expecting a lot of teams to still prioritize Neferi and draft it. I just don't know if I think the Americas will actually be good at it. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a good CBLOL pick either, Dark Knight. We don't have a... Like, the only jungler I could think of, which I think is, like, good with this champion in Brazil was Drake Hero, and he's not playing in OTA South this split, so... Oh, Jose Deodo, true, you're right. Yeah. Jose Deodo, maybe, yeah. Forgot about it. He's been playing so much utility, I forgot about him. Yeah. It's not an Aegis style champion either, unfortunately. Aegis is a carry, but he's not this sort of like burst carry. Yeah, absolute slaughter. Oh man, MVP for Red. Who did I MVP for Red this series? In game 1, 100% Usint. Greftar got a crap ton of kills too. I think Doom did pretty well. This game, I wouldn't give it to Usint. Actually, hold on. Let me do it this way. 1, 2, 3. This game, probably 1, 2. Actually, let's check the damage numbers. Maybe I'll change my mind. Yeah. Yeah, I just think not having engaged on this comp really screwed them. Also, Dopamina just can't match hands. Dopamina's hands are going to be a detriment to them. I did like what they tried to do, though. I really like when Dopamina started trying to dive. I do think that's a call. So. Okay, yeah, I guess Greftar for me is MVP this series. I almost feel bad to Greftar because I don't like giving him MVP because he's so much... He's better than this, you know? He doesn't belong here. He belongs to LTA South. So I tend to be a bit harsh on him. But no, I think he deserves it. He did really well. Yeah. He did really well. Both games he did really well. I mean, his game one Silas was he was the beneficiary of a lot of kills. He kills Soul incredibly well. Yeah. I would shout out Doom as well this series though. I think Doom made a lot of these plays happen. His paranoia use this game was spot on, and his targeting for the paranoia was really good too. Envy really struggled to have any sort of impact outside the Chaos Storm, because he drops the Chaos Storm and then he's just hunted down by Doom almost every single play. And the patience on this particular paranoia too. I think he goes in Envy. Yep. Like, the moment Envy's like out of position, Doom's on him. Yeah. But very impressive, Doom. This is probably his best series for me yet. Because I feel like a lot of the weird the weird things happen to Doom. Like the bad decisions that we saw in the last 2 weeks happened to Doom. So yeah. MVJ, yeah. Like I said, I think both Doom or Greftar, either's fine. Grev probably actually did more work, to be fair, and I want to acknowledge that I have a bias against trying to give him MVP when I think he's too good for this level. So I would give it to him. Just yeah. But my bias kind of wants to give it to Doom. That's such a weird thing, isn't it? I'm biased against Greftar because he's too good. Normally, like, you're biased against people because you don't like them, but I do like Grev, and yeah. Rebello's numbers were high, but I almost feel like Rebello was the beneficiary of just his team. There's just no threat on the Ashe, right? Like, how's the enemy team supposed to get to your Ashe? By the time they get there, they're already dead. Greftar was average for Greftar. Greftar was really good for CD. I mean, he was playing against Envy too. You gotta remember. Envy was also a CB low mid laner, right? Who was highly touted as well. I have been guilty of drinking the Envy Kool-Aid at times, though I like to think I got off the addiction by the end of it. Yeah. Hey, Greftar, well deserved. The problem is these care performances don't translate into tier 1. So. Okay. Let's see, who do we got tomorrow? We got Flamengo versus K-Stars Academy. Okay. I'm heavily favoring Flamengo for that. And we got Kaboom versus Rats. That one. Kaboom's an interesting team. Kaboom should win this, right? Like, I mean, right, guys? Okay. Well, we shall see how it goes. Today was a good day. Not only was Stella and Los ending on a good note, but also we got only one pause today. It looks like teams are resolving their connection issues. Yay, let's go. May tomorrow be pauseless. We will get there one day. But yeah, glad that you could join us early today, Dark Knight. Thanks for all of y'all who dropped by. Quite a bit of chatting today. I enjoy it. Y'all know that it's fun when I get people to talk to. Thanks as always, Dark Knight, Lunar, for sticking out to the end. Lunar for always hopping in early as well. Unfortunately, Spood's Orbital couldn't survive the day, but thanks for y'all dropping in as well. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's it for today. Our spread is not that great yet, but I think by the end of this week, after 3 games for everybody, we will see a... Yeah, we'll start to see the shakeout, because I think there's about 4 levels. So yeah, I think it should kind of shake out then. But no pause tomorrow. Why do you did you like watching me play Bloons, Lunar? Like, what? Why do you want more pauses? Less pauses. More Neferi though. I'd be down to see more Neferi. We got to see 2 Neferis today. Hopefully see 2 more Neferis tomorrow, and hopefully they get set up a little bit better. I think there's potential there. I don't think it's B1 worthy, but I think there's potential. Okay, for now though, peace. Have a good one, and see you all tomorrow. Bye. Who hurt you, Lunar? Who hurt you?